I am going to give it 1 more minute. After that, we are going to start. Kolani? You will tell me when I can go on there. Is YouTube ready? Okay. Okay, now we're about to start. To the Deputy Minister from our mother department, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the Honorable Minister Zuko Godlimbi, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition, Mr. Mzwandile Masina, the Commissioner of the Competition Commission of South Africa, Ms. Doris Tsepe, the Chairperson of the Competition Tribunal, Ms. Mondo Mazwai, the heads of competition authorities from the African continent, the heads of competition authorities from our BRICS partners, the deputy commissioners, the tribunal members, the DGs and the DDGs from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and gender non-conforming persons, a very good morning. Welcome. Oh, thank you. Welcome to the 19th installation of the Competition Policy, Law and Economics Conference. On an ordinary day, I spend my days discussing a possibly long-run competitive equilibrium, working as a senior economist at the Competition Commission. Very interesting work. But today, I have a different occupation. I'll be occupied with everybody's whereabouts. It is my greatest honor and pleasure to be your program director for this morning. The theme of this year's conference is competition law in uncertain times. So throughout the day, we'll be discussing and traversing various topics on how competition policy can be used as a tool to better position South Africa in the current global climate. We'll first get a policy direction from our political principles. Then we'll move on to define the problem and find the possible threats. Then we'll evaluate our toolbox and find the suitability of the various tools that we use. Then we'll identify areas of improvement, then conclude on the way forward. It is sure going to be an interesting day. But before we get on to that, I would like to introduce to you my co-pilot. Of course, I'm not alone. This is a family business. And please don't be disappointed, but Offences Dominance has come to an end. Thank you to the Commission's advocacy from last year. I hope you find my colleague as substitutable, as perfectly substitutable, and we find her to be competitive in the market. Please come over and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone, and everyone looks stunning today. There's a bit of a buzz. I don't know if it's because people left wife and kids at home or because we're genuinely excited, but welcome. My name is Taryn Sampson, a proud and loyal employee of the Competition Tribunal. And yes, indeed, we have a packed program today. So without further ado, we will kick off the day with opening address and welcome from a name familiar to all of us, Ms. Mondo Mazwai, the chairperson of the Competition Tribunal. Let's give her a hand.
This thing. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, members of the judiciary, regulators, adjudicators, academics, and friends of competition law who have traveled from far and near. Deputy Minister Godlimpi, greetings and a special welcome to our conference. Thank you for making the time to be with us today. It is both a pleasure and a profound privilege to open this 19th Annual Competition Commission and Competition Tribunal Conference here in the mother city, Cape Town, a world-class city with a rich heritage and culture, renowned for our beautiful beaches, iconic Table Mountain, our biodiversity, our wine regions, and fine cuisine. I hope you do get to enjoy some of this in your time here. It was here that our complex international economic relations with the world began in earnest. And as we reflect on current challenges facing not only South Africa, but the world at large, we must accept that history invariably shapes the future. While we cannot change this history, we can shape the future. This is our 19th annual conference, but let me hasten to add that our competition authorities are 26 years old. We stand on the shoulders of those who have gone before us in all of the three of our institutions, and we build on lessons learned over time as we also confront new challenges now as young adults, as young adults in competition regulation, able to engage meaningfully and respectfully both with mature and younger agencies still coming up. It is true that we meet at a time when the instability of global economic relations is at an all-time high. The world has undergone so much significant change which is impacting global trade relations and will continue to have substantial impacts over the coming years. Just last year, 64 countries went to the polls, more than half of the world's population. Nearly all incumbent parties worldwide lost vote share in elections, and for the first time in more than a century, over 80% of democracies saw a decline in incumbent support. In response to national challenges countries face, some countries have adopted protectionist policies focusing on protecting their national players, inter alia against competition from countries such as China, raising questions whether globalization is still a goal to pursue. Businesses, mainly in the global north, are rapidly adapting to technological innovations and changing markets where the digital economy is disrupting many industries, let alone the entry of artificial intelligence in the fold. Businesses and countries, also mainly in the north, in the global north, are changing to green alternatives in response to climate change and in pursuit of environmental sustainability. Environmental issues are becoming part of the competition debate. Whilst the global south grapples with issues of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, increasingly more countries have adopted competition laws that seek to address these socio-economic challenges. Competition authorities across the world are seeking to formulate and enforce competition rules in the context of rising complexity and uncertainty. Competition authorities are expected to provide regulatory certainty even when so much is uncertain. As the tribunal, our role remains to adjudicate cases expeditiously, in a transparent manner, and to interpret the law in a consistent and predictable way that provides certainty to our stakeholders. And therein lies the challenge. What is the role of competition law in uncertain times? Can we use old legal frameworks to solve new economic and social questions? Unsurprisingly, there is no easy answer or a single answer. However, our experience during the COVID-19 period, although itself a devastating experience, can help us answer some of these questions. As consumers scrambled for masks, sanitizers, and other products and services necessary to combat the spread of the coronavirus, some suppliers increased their prices of sanitizers by over 1,000% without objective justification, well above their cost and reasonable margin. In South Africa, the Babelegi price gouging case was decided on the existing rules without need for a change in the law, suggesting that it is not necessary to hastily change the law for every uncertainty that arises. The rise of the digital economy is a direct consequence of finding solutions to carrying on with life and business in the lockdown period during COVID. And as we are confronted with the range of issues facing competition authorities in the digital economy, I am reminded of one of my favorite quotes by Martin Luther King Jr. that, and I quote, "All progress is precarious, and the solution to one problem brings us face to face with another." As we overcame COVID-19, a new indirect challenge coming from that for many competition authorities, including South Africa, is jurisdiction over the so-called GAFAM firms, being Google, Apple, Facebook Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, since in most cases, the firms are registered outside the jurisdiction of a competition authority. The effect doctrine as a dimension applied in some instances in the EU measure system is well established. COMESA applies a similar system, and the newly established AFCTA is modeled on a similar basis. The Constitutional Court here in South Africa recently heard the Forex Banks case, in which banks, including foreign banks with no local presence but having economic activity within or having an effect in South Africa, are alleged to have manipulated the US dollar-rand exchange rate. Again, this suggests that the existing legal frameworks, if correctly interpreted and applied, can go a long way in dealing with new competition challenges in the digital economy. As Martin Luther King Jr. says, this is not to say we may not confront new issues, but applying current legal and economic frameworks underpinning a competition assessment remains the starting point. Some have suggested that competition laws are too rigid and that in uncertain times or in crisis time, they should give way to targeted interventions by government in strategic sectors to promote growth. This is especially so in digital markets where governments have responded differently to this new world order. I am certain we will hear others more qualified on the intersection between competition law and industrial and trade policy. For the moment, it suffices to say competition law is a versatile instrument, at least in the South African context, with efficiency and public interest issues. This is clear from the preamble to our Act, which, in the interest of time, I will not repeat. Competition law is not meant to be a substitute for industrial policy. Industrial policy and competition law ought to be complementary to achieve pro-competitive outcomes. Related to the digital economy is the issue of access to data and the internet, a means to access opportunities and basic needs in a changing environment. In this regard, the much publicized Vodacom and Maziv merger also suggests that competition issues and public interest ones are two sides of the same coin and are reinforcing rather than being disparate and distinct ideas. We had competition concerns at a horizontal as well as vertical levels. While we found Maziv to be dominant in the provision of dark fiber, Vodacom, the largest mobile network operator in the country and a large customer to Maziv, was growing and planning to grow further its own network infrastructure in competition to Maziv without the merger. The merger would have given rise to a permanent change in the structure of the market. Vodacom and Maziv argued that the merger would accelerate the rollout of fiber in the public interest. This raised the issue of the balance between competition and public interest issues. In Mediclinic, the Constitutional Court made it clear that a price effect and reduced choice which affect consumers are public interest issues, and therefore, the lens through which public interest is to be understood is not necessarily distinct to efficiency. If certain public interest gains benefit consumers in the short term, then are they worth more than the long-term harmful impact on consumers arising from a structural change in the market and long-term anti-competitive effects? This question was at the heart of the assessment. The measure also raised important questions pertinent to our deliberations this week. In an economy that has experienced a sustained period of low economic growth, which in itself leads to considerable uncertainty, the expectation is that all investment contributes to setting the economy on the right path for the long term. However, the emerging scholarship and international experience in digital markets, for example, points out that long-term growth arises from investments that specifically drive competition and dynamic efficiencies, attributes which are not necessarily an outcome of all mergers and acquisitions. Therefore, it is important in these challenging times for competition authorities to have regard to their role in evaluating transactions that are market shaping. This requires balancing critically the evidence on efficiency, consumer welfare, and public benefit as we seek to align the broader transformation and industrial policy goals of South Africa. Ultimately, all is well that ends well. Vodacom and Maziv presented additional conditions to address the competition concerns that led to the prohibition and also enhanced other public interest conditions. And the merger was approved by the Competition Appeal Court on these additional conditions. Two key takeaway points relevant to competition in uncertain times arise. Firstly, the existing framework was adequate to deal with evolving and relatively new and dynamic aspects of technology markets. Secondly, the robustness and strength of our institutions is demonstrable through the rigor with which this transaction was considered and ultimately from the better outcomes achieved for the public good. All these issues suggest that even in uncertain times, competition laws, if properly formulated and applied, remain appropriate tools in the kit to deal with change. Naturally, competition law entails an interpretation of the law based inter alia on economic analysis. In uncertain times, it is important that competition regulators should seek to provide certainty and predictability. But this can take time as new theories of harm are tested and as jurisprudence evolves. So, each case and decision brings us closer to certainty. In this regard, a quick word on procedural certainty and predictability for investors. How long it takes for competition authorities to decide cases affects certainty for markets, and we are acutely aware of this and always strive to hear matters, and especially mergers, expeditiously. In this past financial year, 2024-2025, we had a total of 103 mergers, including Vodacom, which was the only merger prohibited this year. We issued 100% of our orders in all the mergers within 10 business days. 91% of our reasons were issued within 20 business days. The total transaction value of all domestic and global mergers evaluated that affect South Africa almost tripled in 2024-25 to 33 trillion, compared to just over 33 trillion rand, compared to just over 12 trillion rand in 2023-24. It is evident, therefore, that in terms of shaping investment in our economy, the competition authorities play an important and strategic role. In 26 years, the tribunal has adjudicated more than 1,900 mergers, and the volume of large merger cases has increased significantly over the past decade. Of those mergers, only 17 have been prohibited, and none on public interest grounds alone. This is to contextualize recent debates on whether the authorities unduly prohibit investment, as we continuously recognize the importance of enhancing our processes to improve the ease of doing business in our economy. Regarding concerns about public interest interventions, which form part of contemporary debates, it is right that the authorities have a legislative mandate to evaluate these public interest effects on transactions, as we continue to do. We believe these remedies make a difference for vulnerable groups in our society, as the legislature intended. We also acknowledge the need to be reflective as authorities 26 years on. Sound assessment of the impact of the work on public interest provisions, rather than unsubstantiated criticism, is required so that we can do more of the things that work and less of those that don't. To do this requires commitment on the part of the business and practitioner community to provide access to data and to their clients affected by these remedies to enable thorough empirical evaluation of the outcomes, and we invite much rigorous scholarship on these issues. For our part, the David Lewis Scholarship, founded in recognition of the first chairperson of the Competition Tribunal, will endeavor to do this type of assessment. More broadly, in the past 5 years, the tribunal has adjudicated over 500 cases, compared to approximately 300 in the preceding 5-year period. It is evident, therefore, that the work of the authorities has increased in scope. However, our resources have not kept up with this rise in volumes and complexity, and must be swiftly addressed to enable us to achieve the important mandate of the competition authorities for the benefit of the consumer. Deputy Minister, in order to keep up with the global, regional, and national issues that impact our work, we need to capacitate the institutions, and we look forward especially to the imminent appointment of tribunal members. Ultimately, As the saying goes, every crisis is an opportunity. Where then are the opportunities in the uncertainty? Long-established traditions of collaboration through forums such as the ICN, OECD, UNCTAD, BRICS, and others remain invaluable sources of knowledge sharing. AFCTA is also set to transform the African continent's economy in significant ways. Substantial progress in the creation of a common regional market has been made, and I'm certain we will hear more from the panels on this issue later today. The BRICS conference opens tomorrow and will further explore some of the challenges and opportunities of competition law in uncertain times. In times of uncertainty, there is an opportunity to build agility and resilience in our institutions in order to adapt to the significant shifts in our domestic and global environment. As markets and societies evolve, so too should our institutions. Learning from others in the international arena enables us to strengthen the impact of authorities, cognizant that every decision we make ultimately impacts consumers, economic growth, and the poorest of the poor in our society. In closing, our task is not to predict the next crisis, but to ensure that when it comes, we respond appropriately. The conference presents a timely opportunity to share insights and build towards agencies that are adaptable and resilient in these uncertain times. Let us debate candidly, even critically, but always constructively. We look forward to the deliberations this week, and I wish you all a stimulating and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mondo. I have been reminded that actually I did not introduce myself, I just spoke about what I do. I hope my principals are taking note. Performance assessment is coming. I put work first. My name is Siposetu Tetani. Our next item on the agenda is a keynote address, and our speaker needs no introduction, really. He is the Deputy Minister in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. He was with us last year, and he encouraged us to take our tools and work together as a DTIC municipality to promote economic transformation. That has put us in hot waters. We've been labeled the Transformation Commission and the Transformation Tribunal. Well, Minister, we are at your disposal. Give us a mandate again. We'll run with it. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Okay, let's try again. There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much, Siposetu and your co-program director. I see that the tribunal and the commission take this thing of cooperation very seriously. Even programs are split in half. And that has a symbolic importance of its own. And to comment on what the chairperson was raising about the importance of the work that you do to the markets and the pageant of the markets to say that you guys are slow, there's a contradictory dictum that we need less haste but more speed. And the distinction between haste and speed is very, very important to grasp, especially on regulatory work. We would all want to live in a world where you file an application, tomorrow you are given a response. But the risk with that is that from a regulation point of view, it will be more haste and more speed. But we need less haste and more speed. But that has to do with how we design our processes and how quickly an application takes from the Commission to the Tribunal. A very good morning to the Commissioner of the Competition Commission, Ms. Doris Tsepe, the Deputy Commissioner, the Chairperson of the Tribunal, the attendees of this important conference, members of the judiciary. I heard the Chairperson say. Good morning to all of you. When I stood before this conference last year, I spoke almost as a sangoma and said, by the time we meet again in a year, it will be a radically different world. But even my bones had not given me the details of the chaos that we would be sitting with now. But that chaos is a reminder of another thing that I did last year. I suggested last year that competition policy historically derives from economics and not the law, but that it has been hijacked by lawyers. Today I'm coming with a different claim again. That it so seems, therefore, the events of the previous year, that neither the lawyers or economists are the makers of competition policy, but rather it's politicians, actually. Because all of you went to school, you studied competition policy, you studied competition law, you forgot to study the brains of politicians. And the events of November 4th, 2024, are inviting all of you to now take us very seriously as subjects of study. Because what we've known to be true for the past 80 years was overturned not by a change in law, not by a change in economic theory, but by a change in political reasoning. The world as we have it now is uncertain, and therefore competition law now exists in uncertain times, as you correctly frame in your theme, and that uncertainty derives more from the dynamics of politics, which in turn shape the dynamics of institutional behavior, market behavior, and therefore the need for laws to reflect that change in dynamics. So it is a pleasure for me to address you once again under this theme of competition law in uncertain times. And we are, of course, faced with geopolitical conflicts, most notably the ongoing wars in Eastern Europe and the Middle East, as well as tensions in various strategic regions that continue to disrupt trade routes, consequently raising prices and destabilizing global markets. And as if these issues are not unsettling enough on their own, the recent tariff escalations between major economies and a retreat from multilateralism have added further complexity, while climate-related shocks and pandemics have exposed the fragility of international supply chains. There was a week where the United States raised its tariffs against China to somewhere around 50%. And China raised their tariffs against the United States again. I tried to follow that to and fro until I gave up, because at some point it was sitting at around 145%. And it was nothing anyone alive has ever seen before. The extent to which infinite growth of irrationality could play out in public. Because this is an infinite growth of irrationality. Those of you who studied economics know about diminishing marginal returns as capital accumulates over time. But it appears that as irrationality accumulates over time, there might be no diminishing returns at all, as the world is experiencing now. I'm raising all of these things to say, given these uncertainties, we must rethink traditional approaches to competition law and industrial strategy. One of the panel discussions, the notes posed the question whether competition law should take a step back and allow industrial policy to lead, or it should be the other way around. I must say that I'm not going to tell you how to adjudicate that question. It's for you. But I will tell you what I have done with the competition in the Competition Commission in the previous year, which shows me that the question is not really who comes first and who comes second. The question is about how do we design both to achieve optimal outcomes for the country. And we've tried to do that in response to the United States crisis that we're sitting with. But for us to get it right and get our approaches to improve, we have to be patient enough and intellectually courageous enough to sustain dialogue. It doesn't matter what you thought you knew last year, it no longer holds now. You have to think anew, and to think better, you need to listen to someone else. I spend copious amounts of time on YouTube in the early hours of every morning trying to keep up. What have they said now? Because I've accepted that if I don't keep on listening to them and someone else speaking, whatever I thought I knew when I went to elections last year, it might just not cut it in trying to solve the South African problem. So I'm making the point that all of us must commit to dialogues of this nature, not just the annual conference, but many other dialogues where we try to find a way on how to improve the structuring of competition policy. How do we articulate competition laws for the times that we are working in, not what existed yesterday? And how best do we design industrial policy, not to pretend as if competition law is a nuisance or an inconvenience, but to view it as part of the fulcrum of the instruments that we deploy in order to better navigate the world. And one of those relates to two areas of consideration. And I remember, James, I raised it last year as well. But I think now with the benefit of the past 12 months, we have a bit of experience to test this thing out. There's a tension between the articulation of competition law and competition policy for competitiveness within the South African economy in order to improve innovation, promote entry into the economy and markets for new players and so on. But the other dimension is about improving country competitiveness in a volatile global market, where South Africa as a country pretty much ranks as what an SMME is in the domestic economy. So just as we regulate the domestic economy on behalf of SMMEs, we also need to think about how to engage the global world as an SMME ourselves. So some of the stuff that SMMEs raise to you in protest, you need to listen to them very well and raise it against everyone else across the world. What am I talking about? We now know that the United States of America imposed a 30% tariff against South African goods entering the United States market, which essentially tells you that South African goods will now enter the US shelf or shop floor at a 30% higher price point than they did before the 7th of August. That's the rudimentary maths that I want us to hold on to. Let's take the 30% as given and not do any computation. Which means if South African oranges were priced at 50 cents in the US, they will now have to be priced at 50 cents plus 30% of that. And if oranges from Honduras or another country close there were 55 cents, and therefore South African oranges were selling off the shelves much faster, it suddenly means South African oranges will now be more expensive than those from Honduras, and therefore they will not be bought. I'm trying to explain economics to lawyers. I hope it makes sense. That's what the tariffs mean. Forget who pays for it. The point is, eventually the price that must reflect on the shelf must look like that. Now, if that happens, if our goods suddenly enter the global market at a much elevated price point, less of our goods will be bought, and therefore our firms will have to close down here at home. So what do? We've been telling all of these firms, don't collude, don't set prices together, don't meet around in corners, we're going to arrest you. Because that's what competition law tells us. But what does an SMME do, therefore, when it is suddenly faced with a discriminate price point that is elevated 30% higher than where it needed to be when economics was allowed to set the price on its own? we then suddenly have to come back to the Competition Commission and say, in the name of SMMEs, can you suspend competition law and allow us to do the very thing that you've been teaching us not to do for the past 30 years? So that we meet and find a way to creatively think about how do we reduce our production costs in order to defend a competitive price point when we get into that market. Which means if they must no longer pretend like they are competitors. They must now be friends. Okay, let me explain it better in a way that will make sense. South Africans complain about Pakistani spaza shops, right? That's what we complain about. Now, in assessing how they keep their prices low, I discovered something. You might see 100 different spaza shops, but when they go to source the product, they source it as a single block. So they are able to negotiate a lower price. Essentially, that's what we've asked the Competition Commission to allow South African companies to do. Must now take that model of spaza shops and think of South Africa as a spaza shop owner and price at that level. But is this a new innovation, therefore? No, it is not. So whilst competition law is now being articulated in uncertain times, it does seem that South African competition law has pretty much been ready for uncertain times such as this. Because the block exemption that we have in our legislation was designed, even if the intention was not to accommodate a post-Trump world, but it is fit for purpose. Our competition law is structured in such a dynamic fashion that it provides us with avenues to breathe, even when uncertainty breaks out in global markets. But the extent to which we can move from exemption to new paradigms of competition law is a discussion that we need to think about. It may very well be that we need to start thinking about the provisions that exist as exemptions might have to be evolved into a much more dynamic framework that allows for general competition law to take that direction as well. I'm not using the Trump tariffs to canvass my own general views on competition law, but sometimes accidents do provide an opportunity. I think the chairperson did say that times of crisis do provide an opportunity for us to move forward. Now, the second thing I wanted to talk about is, from an industrial strategy point of view, we are going to build mutually beneficial regional and global relations while advancing South Africa's trade, industrial policy, and economic development goals. And in a world that is increasingly being shaped by shifting geopolitical dynamics and economic uncertainty, our international engagements must be strategic. We have to promote partnerships that open markets for South African goods and services, attract investment, and ensure that South Africa remains an active and influential participant in shaping global trade and competition rules. The third thing that I wanted to raise is the DTIC is committed to easing broad-based economic participation through targeted interventions. We recognize that economic growth must be inclusive. Hence, our deliberate focus on supporting SMMEs, empowering women and youth, as well as enhancing the capabilities of Black-owned businesses. In this regard, transformation is not only a moral imperative, but also an economic necessity. The criticism that the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal are instruments of transformation, it's not a criticism, it's an affirmation of fact. The problem is that people are trying to turn transformation into a swear word. It is not. It will never be. And it is one area of public policy that we are not going to concede on. It is not up for negotiation domestically. It is not up for negotiation internationally. And we've made this point categorically clear, including to those who have said we must repeal some parts of our transformation legislation in order to secure trade deals. That is not going to happen. And to bastardize transformation to mean what it is not doesn't change what it is about. It is your choice to bastardize what is written down, to misread it on purpose in order to sustain a false narrative. But it doesn't change the facts that this is what transformation is essentially about, and it is going to be sustained. What can be debated is the efficacy of instruments of transformation, not the underlying principle of transformation. And because I have a political responsibility to make political sense, I illustrate this point in this manner. The alternative to abandoning transformation is social upheaval. It's a fact of life. If South Africa's income inequality persists in the racially articulated manner that it does, South Africa is going to burn. That is the only viable path that you are proposing if you say transformation must be abandoned. There is no society on earth that is going to consign itself into social instability because a few people are uncomfortable with complying to a dividend that all of us deserve in order to hold our country together. And it would be remiss of the political leadership of South Africa to ban the constitutional design of South Africa at the stake because someone across the Atlantic is waving a gun towards us. It's not going to happen. This has nothing to do with what political parties in office. It has everything to do with the moral project that for centuries South Africans of all races and all creeds fought for, to define the idea of what it means to live in a fair, in a just, in a humane, and in an equitable society. And redress is only just a pathway to that outcome. Any other proposition is to consign South Africa to a possibility that it averted when 1994 came. So transformation is not a swear word. It is not a partisan perspective. It is a moral perspective that defines the very idea of what South Africanhood is about. If someone asks you, what does it mean to be South African? What is the essence of being South African? Tell them a simple thing. To be South African is to represent the moral proposition that it is possible to construct a new social order on the basis of the mutual recognition that social division, that prejudice, that structural discrimination can be overcome by designing an institutional order that imposes on all of us the imperative to transform society for the better so that it can truly belong to all of us in equal proportion. If that is to put us in the crosshairs of anybody, we must be prepared to defend simply that idea. Not the flag, not the name South Africa. Those can be changed tomorrow. Not me standing here as deputy minister. I will be gone in 2029. Worry less about me. Not the commissioner, not the idea of what it means to be South African. It is the only heritage that we share and we must defend. I know sometimes we mislead ourselves and say we will bond around the Springboks, we will bond around. All of those are important only when they reinforce this idea of South Africanness. They are not important in and of themselves. They are important as reinforcements to this grand idea. And that is what transformation is about. Your irritations about who benefits from this and that, you are now discussing the technical detail of the efficacy of the instrument, not the substance of the notion of transformation. And the Competition Commission has a duty, therefore, to assist South Africa to achieve those optimal outcomes. And those outcomes are measured at best in moral terms and not in economic data points. Now that I'm done with that ramble, I will focus now on the fact that we are actively creating a fair regulatory environment that enables investment, trade and enterprise development while ensuring that such development occurs in an equitable and socially responsible manner. This includes enhancing the transparency, predictability, and fairness of our regulatory frameworks to reduce barriers to entry and promote innovation and competitiveness. Honorable guests, this conference is an opportunity to deepen that conversation. And that conversation is about, whilst the world is changing and challenges are emerging, we still have to think about how to improve our economy in a manner that is less deconcentrated and it becomes inclusive. And to create market opportunities for SMMEs is probably the best driver of promoting innovation and inclusive participation that we can go for. Competition policy plays a vital role in fostering fair competition, preventing anti-competitive practices, and ensuring consumer protection within the country's economic landscape. It strives to create a level playing field for businesses, encouraging innovation and safeguarding consumer interests. Moreover, the Commission's work supports broader national goals by addressing structural barriers that limit economic participation. By tackling anti-competitive behavior, curbing monopolistic practices, and fostering market access for smaller players, the Commission ensures that our economy is open, it is dynamic, and it is equitable. A priority of our economic reform agenda is the deconcentration of the South African economy. We continue to face deeply entrenched patterns of market dominance across sectors where a small number of firms exert considerable control over key inputs, supply chains, as well as consumer markets. This concentration limits innovation, it raises the cost of doing business, and it solidifies barriers to entry, particularly for new enterprises, black-owned businesses, and SMMEs. Through the review of mergers and acquisitions, the Commission, of course, aims to promote and maintain competitive market structures that ensure the inclusion of SMMEs. Small businesses play a significant role in the economy as they are important contributors to employment, innovation, and growth in South Africa. As such, markets should be characterized by favorable conditions to encourage the participation of SMMEs. The Commission facilitates this market access by ensuring fair exposure to resources and opportunities for all participants, with a particular focus on black-owned firms, SMMEs, and firms owned by historically disadvantaged persons. I thought, Commissioner, today on this score of how we can get SMMEs to competitively participate, I would raise a challenge that I don't know whether you have the legal power to think about. It's not a ministerial directive, it's a contribution to the discussion, not directing anybody. The University of the Western Cape, a couple of years ago, produced a study on SMMEs in South Africa. And it concluded that we have between a 70% to 80% failure rate of our SMMEs. They counted a whole range of reasons for that. The capacity problems of entrepreneurs, their lack of financial knowledge, they are this, that, and the other. But the other one that they raised was access to finance. I don't know whether the Competition Commission has ever thought about this matter, about how SMME support also hinges on the nature of the financial market and competitiveness on product offering in the South African capital markets. Again, as I said, I'm not directing anybody to inquire anything anywhere. I'm throwing, because I read that report, I don't know what you guys read and what you think about it. If you want us to have a discussion about it some other time, I will be very ready to hear you out on this matter. Then we can see what can be done. I'm raising this because the Competition Commission can do all that it wants to do with respect to dealing with anti-competitive behavior and to deal with monopolies. But it does not have the instrument in itself to promote SMME success. That belongs to a different function and a different department. But the Commission can do something with respect to understanding the dynamics of the other markets that affect those elements. That's all that I wanted to say on that score. And my disclaimer must be known that it was made repeatedly and very clearly that no one is directed to do anything about that information. And One of the things that I'd like to say in defending the work of the competition is that the Commission has been implementing the employee share ownership plans as part of the interventions that it does. And through these ESOPs, employees receive shares in companies, which can lead to financial rewards such as dividends or capital gains. The employee share ownership plans are meant to recognize workers for their contribution to the growth and success of that company. In fact, in the previous administration, 75% of all employee share ownership plans were the result of major conditions imposed by the Competition Commission. Which means the work of the Competition Commission has direct bearing on the transformation of ownership structures of the very firms that they are dealing with. So anyone who argues that you must focus less on transformation is asking you to liquidate yourselves and be something other than what you are. And the other initiatives that the Commission is involved in include the creation of development funds for increased enterprise development and market competitiveness of SMMEs and firms owned by historically disadvantaged persons. I won't go to the detail of what those are. The competition can speak for itself, the Competition Commission. Your Zimele Development Funds, your AB InDev Development Fund, your PepsiCo's Khudisho Development Fund, your Coca-Cola's Mintiro Development, all of these funds exist partly because the Competition Commission intervened and said something about how those companies must operate. And they are all doing important work in the economy, to the extent that the funds that were dispersed from all of those were sitting at 1.3 billion rands, and they went to about 1,009 beneficiaries. And the job count created out of this was 7,797. So those are 7,797 jobs that might not have existed were it not for the major conditions that the Competition Commission outlined. And that's the importance of the work that you do. I also noted that on the 4th, the Competition Commission released the cost of living report. I will admit, I've read the report, I've not finished reading it. But I read your press statement. I also looked at the PowerPoint presentation that you attached there. I can't commit on the veracity of what is there because I've not read the report as yet, except to say a job well done. It's a very important study that you did. Important because I was talking to Deputy Commissioner Rachisuso. I was saying that information that you have there is useful for other policymakers in the ecosystem to start to pay attention to how particular dynamics in the market are affecting particular segments of the economy. The interpretation might vary, it might be different, but the data points and how they are collated is quite important, and it's useful for us to look at and reflect on. And I shared it with many other people, and everyone loved it. Some have read it and finished it much faster than me. But that bears testimony, therefore, to the fact that the work that the Commission does is very, very important to the overall economic policy framework that this government is running on. We will keep on relying on your technical expertise to help us to get across the line. And one of the things that in the past 12 months we have had to think very, very seriously about, and it has not because you have not been, partly because of the assistance that we got from the Competition Commission, was concentration is bad. It's a fact of competition law. But sometimes country competitiveness in global markets requires some degree of deliberately structured concentration in particular sectors. It's a very tricky argument to make. It sounds like you're arguing against yourself most times. Let's take, and this is the last comment I make. Yesterday I had a meeting with the department. After that meeting, raised a couple of things, and then I had a conversation with my newly found friend. His name is ChatGPT. So for 20 minutes I said to ChatGPT, I said, let's write a white paper And I chose one sector of the economy. And I took all the policies that we have as the DTIC for that sector of the economy. I punched them into my friend here and I said, this is the information that you and I are working on. Let's compute the creation of a South African car. How much should it be priced at for it to sell? And what segment of the market should we be targeting? And where is steep competition coming from? And then we had this conversation with my friend. Of course, my friend is an intelligent child, right? So, a child can be very smart, but it shows that they're a child at times. So you must keep on saying, no, come back this side, So we did this exercise with my friend, and then in 20 minutes' time, we had come up with all kinds of graphs, and that basically said, if South Africa were to try be globally competitive in this particular subsector of the economy, and if it is to have the growth that it desires, it will have to do a combination of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it gives me details. You have to raise your tariffs to this point, and then it quickly warns you. It says, once you breach this level, you are violating WTO rules. So you decide, do you want to go there? I say, let's go up. Let's violate. It says, okay, we're violating. We're now sitting at 35%. But that on its own is not enough. You need to do the tariff. You need to combine it with a subsidy of this scale. It gives me the subsidy. And then it does. And then at the end it says, you will do all of these things, but you might actually be violating your own competition laws. And I said to them, let's violate the laws and see what happens. So it gave me the insight that I wanted, that if we are to survive the headwinds that are playing out in the global markets, what she said, what I raised last year about functioning as a one big municipality in the DTIC group, some of the bylaws that are controlled this side, we will have to relax them a bit in order to achieve particular outcomes on the other side. And I was doing that simulation yesterday because I wanted to understand how many of our policies are flying against each other in the South African ecosystem as a whole. You should try talking to that friend called ChatGPT. He's responsive only to the extent that you are asking them proper questions. If you are using it as Google, then it will give you Google outcomes. If you are searching just for information, you will get that. But if you are instructing it to create a simulation in order to understand the policy conundrum, it's very effective. And I'm raising this, therefore, to say one of the biggest problems we have is that the geostrategic competition playing out across the world is related to who controls artificial intelligence instruments. The battle between the major powers is about who is at the forefront of the technological frontier, and artificial intelligence and data management is very central to those. One of the things that we have to resolve for South Africa is to pose the question, how competitive, how open, and how dynamic is our innovation ecosystem? And to what degree does competition law have anything to do with unbundling any concentration, if any, in the innovation ecosystem? Because if South Africa is to successfully be competitive in global markets, it also needs to think about how it leverages existing capabilities in artificial intelligence, but also builds its own national capabilities in the innovation ecosystem to produce competitive and useful agents on that front, so that the world can also rely on South African machine learning and designs to deal with information processing. With those words, thank you very much for having me again this year. I hope you are going to have a productive one. And you are lawyers and economists. I have now asked you to also consider taking seriously politicians. And I hope you will take seriously what I said here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for the thought-provoking address and for the arithmetic for the lawyers in the room. Before we get into our first session, some house rules. If you exit at the doors at the back, there's signage for the bathrooms. The Wi-Fi is Century City Conference Center, and the password is BRICS, capitals, BRICS. We ask that you please keep your phones on silent during the session, and there's also a live stream available on the Competition Commission Live on YouTube. And to kickstart, we've got our first plenary session, the impact of fracturing multilateralism on competition enforcement. And this will be moderated by Professor Imran Valodia of the Competition Commission. So if we can please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
It's kind of almost trite now to say that the world is changing before our eyes. But I think the kind of the rule-based multilateral system that we've lived with for the last 40-odd years is really changing before our eyes. And I think for those of us who are from the developing world, we've spent lots of time critiquing the inequalities in that rule-based system. There's some irony in the fact that rule-based system is being overturned precisely by those who've had unequal power in that system and are now using their power to overturn that system really to their advantage. I think the second point I would want to make is that what we're seeing now is really a coincidence between the use and the abuse of political power with the use and the abuse of economic power. And as people interested in issues of fairness and equity in markets, I think that this really does pose a huge challenge for us. I think what we're seeing on both the trade and the industry side is the massive use of that economic and political power to try to reshape how we think about competition policy, and the sorts of things that we're seeing across the world now about attempts to restrict what are quite well-established systems in the competition space really throws up a huge amount of challenges for us. So to help us think through these issues and to debate them, we really have four panelists who are superbly placed to help us. We're going to start with Professor Eleanor Fox. We're then going to move online to Teresa Moreira from the OECD, who will both set something of an international flavor for how these issues are playing out. We're then going to shift to a bit more of a South African view on these issues, with inputs from James Hodge and from Trudy Makaya. I'm not going to take up time to do long bio notes. I think you know all of our speakers quite well. If you don't, please use the Wi-Fi to check out their profiles. I think that would be a much more efficient use of our time. So the way we're going to do the panel is that each of our panelists is going to speak for about 7 minutes. We're then going to have an exchange among the panelists, and then we'd like to open it up to the audience to ask some questions. So with that, let me then pass it on to Professor Fox. Over to you, Ellen.
Okay, thank you so much, Imran. And thank you so much to the sponsors of the conference, to the Competition Commission, and to the Tribunal. It is really a very great pleasure to be here today. And I want to start out by talking about two narratives in thinking about what I think is the breakdown of our multilateral system. I think there is a crisis. I don't like to talk about this because I think, well, I should not say that. I should say it hurts me to talk about this because not so many years ago, I think the world was in a place that was a generous multilateral system, recognizing where we have commonalities, a kind of helping world where those who have more could give a little to those who have less and could help people rise up. And that is not the world today. So these two narratives are inspired actually by your deputy minister, the first being his narrative and what it means to you to be South African and your values of inclusiveness and justice and trying to get towards more equality. The other narrative, I'll take it from my country and the administration. It is against every one of those values. It is against diversity. It is against inclusiveness. It is for exploiting what we can get for ourselves and being ungenerous in giving and reaching out a hand. It is opposed by half of my country, and those who oppose have a very hard time making leeway. The second narrative, which is the narrative of my administration in my country, is associated with an attempt to change the dominant ideology in the country. So let me move on more specifically to the breakdown of our multilateral system. And also, fitting within this is competition law and competition policy has gotten less respect in the world. I'm talking about the global north right now. And I'm not saying that competition is not respected as doing good. But what I am saying is authorities in various places in the global north are not sure that competition law is doing a good enough job for companies to be competitive in the world. There's a new use of the word competitiveness, and it's not the way your deputy minister was using it. And I'm going to use it in this stylized way. And it is to say, for example, our companies, whoever I am as a nation, our companies have to be more competitive in global competition. And we might put competition law slightly down on the hierarchy and put either macro economic goals higher or nationalism higher, or not usually articulated, but personal interests in aggrandizing a person and maybe being venal or vengeful, and playing a game of bargaining and using all the leverage we can get. To do this, I want to refer first to the European Union in terms of macro goals being thought of as maybe superior sometimes to what the competition law would bring. And secondly, the UK, along the same lines. And number third, I'll turn to the US, and there I will conflate the nationalism and the personal aggrandizement. Today, September 9, is exactly 1 year since the Draghi report was published in the EU. So now I'm talking about the EU. I'm talking about the movement towards we need more competitiveness against US and China. And it might mean more bigness, it might mean more scale. So the Draghi report highlights Europe has fallen behind. Europe has fallen behind the United States in productivity and producing the firms that are the most outstanding in the world. And why? Now, most of the Draghi report is not about competition law. Most of it is saying we're overregulated, and we're regulated in very perverse ways, and we also have to push to get a real common market. But the report does say competition law might be an obstacle. We need more innovation. Innovation and scale are emphasized. When the European Commission, the new European Commission came in a year ago, there are letters written to each commissioner, and commissioner in charge of competition was given as part of her mission to say, watch out for competitiveness, in the sense I used it, in competition policy. Let me turn, and this might mean that some mergers of major competitors, where you know there will be creation of market power, are let through on the thought and the hope, that's my view, it's just a thought and a hope, that letting the company merge will make them stronger in global competition. Focusing on that point, what I think is, this is not nationalistic or not necessarily nationalistic, but it might be wrong on the facts. And there's advocacy to be done. Oh my goodness, I've used up most of my time. All right. I still have 2 minutes. Okay. That was 8 minutes. Okay. All right. UK, very similar. Announcing we want growth, we want competition law to be subordinate to growth. US, so here it's President Trump. US relationship to trade, totally upsetting the apple cart and saying, we've given too much to everybody. This is very unfair. I'm going to put tariffs, as your deputy minister said, huge tariffs on everybody. Let them come to me to bargain. It has done that sort of across the board in economically very perverse ways. Number 2, President Trump and big tech. This is very complex and interesting. And background of this is our Republican Party used to be very conservative in the sense they support big business. Our Republican Party now has a split in which the dominant part of it is, in some sense, against big business and against big tech. Why against big tech? Because they think big tech is suppressing conservative views, part of the trying to change the ideology. And the Trump administration brought the big case against Google, which the Biden administration pursued, won on liability. We just had our decision on remedies a few days ago. Might be now a Pyrrhic victory because the breakup that the Department of Justice sought was not given. And this was thought to be a Pyrrhic victory and really a victory for Google. Interestingly, I said that Trump has been ambiguous on big tech. Interestingly now, even though they brought the case against big tech, Trump now recognizing that the owners of big tech are now paying billions of dollars to support him in his campaign, and he wants to be nice to them, has said in the last 2 days, congratulations, Google. And Google's president said, and thank you, Mr. President, for getting this through. We got through this. I have to conclude because my time is up. We're in a different world. U.S. is being in a selfish world. I really fear for the world. I think, number one, that South Africa has to stand by its values. EU has to stand by its values because Trump wants an exemption from the Digital Markets Act for the American firms, saying it's so unfair that Europe is suing the American firms. the world and half the United States that will has to stand up for the values and the multilateralism. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for those thoughts, Eleanor. You've been a friend of the competition authorities from the days of our childhood, kind of in South Africa, and it's great to get your thoughts on this. Let's move straight on. To Teresa, who's based at the OECD. Unfortunately, she was unable to join us in person, but kind of thanks to big tech, we're able to kind of have her here as well. So kind of over to you, Teresa.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Thank you very much to the invitation to the South African Competition Commission. Yes, unfortunately, I could not join you in person, even though I expect to be there in person tomorrow. A bit late for the panel, in any case. From UNCTAD, I just wanted to underline that UNCTAD, the UN Trade and Development, is actually the UN body responsible for making sure that international trade and related areas are important and substantive tools for development. And of course, we focus on assisting developing countries. And the way that this discussion was framed is very much at the core of what UNCTAD has been researching on, not necessarily my small branch that deals with competition and consumer policies, but of course, the overall impact of and the diverse impact of trade policy being used as an instrument against all types of public policies and initiatives of countries. So UNCTAD, among other things, does regular analysis on international trade, and we have been assessing, for instance, the very disproportionate and unfair large impact of the trade policy measures of this year in the least developed countries. And I wanted to bring this to the competition landscape, saying that, of course, we, and I think most of us, if not all of us, will agree, one of the worst consequences of the current trade policy and international economic overall context is the uncertainty it is causing. So the lack of predictability, of stability for businesses to make decisions, to invest, to innovate, to develop, the lack of transparency, and the lack of clear and objective data of concrete economic accurate evidence for many policy-making decisions that are affecting not just one country here and there, but all countries around the world. So, of course, this uncertainty and this lack of transparency, this lack of predictability erodes trust and confidence, and of course, it has a negative impact on cooperation. What we have seen, and Eleanor, of course, spoke of this very, very clearly, is that protectionist trade policies and national industrial policies, especially those interpret or put in place with a very narrow scope, inevitably affect competition law and policy because it runs the risk of being politicized and used in geopolitical disputes, as the recent example of the declarations of the US president against the latest decision of the European Commission against Google, I think very well illustrate. This is, of course, very worrying. And as Eleanor mentioned it very eloquently, as usual, is that it's very shocking in a way, very worrying and shocking, because there has been a growing consensus about the key features of competition policy and its contribution for sustainable and inclusive growth and development. This is very important, of course, or for a country like South Africa, but for UNCTAD, which is dedicated to assist developing countries in better integrating in the world economy, in this case through competition law and policy. So some of you or most of you will know that the UN set in force for 45 years now does encompass what we call the development dimension. That is to say, a sort of recognition of the legitimacy of member states, namely developing countries, of adopting and enacting and implementing competition law and policy according to their specificities, which in a way is interpreted to open, let's say, pave the way for public interest considerations, which we consider legitimate, even though exceptional, etc. So what we have seen in the last years was actually a remarkable adjustment of competition law and policy to the evolving economic context since the pandemic outbreak, then the cost of living crisis. Of course, we can always argue that the financial crisis of 2008, 2009 also required competition authorities and competition policy to adjust. But recently, the discussions on industrial and the interaction with industrial policy and other public policies have been broader, have been wider, and it is clear that there can be an industrial policy where competition is a key element, as the blurb of the session mentioned. And so we don't necessarily see any antagonism here. At the same time, there has been increased convergence among countries of all sizes, of different levels of development and other specific features, that the global challenges that we are facing for a number of years and that will remain, digitalization, now also with artificial intelligence, sustainability, etc., required stronger and coordinated action at international and regional levels. So this is very worrying, but of course we think that this just underlines that it is extremely important for competition authorities and for countries to collaborate and to cooperate in what regards the priorities and the implementation of competition law and policy. For developing countries, as usual, we think that further exploring regional economic integration, either within the framework of existing organizations, I could talk about the Africa continental, the free continental trade area, but even informally with your partners, closest partners, etc. Because as we know, and I think the EU here is a very good example where competition law and policy was successfully used as an instrument to establish a single market. So there are good examples still to be considered. And of course, we think that what is happening around the world does not change, let's say, the facts that are documented, the contribution of competition law and policy for development, the legitimacy of countries to define their policies according to their priorities, but hopefully having always competition policy within the toolbox of public policies, the importance of international cooperation, and finally, that UNCTAD and other international and regional organizations and networks provide these large platforms for dialogue and coordination. And we encourage all member states to develop further evidence-based analysis demonstrating that competition and competitive markets are crucial for effective industrial policy, for innovation, and for inclusive growth. So, of course, from the UN point of view, we need to have some hope despite the situation, first of all, of the multilateral trading system and the attacks on multilateralism. And I believe that there is a way out for all countries, but in this case, for developing countries, for South Africa, which has done a fantastic job in the field of competition law and policy and has a leading role in the AFCFTA implementation of the competition protocol. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Teresa. It's really kind of important for us to have a view from UNCTAD kind of for this discussion. last year was 50 years since a kind of resolution in the UN system, which was really led by UNCTAD, where kind of all of the developing countries came together to really express their view about the inequality in the global system at that time and the need for reform for a more equitable global system. And I think the fruits of those 50 years of work are really being challenged before our eyes. So kind of really fantastic to have your view. Let's then move on straight on to James Hodges. So James, over to you.
Thanks, Imran, and thanks everyone for a great conference attendance. I'm going to start with the global and move to the local. The threats of retaliation in response to competition law enforcement is deeply problematic. And I say that because if we look at the digital space in particular, it's the conduct of these global firms that are in fact undermining the growth of South African firms, as we found in our previous digital inquiry. And so unlocking our own industrialization requires competition law as a tool to stop harmful conduct by international firms. And it's not just the actual retaliation that's problematic. We already see that it's emboldened many of these international firms to resist competition law enforcement in our country. In our current media inquiry, one particular party threatened to report us to US Congress if we took certain action. So it is a challenge that we're facing. And I think it's a challenge that's been there for quite a while as well. I mean, although now the threats of retaliation are taking it to a new level, we've struggled to issue summons, get information from multinational companies, and get cooperation from their own jurisdictions to do that. And that includes the European Union and countries there. So there is a natural tendency, I think, for countries to protect their flagship or national champions. And that's something that needs to be addressed. And UNCTAD certainly has looked to bring about that cooperation, but we need to strengthen it more. I think it's also a signal to us that we need to accelerate the Continental Free Trade Agreement and the program around a Continental Authority. Because if we are looking at a world where might versus might is the order of the day, and as the Deputy Minister indicated, the standoff with China could hold its own and bring the tariffs down, then we need a continental bloc, and that is absolutely critical, and we need to accelerate the competition authority. Moving locally, I mean, there has been this debate about competitiveness and competition law, and I think the Deputy Minister covered some of that, but also showed that there is a lot of support for competition law politically as well. And certainly from the economic literature, there is a clear direction that pro-competitive industrial policy is successful. And this is based on studies of China, which has had the most successful industrial policy in recent years, but also a revisit to some of the earlier East Asian success. And the reason is very simple, that a more competitive environment creates more innovation, drives more productivity growth, and that is what's needed to be competitive in a global economy. Scale alone is not going to do that. It's about the productivity growth as well. And certainly this has been pushed by the OECD, and as I said, in the academic literature. But that doesn't mean it's business as usual as well. I think there's a lot of nuance to the debate, and it's important that we do engage on some of the criticisms of competition law and find where we can be more constructive in the competitiveness debate. So I think one is certainly alignment with industrial policy in terms of where our prioritization is and what tools we choose to focus on. So in the past, we may have received complaints, we may investigate the complaints, and look to enforce based on a reactive basis. We need to be more proactive. We need to look at what sectors are being targeted by government for its industrial policy. And there we need to do the work of removing barriers to entry, not just looking at excessive pricing, trying to create those opportunities for challengers to come in, to invest themselves, to bring about innovation, and bring about sort of new entry and productivity growth. So alignment is absolutely key. And I think what we're discovering as we do align is that often competition law is not the only tool that can address this, but it's important to combine various tools. We recently had an engagement between DTIC, DALRAD, and the Competition Commission on trying to kickstart the cotton sector, where there's partly an abuse of dominance and not bringing new technology into the country, but also regulatory barriers that are preventing that as well. But by sitting together, we can hopefully unlock the opportunity there and grow that sector. I think that the second criticism is probably around the cooperation, and as the Deputy Minister indicated, the new block exemptions have been particularly effective. But there is scope for positive cooperation to build competitiveness, particularly in export markets, but also to cooperate around bottlenecks in the economy and solve them. And hence, a lot of the block exemptions are being used and useful for that. But there may be more areas that we need to explore where positive cooperation can play a role. The other criticism about the time spent as the chair of the tribunal has addressed, I think we also need to take that criticism on. The processes are not always fast. The minister's indication that we'll review thresholds is an important example of how we could potentially release resources from mergers that don't raise competition issues to focus on speeding up those that do and moving them through. But it is a debate we have to take seriously and try find solutions to. So it is a criticism we must take on. That falls into the category of red tape that can just slow down a more dynamic economy. I think both the tribunal chair and the deputy minister have addressed the criticisms around public interest. It's not just a legislative mandate, it's a moral mandate. And I think the Commission and the Tribunal have got into the crosshairs because our tools are effective. As the Minister said, 3/4 of all ESOPs in the previous administration were because of competition law. And I think the achievements in public interest are immense. But it does mean we are going to be at the front line of this ideological debate that is playing out in the political sphere as well. Lastly, I think the criticism can be that any investment is good investment and therefore we should relax our merger control regime. I think that is at odds with the finding in the academic literature that a pro-competitive industrial policy is pro-competitiveness because it builds productivity growth. We've also seen in South Africa how single monopolies with scale in the domestic economy can in fact harm competition and competitiveness by pricing excessively. So I think we still need to be vigilant on merger control. I think the question of scale is a complex one, and I would suggest that scale just for the domestic economy itself is probably not the correct measure. We need to combine it with exports and building scale through regional integration, continental integration, and that should be the focus. If we are to allow scale to happen, it must be linked to export growth and competitiveness. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, James. Let's move straight on to Trudy then. Trudy, over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the organizers for having us this morning. It's really a great pleasure to be back on the competition stage. I've been away for a while. So maybe starting with the global perspective. For most of this year, I've actually been supporting the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force. and they've released their papers. And one of the core recommendations coming from the representatives of global business, so to speak, as a message to the G20, is really on getting back on track in terms of the trade agenda. So some of it would sound idealistic. I don't know if some of you would have seen the papers yet, but it's really around reaffirming, the global trade rules. The WTO estimates that restrictive trade measures have now gone to cover up to 20% of global trade. About a year ago, they only covered about 9% in the metric that they use. So you see that there's been an acceleration of trade that is ensnared with restrictive measures, and we're calling back for a rollback of all the new measures. One can argue who started what, but we're just saying roll it back to the pre-2025 levels of restrictions. Also encouraging measures to support dispute resolution and placing the WTO back at the center of global trade. It might sound naive, but I think it's an important starting point, even for our G20 presidency, to reaffirm the importance of those principles, even though it might seem that we're speaking into the void. Now, coming back home, I think obviously the interesting thing is how do we respond to these challenges? And I think the various options that we have in terms of how we show up and deal with the moment that we have raise implications for competition policy. But as James has said, I think they raise implications for other policies too. So it's really going to have to be a consolidated view. So the first response has been we have to diversify our trading partners. And we're already seeing this. In some of the trade work that we've seen, clearly Southern Africa is moving more towards new trade partners or deepening trade relations to the east. And less so with the EU and the US. This was in play even before the current trade tensions. But what does that mean in terms of our productive economy? We know that trade with our new trading partners, with China, with the Middle East, is asymmetric in the way that we're still exporting fairly commoditized products and importing value-added products. And so the question is, how do we crack the value addition conundrum that we've had for a very long time, and ensuring that as we diversify our trade, it's not diversification that comes at the cost of industrial capacity. And of course, when we're talking about thinking about upping our game on value addition, the Deputy Minister talks about being a startup or SMME. I think here, when you compare to the trading partners that we're shifting towards, we're more like a lemonade stand in relative terms. So I think the debate around scale is very tempting and very important to have. But I'll come back to that. And then I think the second part of our response has been to say we need to also step our game on regional integration. Particularly with the African continental free trade area, with its investment and competition protocols that help us, to bring closer to the market, or closer to a single market. That means that our companies can grow in scale. But once again, when we come to regional value chains, a lot of work that has been done on regional value chains still show that they're pretty fragmented, very shallow. Dominance plays out even in regional markets. And so the competition agenda, once again, becomes more important in terms of how the AFCFTA is going to play out, both in terms of ensuring coherence in cross-border regulation, but also in ensuring that anti-competitive dominance doesn't then, become a regional problem. As opposed to just being a domestic problem. Then the third response has also been around, we need to increase investment, productive investment into the economy, FDI, as opposed to, not as opposed, but in contrast to mergers, which obviously are more of a transfer of ownership than actual new productive capacity. And once again, when it comes to the foreign direct investment agenda, the perceptions about the returns that can be had in this economy get in the way, and I think competition policy also has a role to play here. And I think across all three responses, FDI, regional integration, new trading partners, there are really two main things that seem to stand out in terms of the positioning of the economy. And it's the competitiveness, or maybe I should stay away from the word, let's say the cost base in the economy and the ability of our producers to overcome those cost constraints. So there's also another debate about steel that I don't want to go into. But there's clear that over the years, whether it's on energy costs, logistics costs, even to some extent telecoms and data costs, there is something that is fundamentally not working in terms of what our producers face and what producers in other economies are facing. And so there's been a concerted effort, say, from initiatives such as Operation Vulindlela in the presidency, where I used to be, to try and think about how to reform these network industries in a way that enhances efficiency but reduces this cost base. Some of this, when I think of telecoms 10 years ago, as it was happening, James, you know this very well, lots of battles around the incumbent, which was partially state-owned back then, but those issues were resolved. We have a fairly open market on mobile telephony. We had entrants that came in. It was never said that the incumbent has to do everything to push the telecoms agenda. A regime, has emerged where, there are multiple players, and there is a sense that, different parts of the industry are open to the players that we have. The same conversation is not happening in the same robust way, I would say, in the design of other network industries. So there is attempts to get economic regulation into transport. There are, the energy market has evolved through piecemeal reform over the years, but I think there is something to be said for competition policy. And not necessarily the authorities, but competition policy being a greater feature in how we think about those industries. Because if we don't resolve the question of the cost base and the effectiveness of those industries, we're not going to crack any of the agendas of, getting into China, FDI, regional integration. We're always going to be seen with this perception of a high cost, low returns economy. I think the second part, getting deeper or more squarely into industrial policy, is that, I violently agree with the panel that there isn't a contradiction, or there shouldn't be a contradiction between constructive, performance-based industrial policy and competition policy. And perhaps the challenge has been that our industrial policy doesn't always place requirements or expectations on the beneficiaries of that industrial policy that mean that we have outcomes that are positive in terms of growth, jobs, exports, and it doesn't become just a question of rent-seeking or very insular discussions within industry. So I think the more that we understand that we need to have industrial policy, we're not going to win these battles without it, but it has to come with some level of, shall we say, conditionality, performance expectations, which would include expectations around competition policy. Because if you're going to trust people with collaborating, so loosely defined, in international markets, there's got to be clear guardrails that collaboration is not going to undermine the domestic competition agenda. So I'll leave it there, and also just to, I suppose, to our chairperson, also reaffirm the issue that we expect so much from competition policy, and I think the resources also have to speak to that expectation.
Great. Thank you so much to all of the panelists. So, before opening up for questions from the floor, I'm going to put one question to each of our panelists just to get the conversation going. And I'm also going to encourage you to kind of engage with the points that have been raised by your fellow panelists. I'm going to start with you, Eleanor. So since you're in the belly of the beast in the US, I think if one looks for some kind of rationality in why the Trump administration is taking the kind of stance that it is, I think underlying it, perhaps there's an argument that really the U.S. economy has been a lot more dynamic than kind of other parts of the world, and that the kinds of kind of international kind of trading rules, especially the EU's kind of use of competition law kind of in the EU, has really curbed or attempted to curb dynamism and kind of innovation inside the US, and that the response that we're seeing is a pushback to kind of ensure that the US kind of retains its leadership as an innovative tech-based economy. Do you think that makes some sense, and what are your responses to those arguments?
Right. So yes, that's definitely one of the narratives of the Trump administration, that EU especially is dealing, quote, very unfairly with US firms and putting handicaps on US firms. My response is that the competition law, it's not meant to punish, and it's not really handicapping. So think of Google, for example, which is the most prominent. It is doing all sorts of abuses that prevent competition. It's preventing other search engines from arising. It can do very well if it does not do the abusive practices. And if it does not do the abusive practices, there will be more competition emerging. And those emerging companies might be US, they might be EU, they might be South African. So that is the answer, because the narrative that you stated is, it's a kind of selfish narrative that we deserve to be top of the world with nobody calling us to account for the abusive conduct that's standing in the way of competition.
Great, Eleanor, thank you. So kind of over to you, James, with so the other pushback I think that we're seeing in the US is a pushback against the most overused term for this year, which is DEI. So this pushback against diversity, equity, and kind of inclusion. And I think the Deputy Minister outlined his thoughts about that. I think, as he outlined, DEI is very much at the core of how we think about the society. And I think part of the last amendments to the Act were really an attempt to get our competition law to deal with the realities of South Africa. As one of the key sort of people working to kind of implement that mandate, how do you see this DEI issue, and what is your response then to the pushback from quarters such as the US?
Well, I think South Africa obviously has its own unique history, and as the preamble to our Act says, the majority of the population was excluded from the economy entirely in the apartheid period, and so the transformation redress is absolutely essential. And I think competition law has been effective, and that's why I said it's become a target by business. I think in our engagements, and I would echo what the Deputy Minister said, is, if the alternative is social unrest, well, in some of our engagements, even with foreign investors, it's what is your best protection of your investment is, in fact, to help transform the economy, help create stability. That's going to increase returns and protect your investment in the long run. I think the other aspect from our perspective is, you can look at the promotion of small business and historically disadvantaged persons as public interest, but you can also look at it from a pro-competitive perspective. We don't have a strong ecosystem of small business. It's small businesses that grow up and challenge the bigger businesses. It provides opportunity for investment, employment. And so I think one also has to look at this from an economic perspective, not just a moral perspective, that in fact it's needed to improve the dynamism in our economy. Absolutely important. And so I think from our perspective, it's a non-negotiable, but as I said, it makes a lot of economic sense, not just public interest sense.
Trudy, you've kind of emphasized the kind of importance of kind of integration kind of in Africa, and also the problems of high input costs. I think some of so I kind of agree with you strongly that kind of actually a large part of the reason for that high input cost is really the kind of the lack of rivalry in these input markets, and I would actually argue for much stronger kind of competition competition enforcement in Africa. What is your sense of that, and what practically do you think would have to be done?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think there's a part of it which is enforcement, but perhaps that comes later, because in some of these industries, so in telco, it was partly an enforcement agenda. But if one looks at energy and logistics, for instance, there also seems to be still a market design conversation that is happening implicitly and not explicitly. And I think when it comes to just converging on this is the end state of the market, this is how competition is going to be fostered in the market, this is how we're going to ensure that the unperceptions that the state incumbent has been favored versus entrants, all of that conversation kind of still happens implicitly. And I think that would be the first step towards dealing with that. Because if you look at energy markets, for instance, I don't see many companies fighting and saying they're feeling abusive conduct, so per se. It's more that, the rules of the game are still evolving in terms of whether there's a market or not. And, that if not, let's be explicit about that. So I think that is more the issue, and also just setting up regulatory institutions that lay the law in those industries, which I think would have to take a lot of inspiration and would have to have competition principles embedded in them and take inspiration from the competition authority. So I think it's still on that front that a lot of effort needs to be undertaken. Of course, there are also the outside network industries. Input costs obviously go much further than that in agricultural inputs, in many other, in steel, etc. So that, I think, is a different agenda in terms of then the authorities prioritizing which are the most crucial inputs that we need to ensure that if we're going to win, we don't have upstream constraints in those industries and going after them.
Great. Thanks. Let me then lastly move on to Teresa. So as I outlined, kind of UNCTAD was kind of really at the heart of kind of attempts to change a kind of international economic order that was extremely unequal, and I think we're now starting to see some pushback from the world's powerful against that agenda. What is the sense inside UNCTAD around the possibilities for developing countries to come together to kind of reframe this agenda, and what are some of the practical things that are happening inside UNCTAD?
Thank you very much. Well, you are absolutely right that UNCTAD is still at the core of these discussions. Let me just share a few ideas. So in any case, the multilateral trading system has been under questioning, let's put it like this, for a number of years. You know, the latest ministerial discussions of WTO have not necessarily achieved as much as a lot of countries would have helped. Of course, UNCTAD works very closely with WTO because it identifies the issues that are of interest for developing countries and provides research and technical assistance for them to better know how to stand for their interests. One of the things that has been clear, and I think Trudy in particular mentioned this, is that despite this fragmented multilateralism, there has been a continuous rise in regional trade agreements. And interestingly, as you know, I would say 75% of these agreements, which this year notified to the WTO were 375, I believe. So a large majority of these agreements actually include competition provisions. And this is clearly, the regional approach is clearly a very interesting way for competition to contribute to economic growth, for the competitiveness and inclusive development of developing countries, and of course other countries that are a part of these agreements. And this is something that UNCTAD is continuously underlining, because of course these regional trade agreements have the advantage of providing this stability and predictability that is so much needed, and that is being very much shaken and negatively impacted nowadays. So that is one thing. Another point, of course, that is also relevant, I believe, to improve competitiveness, Trudy also mentioned this, is this diversification of export markets. Of course, this is something that UNCTAD has been advising developing countries to do. And in this case, this is not something that immediately happens, but as we know this year, due to this unsettling trade policies, a number of developing countries have started to try to establish closing trade relations with new partners. And this can really lead to a further development of what we would call South-South international trade, which again is very interesting. But I also want to mention that in any case, from the strict competition law and policy point of view, we held 2 months ago in July in Geneva, the 9th Conference on Competition and Consumer Protection, which was widely participated. We had representatives from 98 countries, of course, still not as many from our very large membership. And there was consensus between developed and developing countries on a number of key issues that are the current hot topics on competition law and policy. So what I mentioned, for instance, digital markets, a number of industrial policy related issues, other important markets, namely for developing countries, food markets. So there are still enough partners and enough countries committed to work together. And despite their national specificities, which again are absolutely legitimate, this should not prevent us, these countries, for continuing to try to work together, but clearly for developing countries, the regional angle. And namely, as James mentioned, at continental level, of course, this is something that is being built. It will take time because there are many other regional economic organizations in the African continent that actually have, as everybody knows, competition provisions and competition regional bodies. But this is something that should continue to be developed for a positive outcome to be achieved. So I think we need to, right now, really focus on the issues and on the willing countries, on the like-minded countries, to continue to work together, hoping that a block of countries, a majority of countries, different groups of countries can counteract this uncertainty caused by some trade policies. Thank you very much.
Great. So we kind of really wanted to have a bit of a Q&A session, but kind of because I've done such a poor job of chairing, we're about to run out of time, and I don't want us to take up time from the next session. So I'm going to stick with the panelists on this side, and just ask if kind of any of our panelists have a last word. Kind of really 30 seconds each. Kind of starting with you, Trudy.
Ooh. Under pressure. I mean, I'll go back to the resources. I think let's resource our competition system properly. And I think maybe closing on transformation, that, you know, the competition policy and provisions are really a big part of inclusion and getting new people into the economy, and we can never lose sight of that. And I think to the extent that the authorities sharpen their tools and have demonstrated over many years how they've enabled entry, whether through public interest conditions, whether through enforcement, whether through market inquiries. I think that's a message that needs to be understood and also placed in its proper context, that by doing so, we're actually growing the economy and not taking from anyone. So I'll leave it at that.
James?
I would just pick up something Trudy said earlier, that, you know, as we shift towards continental integration, I think competition policy is going to have to increasingly focus on unlocking the competition hurdles to integration and unlocking those growth opportunities. And that's what I suppose, you know, Teresa pointed to, the coalition of the willing. And I do feel on the continent we have a like-mindedness amongst the competition authorities to actually achieve that. But it can build that depth of integration and growth through trading on the continent.
Over to you at UNCTAD. Teresa, anything you want to add to that?
Thank you. Just very briefly, I think we clearly know that competition can contribute to reduce inequality, can contribute to poverty reduction. Eleanor, in particular, from the panel, has written a lot and spoke a lot about this. We need to continue working together to adapt competition law and policy to remain effective, to remain legitimate and development-oriented. And in a world that will have these geopolitical tensions and fragmentation for now, but this should not prevent those that are committed and willing to continue to work together. And UNCTAD is here to assist all countries and to work with them. Thank you.
Right, Eleanor, the last word for you.
Okay, so 2 quick points. One is you cannot count anymore on the big tech American firms of a helping hand, and Africa has to do it within itself to get the small, middle-sized HDPs onto the platform. Number 2, I want to emphasize what James said before, there is so much convergence between public policy and good efficiency policy. And I see that as a very important path forward in formulating both the policy and the cases, because good competition, catching the market power and letting the competition burst out, the good competition policy is in the public interest of the poorer and poorest people, and maximizing that synergy is very important.
Right. Thank you so much, Eleanor. Let me then close this session by asking you to just to kind of join me to thank all four of our panelists who've really kind of set the scene for the complex world that we're having to deal with. So kind of thank you to all of you. Apologies for for not having time for questions. Let me then pass it on to our fantastic MCs.
Thank you so much, Professor Valodia. And thank you so much to the panel of this session. And we'll be having a short tea adjournment for 15 minutes. So we ask all delegates to please come back into the room in 15 minutes for the second plenary session. Thank you so much.
Just going to take a picture. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Check mic 2 and 2. Test check mic 2 and 2. Yeah. Just check mic 2 and 2. Test check mic 2 and 2. Test check mic 2 and 2. Yeah. check, mic 2 and 2, test check, mic 2 and 2. Yeah. This mic, test check, mic 2 and 2. Mic, yeah. Test check, mic 2 and 2. Yo, 1, 2. Check, test, mic 2 and 2. Yeah. Test check. 1, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, chest, mic, test, check, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test check 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, gender non-conforming people. Can I kindly request that we settle? Our session is about to start. The other delegates are online?
One is online.
Okay, one is online. Okay, cool. Okay. So we are about to commence with our plenary number 2. The plenary will be chaired by our Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Hardin Rachisusu. I am not going to mention the other caps that he wears. He will make the decision if he wants to introduce himself further. He'll also introduce the rest of his panel. But the session is on the integration agenda of the AFCFTA and the direction for national, regional, and continental competition policy. Over to you, DM.
Oh, thank you very much. And good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So you can see that as I was sitting there, I'm thinking, what is this bridge about? But this is the bridge we are going to feel now in this session, because the AFCFTA is truly about this. I do have here, distinguished panelists. So I have one panel member online, Dr. Simeon Kofi, who is the head of the ECOWAS Competition Authority. I have here Mr. Malik Diallo, who's the head of competition at the FCFTA Secretariat. So it's based in Ghana. I always am tempted to go through his entire CV each time he's on a panel with me, because he's got such an impressive CV. But one thing I always try to remind delegates is that he was, long time ago, the head of the Senegalese Competition Authority. Long time ago. And I have Dr. Willard Mwemba. When I saw him, he welcomed me to Cape Town. And I said, and I gladly, I appreciate it, because this is more like his second home. So each time I see him, I think, I always see you here, and I understand you also studied here. And this is where he got his PhD. So he probably has been here for many times. So he is the head and he's the CEO of the COMESA Competition Commission. He's the second one after George Lipimile from Zambia. Don't know how they do it, but the Zambians leading COMESA. So we will be talking about the AFCFTA. As you know, when we started these discussions, there was no protocol. Now there is a competition policy protocol adopted unanimously by the heads of states. It's there. When we spoke, we were thinking about implementation. And now, this week, there are 2 sets of regulations that are before the senior trade officials and soon to be adopted by the Council of Ministers. There are other regulations that are soon to be finalized. So the speed within which this is moving, it's a speed that shows the resolve that Africa has. And I think you heard in the previous session, the continental competition policy is probably what we need to solve the market structure challenges we face today. So I do have these gentlemen. We had a lady who could not make it, so please Forgive us for the gender. I think it's dominance. It's not easy. I don't think I'm trying to get the right word for it. So I will have questions for these panelists. So they'll have a little bit more time, but we'll try to do this in an hour from our side, and we will cover a few things, around the jurisdiction, the issues around industrialization, and really the path forward. So I would start with Dr. Mwemba. From a REC vantage point, how do you see, these, because there's this issue around jurisdiction and concurrency, which is the main discussion right now. How do you see these being managed between the national, authorities, the REC, as well as the FCFTA authority?
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Achisusu, and thank you for inviting me to this very important conference. I should commend South Africa. And my first statement, my time is not counting yet. It will start counting when I tell you now it is counting. So this statement is not counting, okay? So, also congratulating the South African Competition Commission. Really, the Commission here in South Africa has set the trend, the pace. They are trailblazers for the continent to learn from in terms of robust competition enforcement. So please keep it up. And then secondly, which I think relates to what I've just said, I should express my fascination, very impressed with your Deputy Minister, the level of appreciation of the subject and his passion about it. Probably it speaks and tells more why the South African Competition Commission, in fact, has a robust competition enforcement. So that is very impressive. Now, getting to the subject. For starters, I think the best thing is that the protocol that you spoke about, in fact, has clear provisions on how the issues of jurisdictions will be dealt with. So that is the beginning point. I think there is already a legal document that guides us on how this jurisdiction will be dealt with. And the important thing from there is that it creates legal certainty, not just for those who will be regulated, but for the regulators as well. So what I mean here is that the AFCFTA will know where their jurisdiction begins and where it ends. The RECs will know where their jurisdiction begins and where it ends. So the state parties, we call them member states in commerce, or the state parties as they are called at AFCFTA. That is very important, but it's also very important for the businesses out there, because if there's regulatory uncertainty and confusion, it results in the increased cost of doing business, but also the risk of non-compliance, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Intentionally taking advantage of the confusion in the system. So I think that's the first point I would say, that the protocol itself has guided, and I think Malik would speak more on that in terms of the provisions, but it has guided so well in terms of the demarcation on jurisdiction. But then from a practical point of view, because having the law, having the protocol or that document is one thing, how the document is implemented and appreciated by all those involved, meaning businesses, the AFCFTA, regional, the RECs, and state parties, is also very important. And the first thing that needs to be understood is that we should all understand the objective of these various pieces of legislation at continental level, at regional level, and national level. We should understand in the first place why these laws are being promulgated, because they are not being promulgated just for fashion or to tick the box that there is this law. So if we understand the objective, if we understand the problem, then this issue of jurisdiction should not be a concern. because we will be addressing the problem and not fighting for jurisdiction, for example. The other thing that I think should be very important is the establishment of clearly defined thresholds, Deputy Commissioner. And this is something that we have seen work very well in COMESA, but also a serious pitfall in COMESA itself. Because when COMESA commenced its operations, you will recall, most of you, that we had a 0 major notification threshold. I can see Odi there. I think she was one of those who would always complain about that. And because of that, it created a lot of despondency in the market, not just with businesses, but also with member states, and resulted in double notification. And that double notification, in fact, just brought confusion and increased the cost of doing business. So we had to listen to businesses, we had to listen to the member states, and came up with meaningful thresholds, which have clearly demarcated the jurisdiction between the REC, in this case COMESA, and the national competition agencies. And because of those clearly defined thresholds, we do not have this issue of double notification or duplication, or indeed quest for jurisdiction. So I think that is one thing I would also say should work out, and the AFCFTA should consider seriously. I'm glad to know that there's been discussions in that space, and thresholds are being developed. But the other thing also, Comrade Hadin, is the ability to listen to the observations of member states, but also legitimate concerns of business, the legitimate concerns of those we regulate. Because sometimes as regulators, and please, I'm not then saying businesses, you are always right, because I've seen some of you here, so I'm not addressing ourselves in front of you here. But the ability to listen to your legitimate concerns, and I'm using the word legitimate because some of them are illegitimate indeed, but the ability to listen to the legitimate concerns of business brings a sense of acceptance to the system, where businesses know that their concerns will be addressed by a competition authority legitimately. So maybe let me end here for now, but to just summarize, Comrade Adin, what is important to know is that the law itself, the protocol itself, actually has provisions on how these things will spell out. The next issues will be how we put that in practice. And for Comrade Malik, who is here, I think the other issue at the implementation stage is to engage in a multi-stakeholder approach for ownership of the system. Because the more you engage stakeholders, the more you do consultations with them, the more they feel like they own the system, and the more the system works better. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Willard, for that. So what I'm getting from is that if it doesn't work, so we have a good instrument.
We have a good instrument, yes.
So if it doesn't work, we know who to blame. Can't be the instrument. All right. So, Dr. Kofi, I hope you are well connected there. Just the view from ECOWAS, as you have been implementing also a regional law. You have the floor, sir. You are muted. Yeah, Dr. Kofi, we can see you, we can't hear you. I assume you are muted. Okay, so we will come back to you. We'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Dr. Kofi. I think
I can.
Team. Oh, okay. Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. greeting from the ECOWAS Regional Competition Authority. And I would like to also acknowledge the existing protocol and sincerely thank South African Competition Commission for inviting ECA to participate in this conference on such an important topic. Actually, the question that you raised, the answer of this question seems to be straightforward for a clear reason that my colleague Dr. Wemba mentioned. Yes, there are clear rules that underpin the management of overlap and coordination. There is no doubt on that. But in practice, the implementation of these rules is not as straightforward as it's supposed to be, actually in some jurisdictions. The reason why it's not straightforward and all the member states are not complying as it's supposed to be is because there is a limited harmonization of rules across member states, across the region, and I think the continent will be facing the same challenges. So, in addition to the rules, it's important to have clear harmonization of the national rules to prevent divergences that will create obstacles between member states. The good news, for instance, in the ECOWAS region, and this one will help FCFTA, and also I'm sure the same trend is happening in other RECs, for instance, COMESA. Many countries are in the process of aligning the various legal test instruments to ECOWAS rules. That is a very important news that will help actually to manage topics like overlap and have a proper coordination. In addition to the rules, there is another mechanism that is also important, the cooperation mechanism within the RECs and also within the FCFTA zone. And ECOWAS, we have what we call, for instance, the Consultative Competition Committee, which has really very strong and significant powers because they are taking a very important role in formulating regulation, also conducting investigation, and also in enforcement of decisions. So they have a very important role. And I think it's also important to continue discussion with them to be sure that they understand very well the mandate endowed to them through this, what we call our funding test, the Supplementary Act. But the problem we have is a situation where some member states are not yet fully understanding the importance of the power that is endowed to them. So there is need to awareness, raising advocacy to bring to everybody, all the countries, on the same page. So there are still challenges in addressing overlapping, more in our young jurisdiction. In ECOWAS, we started a few years ago, but you have a lot to learn and address some of the challenges related to overlapping and coordination of activity actions. And it's why, as I said, it's important to strengthen and have an effective regional coordination and cooperation mechanism. And also, one of the actions that you are trying to implement to ensure that is to conduct joint activities and market analysis to have the same understanding of the issues arising in our common market, to see the link between safeguarding competition and the goal of creating an unified market. I think our African Union have the same goal. The SFTA is to have a unified market. How best the competition can contribute to achieving this goal. And it's why you have been conducting some market analysis to make all the competition or regime or authorities to understand this important ambition. And also carrying out joint investigation with member states. I think this one also helps for us to understand the boundaries of each jurisdiction and also to know that cross-border issues must be handled by the regional body with a shared responsibility of concerned member state. And I have also collective awareness raising action. You have been doing that. That helps a lot to have a common understanding of all the implications of the legal instruments that are clear, no ambiguity on paper, but sometimes the implementation come up with some challenges. So this is the first case, and also the first concern, the first answer to this question. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Kofi. I think you're raising some of the issues that I think I would ask Malik, because Malik, you have the instruments, the ambition, you have the custodians, the secretariat. How do you see the AFCFTA, competition policy protocol overcoming this? Willard says it's a very good instrument. Dr. Kofi says maybe it might just be good on paper. There may be challenges.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. Commissioner, good morning, and good morning to everyone. Greetings from the Secretary General for the invitation. We are always happy to be here, and we appreciate also that every year we are here talking about the AFCFTA agenda and the competition agenda in particular. And I think it's a testimony to the commitment of South Africa and the South African Competition Commission to the integration of the continent. It is a good coincidence, I think. Today is the African Union Day, as we celebrate the 26 years of the CIRT declaration. And I think it coincides also with the 26th anniversary of the Commission, right? So, and the Deputy Minister also was speaking about what it means to be South African. And I think it's also what it means to be African. So we are all Africans, and we are also moving towards an integrated and prosperous and peaceful Africa as it is entrenched in the African Union Agenda 2063. So the competition protocol, as you said, Commissioner, have been adopted since 2023. As the colleagues said, there are clear rules therein in terms of allocating jurisdiction between the RECs, the national authorities, and the continental authority. So on the scope of the protocol, it has been defined. There is also additional rules in the regulations that we are working on. As you said, they are in a very advanced stage. Two of them will be recommended to the ministers when they meet in Cairo next week. And when we have the also second meeting of the heads of the Commission authorities, we expect that the additional 2 regulations will be also recommended to the Council of Ministers. So, and I think what Dr. Wemba was referring to in terms of also the thresholds, as you know, we have a regulation on the threshold for mergers and acquisition, and also dominant position. And I think, of course, there is some discussions, ongoing discussions. We have been talking about the appropriate thresholds at the continental level since November last year, when we met at the 8th committee meeting. And I think since then we have done some progress. We have received numerous proposals from the national authorities, I would say from the state parties, and from the RECs as well. And all those proposals have been taken into consideration. Now it's about finding a balance, let's say middle ground on all those proposals so that we can define thresholds that work for everyone, not only the Commission authorities, but also the businesses, because at the end of the day, we have to also consider a threshold that would allow regulation of concentration in the markets, but not also, let's say, putting burden on the businesses. So, in terms of, I think the rules allocating jurisdiction with the 3 layers, we have moved a big way forward. Now, we have also put a coordination mechanism in place, and I think it's what Dr. Kofi was speaking about. We learned from what the RECs are doing. He refers to the consultative committee that they have at ERCA, but also at WIMO. And I think CEMAC have also similar framework. And we also looked at what the European Union have put in place in terms of the European Competition Network. And we have put what we called the AFCFTA Competition Network. And this is one of the regulations also that will be put to the ministers for adoption. And this network brings together the RECs Commission authorities, the national Commission authorities, and the AFCFTA Competition Authority to serve as a platform for coordination, collaboration, but also harmonization. So I think all these elements will allow us to, let's say, resolve potential conflicts of jurisdictions that may arise. Now, in terms of enforcement, I think we are not there yet. We are working towards establishing the Commission authority and the tribunal. Of course, we have to accelerate, as James said earlier. And I think the Secretary General of the AFCFTA has this momentum so that while we work on the entry into force, we put in place the necessary steps for operationalizing the authority. So let me stop here, Commissioner, and I think we'll continue this discussion. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Malik, for that. Maybe I should, because the reason today we have the RECs, it's really to try to learn from their experiences, because the FCFTA is going to be operating at a larger scale. So I'd ask, Willard and Simeone to say, okay, what works? Just one thing, right, that you think we can take to the continental level, that which works. And the one thing that you think we should not take, something that doesn't work, it should not be tried at all at the continental level.
Very, very interesting question, one thing. But anyway, before I come to that, I think let me just get back to my earlier remarks and adding on what Malik has said. So sorry, Deputy Commissioner, I'll address your question very soon. I think a cautionary tale here is I get back to what I said. We need to understand the objectives of these different pieces of legislation at continental, regional, and national. Then we need to understand what problem are we trying to address. I see the person I call the remarkable Eleanor Fox in the room. So I call her the remarkable Eleanor Fox, and I think most of you would agree with me. She has consistently said at the continental level, we will need to be discussing and addressing continental problems. I should add to that that at the regional level as well, we need to be addressing matters of regional significance. So in other words, only those matters that cannot be addressed at national level should be addressed at regional level. In a way, I'm also addressing Hadin's question on what shouldn't be done. For example, when COMESA started with a 0 major notification threshold, clearly that was not a good thing because it did not, and COMESA was saying, and of course that was the law, it was saying as long as COMESA dimension is met, then all such transactions should be dealt by COMESA, or all such cases, and not national competition authorities. Now with 0 major notification thresholds, it meant COMESA said we would deal with everything as long as this conduct is happening in 2 or more COMESA member states. But that was, and I think we learn from our mistakes, right? So we shouldn't be ashamed of going back and saying that should not have been. That was a clear misunderstanding of the problem that should have been addressed. The issue was not that national competition authorities were failing in all circumstances. The issue was that national competition authorities would not have adequate jurisdiction on certain cases and certain conduct, and they would not be best placed because of fragmentation in approach. So 0 notification threshold was basically not understanding that problem. Okay, so when the problem was understood, thresholds were raised, and the problem has even been understood more along the way because COMESA is increasing or raising its thresholds again. So even at continental level, I think, as the remarkable Eleanor says, it should only be those matters that should be considered of continental significance, that clearly the regional authorities would not be the best place to handle. I would give an example of a case that we dealt with, not cases in fact, because it involved CAF, but 7 of them. CAF, Confederation of African Football, with its different partners, MultiChoice or SuperSport, Bein Sport, Canal Plus, and a number of these other sponsors. Clearly, if the Continental Authority was operational then, they would have been the very best placed to deal with that matter, because CAF involves the entire continent. The broadcasters had an impact on the entire continent. So it would be matters like that where even a REC like COMESA should be able to say, well, we think we would only cover 21 countries. AFCFTA will cover all of us for cases like this. Cases in the digital space, the ones that the previous panel spoke about, in most cases, or under most circumstances, it would be the case that such transactions would be affecting at least a significant part of the continent. And those are cases, even before we discuss thresholds and what, which should be very clear that the continental authority should deal with, not even a regional authority. So the issue of thresholds, meaningful thresholds, not just thresholds, meaningful thresholds that address this problem that cannot be dealt with adequately at national level or at regional level, should be the ones that should be addressed at continental level. Remember, folks, there is a principle called the principle of subsidiarity, or the best placed authority to deal with the issue. So the fact that COMESA exists does not mean that we are the best placed in all cases involving our 21 member states. Zambia, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Egypt, Tunisia may as well be much more best placed than COMESA in dealing with some of these transactions and conduct. So that system which has been developed in the case of COMESA is very important. That is actually not just the thresholds, because the thresholds may as well be met. But this matter, the best placed authority to deal with is not the regional authority, but the national authority. I can see Mauritius here, Sailesh. We had the Lafarge Hosim. I'll be coming back to that.
I know that, I know we have the regs today for a reason, right? And I know you are very passionate about this topic. And I want to give Malik the right to reply also. So just be mindful of time.
Let me come to your question then. What is this thing? What is this thing that should be done? And I think Kofi, in one way or the other, he mentioned it. One of the things that should be done is to ensure that we develop competition laws at national level. That would be very important, because the more they understand, the easier it becomes to implement what is at continental level. What should not be done, I think I've said it in greater detail. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Simeon? Do you have
Okay, thank you. It's a very important question, and I think what should be done? Actually, come again on this cooperation mechanism. You may have good text, good instrument, but if there is no cooperation between the various levels, the implementation is going to be very difficult. So you need a very inclusive approach in addressing many of the matters related to competition. So the cooperation is key. And it's why I'm happy to know that the continent is also taking some of the frameworks from the REX to have a clear cooperation mechanism. What should not be taken is actually, there's nothing bad in all the measures that have been implemented by competition regimes. But I rather say that there is a limited action in implementing some of them, and you have to strengthen implementation of some of them. For instance, you should never stop sharing information. Once the structure is put in place, you end up neglecting the fact that you should continue sharing information. Many things happen in some jurisdiction. The supranational body is not aware. So you will be facing that at the continental level, where countries or even some rest may be doing something and not share information with you. And it's also the case when it comes to AFCFTA, to REX or to member state. So if there's no flow of information in both directions, it's going to be very difficult to, let's say, succeed in the implementation of the rules. So it's very key for us. And sharing information is exactly through a clear cooperation mechanism. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Simeon, for that. Malik, I know that in your role, it must be very difficult to express and reflect on everything that you are observing. I hope you are able to. I was not going to ask you this question, but you can skip if you are not able to answer it. Are you able to reflect on this question? So when you look at the state parties negotiating, surely you are observing something, that there are certain things here that we should not be doing. And there are things that we should be doing. You could answer that from the FCFTA or maybe from your experience in YMO. I think there were a lot of things, the YMO experience vis-a-vis COAS is also a very useful experience. But I don't want to compromise you in any way. So I leave it to you.
Thank you. I think it's always very important to look at what is happening or have happened in the REX configuration in order to design also something that works at the continental level. And I think Dr. Wemba have mentioned the issues of the thresholds, how COMESA have gone into amending, learning, and improving. So we have capitalized also on that in order to define or to propose thresholds that would be appropriate at the continental level. Of course, we are still discussing that, but I think we have arrived at a common understanding of what to do. That is a good point. And I think the subsidiarity principle also have been embedded in the protocol. We have put that not only on the scope, but also on how we define the other implementing rules. So, yes, one thing that also I learned when I was at the Competition Commission of Senegal and looking at how YMO have put in place a centralized system, and how we, back then when I was at the other side, were resisting, that mechanism, and how that also would influence how YMO would investigate at domestic level. We have learned also from that experience. And now you see YMO, ERCA cooperating in order to make these two systems that cohabit together to work. And I think we can learn from those cooperation mechanisms in terms of MOU signing between the REX and the member states in order to facilitate enforcement. I think that's a good thing to learn from. We have also to avoid these, say, double notification systems that would be a hurdle for the businesses, so that when it comes to these mega mergers, those that really matters at the continental level, we have a one-stop shop for notification. I think those things we can learn from the experience of the REX and improve what we can have at the continental level.
No, thank you, Malik, for that. Now, let's just shift a bit to the purpose, because obviously this protocol seeks to achieve something for Africa. And I think the previous panel was discussing this, issues around competitiveness, industrialization, regional value chains. So just two areas, briefly, what ought to be, those priorities for a pro-growth competition policy, but there's also a question on digital market oversight. And how should we be responding to this in the wake of the politicization of this antitrust in some circles around the world? Just on those two things. Maybe let's start with Dr. Mwemba. I see you pondering on this.
We start with Kofi as I'm pondering on that.
Okay, Dr. Kofi, you.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much. I think it's a very important question, and for institutions that are part of a broader, let's say, organization, because ECA is a specialized agency of the ECOWAS Commission. So everything that you be doing is part of the integration agenda. So the creation of an integrated common market as a lever for growth is clearly stated in the objective of ECOWAS integration process, as it is for other RECs and also for the FCFTA, because the purpose of having a unified market is to have a sustainable development. So it's clearly stated. And in achieving that, there is a set objective that are given to some of the entities, especially in the ECOWAS, you have what we call the investment policy, the common investment policy, which is to ensure that in the near future, you increase in the intra-community trade, the manufacturer good, the percentage of manufacturer good, and also the players operating within the community market. So it's why we have some initiative like the trade liberalization scheme, working toward the custom union, and also having a set objective in the common industrial policy. And some of the sectors mentioned in the document of the conference are clearly sectors that have been identified as a priority sectors for achieving the objective of implementing the common industrial policy. You have the agribusiness, you have the pharmaceutical industry, you have the construction industry, automotive and machinery industry. And it's actually sectors that you identify as a key in ensuring growth and development in Africa. So competition policy might support this regional ambition. And so our action and also the FCFTA competition authority later aims to foster market integration and supporting initiative like trade liberalization and also the creation of a common market. So by doing that, and it's clearly also stated in the common industrial policy of ECOWAS, you have to ensure linkages between companies in the common market. What we have noticed that there is no linkages between small and larger undertakings in a common market. And having a competitive environment That one, there is the need for large industrial firms to establish business linkages between SMEs by integrating them into their supply chains. So that one is very important. And also, barrier to market entry is one of our headache in ECOWAS. So you are trying to see how competition can contribute to address these challenges. And this is a clear objective also given by ECOWAS authorities, even though not all the barriers are related to competitions matters. So in doing that, you are trying to monitor market by ensuring that there is limited concentration, horizontal and vertical concentration. So it's one of our priorities because there is a market concentration, as you know, will lead to high prices, control of essential infrastructures by few players. So in ECOWAS, you are fighting against that. And also, you are fighting against abuse of dominant position. We have exclusion by dominant firms, predatory prices, exclusivity agreements, and locking of a distribution network. All this, that is a priority for ECOWAS, and any action undertaken by ECA should be sure that are consistent with all this objective. And one of the objectives, most of the jurisdictions are not yet at this or are not looking at it, is also the state action. What the state action should be sure that what government is doing is consistent with competition rules. You have that one in WIMO, you have that one also in ECOWAS, to ensure that there is no regulatory or institutional measure that discriminate in favor of historical players or state-owned enterprises. So these are our priorities, and I think it's important to also note that. There is something that permit me, Chair, to mention it regarding cooperation with WIMO. Yes, it's true that WIMO, we have a very peculiar legislation on competition monitoring, but it can serve as a case study in managing overlaps. Because in UMOA countries which are also members for ECOWAS, there is no duplication. Because through this legislation that give exclusive jurisdiction to UMOA to handle all anti-competitive conduct, we have noticed that all the member states comply with these rules, and this has been very important for us because key principle, and Malik mentioned it, like subsidiarity and complementarity, are strongly rooted in UMOA zone. So this has helped ECAS a lot in coordinating action at the regional level and assuring compliance with these rules. I believe that AFCFTA will also benefit from such achievement at REX and at national level. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Kofi, for that.
Thank you. I will start with, I think it was the second question on the issues of the digital markets and the digital economy. I think, look, it's important that I think the entire continent rallies behind Article 11 of the AFCFTA. I spoke about that when I was talking about cases that indeed should be of continental significance, and that one should not be debatable in the digital markets. And why do I say this? Comrade Adin, you've used the word the politicization, I think, that word of competition laws when it comes to digital platforms, digital markets, the big tech. And we should take advantage in having numbers. We have seen the arrogance from the big players in this world, both from a country perspective, but also from the player business perspectives themselves with regard to digital markets. We have seen where big countries have said, no, in fact, our companies are being targeted, even when those companies are engaged in anti-competitive conduct. But we've also seen those very same companies being so arrogant and saying, if there will be this country in Africa telling us what to do, telling us this is wrong, then we'll pull out of Africa. We have seen that. And they cannot, those companies cannot afford to have that arrogance if we all rallied around Article 11, because they cannot pull out of the entire Africa. So for me, that would be the starting point. Article 11, very important. Article 11 of the protocol, very important when it comes to that question. But in terms of sectors, that's why I said, let me hear from Kofi first. You said 2, Comrade Adin. Allow me just to list 5. I will not go into details. For me, agriculture. Would you allow me? Yeah. Agriculture, thank you so much. Very, very important. The African continent is largely an agrarian continent. 18 to 22% of Africa's GDP comes from agriculture. 60 to 70% of its labor force is in agriculture. And yet there's so much anti-competitive conduct in this sector, both by businesses but also implemented by our very own governments. I will not get into details because of time. You can read the African Market Observatory report that we did with CRED from the University of Johannesburg. So that's number 1. Number 2, I would be talking about construction. There cannot be meaningful trade in Africa if our infrastructure is a disaster as is now, because it is, facts are facts. And we can only have meaningful cross-border trade with meaningful cross-border competition regulation when we have infrastructure supporting that cross-border trade. So construction becomes very important, but you also agree with me that the construction sector is terribly riddled with anti-competitive conduct. We need to apply our competition laws to that. Thirdly, the energy sector, Comrade Hadin. The African continent, the deficit on energy is also a disaster in most of our countries, including where I come from in Zambia. So this actually is the space that can allow for the participation of many players, including small and medium enterprises. Someone mentioned about that earlier. But we need a competition law there, whether at continental level, regional or national level, to ensure that the playing field is fair. So maybe let me end there. Construction, agriculture, and energy. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Willard, for that. Malik, your take on this. I see I can't see the timekeeper, but I have 10 minutes left. I hope I'm correct. Malik.
Okay, let me try to be brief then, so that we keep it on time. I think in terms of priorities, we agree. I think agriculture have been mentioned by both Kofi and Dr. Wemba. It's also one of the sectors that you are thinking about. But I say in a broader sense, as we look at the fragmentation of our markets, I think there are maybe 3 priorities that we have to look at. The market fragmentation, the entrenched barriers as well, and the cross-border anti-competitive practices. So, and I think we must tackle these cross-border cartels in the agriculture sector, as you said, with the report, the observatory, African Market Observatory report, and also the session that we had this year in July in Geneva looking at the food sector. So in Africa, I think that is more, let's say, how do you say, you can see it better in Africa, how concentration and cartels in these sectors can affect the entire economies. So I think these are important elements to consider as priorities when we look forward to the operationalization of the FCFTA Commission Authority. Let me keep it at that, just for sake of time.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Malik. I have 7 minutes now, so I'll take 3 questions. One. Question, not statement. Not taking statements. Give a statement, we cut you. So, question, so that the panel can answer. 1 question, 1 sentence. So,
Right, shall I start?
Yeah, please, Odi.
Right, thank you. My name is Odi Strydom from Betweenity. I'd just like to highlight something and then ask Willard, and it's a little bit of a controversial question.
No, 1 question, I take the mic.
Right. Recently, the South African Competition Authority issued draft export exemptions. And although that is legal then, if it's approved in South Africa, that will have implications in the export destination countries. For example, well, any African country or any European country where they have cartel provisions that take into account the conduct into or from any other country. And I was just wondering, is there some kind of a communication mechanism that you have in place before South Africa issued draft export exemptions to first discuss it with people like UMESA and so on, who will be on the receiving end of those export exemptions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a question that side? Sounds like it's a question to me. I don't know how Willard can deal with that. It's like a local issue, but with possibly effects in other markets. But maybe Willard, you'll help us.
You start first then.
Yeah, with that question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tabiso Posa from the Competition Tribunal. My question is a quick question. It's not time for Africa to, it's not time for African economies to use a single currency, because I think literature shows that a single currency enables greater trade amongst trading partners. I also referenced the WAMU region. There's also something with the CFA franc, also in Central Africa as well, and also the SACO region more locally. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You don't have a hand this side, right? Okay, that's fine. The panel?
Single currency.
You got the question, right? So what I'll do, what I'd suggest is that I'll give you an opportunity to answer as you close, right? You answer as you close, but also think about, the future, what, timelines from Malik's point of view. I know that South Africa is ratifying this protocol. Do you have some updates, because there are the countries depositing the instruments and so forth. But with Odi, I think your question on the exemptions, of course, they are lawful in the country, and they are drafted and published for comments by the minister. And I thought that, in fact, the minister, deputy minister, in his speech, articulated this very well, right? That it's a mechanism to ensure that we build scale. It's not a mechanism to achieve anti-competitive outcomes. It's a mechanism to create scope for collaboration that did not exist. So that cannot be harmful, right? Because it's something that you don't have the ability to export that kind of product today. So if you aggregate, you utilize an exemption, it's very clear that it excludes price fixing and all of those things that are really egregious, right? So you have to look at it in that context, from my sense. But I think the minister publishes this for comment, for stakeholders to provide inputs. But it's an instrument that I think it's meant to support rather than to undermine other markets. And I think the EU has even wider ones, right? Wider block exemptions and many other parts of the world. So I think if you just do a comparative analysis, you'll see that what South Africa is doing is perfectly in line with law and practice.
I think you've addressed it, Comrade Adin. So for me, I think I'll start with my closing remarks. It is very clear to all of us, and I think the Deputy Minister in the morning, earlier in the morning, made it very clear that we are seeing a world that is largely turning to protectionism of their own markets. And these are developed countries that we are talking about. And what is there for Africa to do? And my simple answer is for Africa to look inwards. Africa for Africa. Why should we be seeing less percentages of intra-Africa trade, but more percentage of EU-Africa trade or even Asia-Africa trade? And when those economies choose to close their markets through what we are seeing now, then we are doomed. So we need an integrated Africa, and we need to use all the tools at our disposal to achieve that, so that we are safe from what is happening around the globe now. And competition law, for us who are in this room, is one of those tools. It's not the only one, but one of those tools we can use for the integration of this continent, and we should take that very seriously. And then in terms of my answers to the questions, Audrey, I think Hadin has answered it very well. I'm not so much knowledgeable about these export exemptions in South Africa. However, if there are exemptions that are curtailed, like in the markets that they are operating in, then those companies that are engaged in that would suffer the consequences in those markets. It's as clear as that. So it may be legal in South Africa. I think most countries do not punish export cartels, for example. But if they are illegal elsewhere where they are going, then those countries, those companies become targets. That's all I can say, but I've not read that exemption yet. Single currency enabler for fair trade, I can't agree more. I think it would be one of those good instruments. However, I think it's good to start with those things that we can easily chew. The low-hanging fruit. I think the single currency, and look, there have been talks, and Malik, I think, can talk about that, for some time now, since 2002, if I remember very well, the single currency within the AU framework. I think it's a little bit more complex than we would want to have it. So in my view, we concentrate on what we can easily eat, the low-hanging fruits, and today the low-hanging fruit is the competition protocol to achieve just that. Thank you very much.
Let me go to Dr. Kofi Malik. You'll have the last one. Thanks, Dr. Mwemba, for that.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, if I may also come in on the last question on the single currency. Actually, beyond the single currency is full of structural arrangement measure that has to be put in place to ensure achievement of the unified African market. You have very important physical obstacle. It comes to lack of infrastructure is one of them. How to ship a good from Gambia to Kenya. I think it's easier to ship a good from China to Kenya than from Gambia to Kenya. So we have this one. You have also the issue of single currency. It's true, we need to set our priorities, but having a single currency will be a very huge achievement. And we have noticed that the chair mentioned it, or the speaker mentioned it. Trade in WAIMU countries has been facilitated by this instrument, having a single currency. ECOWAS has been working toward that. And so hopefully by 2027, ECOWAS will have a single currency as agreed or objective fixed by the authority of head of state. And my final word is that since our challenges are related to issues like overlap, lack of coordination, I think it's also important. And of these of the challenges, most of the time, it's not because the rules are not in place. It's often linked to changes in priorities and leadership within the competition authorities and also within member states. So it's why it's important to make advocacy, dialogue, and as a key action for competition authorities. It's through advocacy, awareness raising that you can achieve many of the objectives set in our various instruments. But the good news is that the issue of market regulation are unanimously recognized, and that one is means that there is a genuine willingness among competition authorities to strengthen their cooperation. So we hope that with the coming of the African Continental Free Trade Area, all the regs and the member state will, let's say, abide by the rules that will be set to ensure that competition is enforced at the continental level. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Kofi, for that. Mr. Diallo, you have the last word.
Thank you very much. Maybe just some words on the question on the need for a single currency. And just to say that in the roadmap of the African Union, I think we are now on the stage of the free trade area, and there is the agenda to move to a customs union and ultimately to an economic community. And hopefully we will get also the monetary union. Now, while we move towards that, there is a mechanism that has been put in place to support trade between African Union countries, the member states, which is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. And this allows traders to use their local currencies to make their payments. I think we have connected to this system a lot of central banks and commercial banks, and the system is growing every day. I think that is something that we have put in place with AfriCIMBank to support the AfCFTA implemetation. Now, I think as everybody have noted, the geopolitical situation have also bring us to a conclusion that we need to focus in Africa. And I think it is on the agenda of the Council of Ministers meeting that will be happening next week. And I think they will take decisions on how to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA. And we have to put also the agenda of competition in that acceleration process. If these 4 regulations are adopted, we'll be left with one, which is the one on Article 11 and the regulation on the gatekeepers. And I think it's very important for us. We just need to have a better understanding of how these platforms are operating in the continent overall, so that we come up with regulations that will deal with those practices that we are noting, but also support the, let's say, digital transformation agenda, both at national but also at continental level. So that would be, Commissioner, my Deputy Commissioner, my final words, and I thank you very much, and thank the Commission for the opportunity.
No, thank you very much, Malik, and the audience. Obviously, I have to thank, by the way, the questions that I was asking, they come from Ntombi and Shumani. So they facilitated the session, but I take full responsibility for it. And Taberu Masturera, they were the ones who facilitated the session, and I think they did a fantastic job. So I thank the panelists. I know, Dr. Kofi, I'm sorry we will not be able to take a photo with you, but we do really thank you very much for making the time. So if you can join me in thanking the panelists, and I hope you learned something about the AFCFTA competition policy protocol, because, and I underline because, the next time will be entry into force. The next time we will be talking about this will be entry into force. As I say, South Africa is ratifying this protocol. It has gone through cabinet, it has gone through Parliament, National Council of Provinces. South Africa has embraced this reality. And I hope businesses are listening and they are familiarizing themselves with the text. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Deputy Commissioner and his fellow panelists. We are now going to break away for lunch. We are unfortunately running a bit late, so I'm going to ask that we make it as short as possible. We have 3 plenaries after lunch, so I'm going to ask that we please come back to this venue by 2. Thank you. I am told lunch is at Hall D. It is on the way to the bathrooms, but there are ushers outside. They'll direct you to the stations.
let me actually check the. Thank you. Let's just ask.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. If we can just all settle in quickly, and I'll introduce the next panel. All right, thank you, everybody. So this is plenary session 3. We'll just give the panelists a moment to get their mics on, and then we'll get started. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to plenary session number 3 after our lunch adjournment. The title of the session is Competition Policy in Dynamic Growth Markets, and this will be facilitated by Ms. Tamara Makoka, the Divisional Manager of the Mergers and Acquisitions Division in the Commission. Thank you.
All right. Is that on? Okay, yes. There we go. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I know this is the post-lunch session, but we'll do our best to keep this as dynamic as the name of the panel. My task is just to introduce my esteemed panel. We only have an hour, so I'll keep the opening remarks short and hand over to the panel that you're here to listen to. To my immediate right, Mr. David Kamez, DG of the Competition Authority of Kenya. This is a role he's held since the 7th of October 2024. He does have a wealth of experience and knowledge spanning over 30 years in various sectors, including regulation, financial sector, academia, health, tourism, energy, and corporate governance, and over 15 years in senior leadership roles. His skill set includes corporate and financial management, accounting, project implementation, collaboration with global agencies, and stakeholder management. He holds a master's degree in business administration and a bachelor's degree in commerce from the University of Nairobi, and is a qualified public accountant, a certified regulation specialist, and a certified practitioner in executive coaching. He has previously held various roles, including at the Electricity Regulatory Board, the Nation Media Group, Kenya Shell, and has lectured at multiple universities. He has also served on public sector boards as a chairperson and director at Kenya Reinsurance Corporation, Kenya Medical Training College, and ZEP-RE. So he will be taking us through the work that the Kenyan Authority has done in digital markets. Safira Mayet, that's the next one to my right, is the Head of Policy and Regulatory Affairs at SAFCA. She is an admitted attorney and brings over 2 decades of experience providing services, including corporate and commercial law, financial structuring, international law, risk management, and company secretarial guidance. She's held senior management roles in Tiso Group, Kagiso Tiso Holdings, Tiso Blackstar, Idwala, and Tiso Investment Holdings. She has a track record of developing and steering legal consulting services to a diverse customer population, delivering legal and commercial guidance to manage transactions across Africa and Europe. She has also facilitated numerous M&A initiatives, provided competition law advice, redesigning internal debt and tax structures, establishing investment companies for offshore holdings, as well as negotiating and concluding new investments, disposals, and funding agreements. She holds a BCom and LLB degree from the University of the Witwatersrand and an MBA from Gibbs. Dr. Maumela, I had to warn him that I will be using his honorific. He's very humble. He's a trailblazing AI researcher and a machine learning expert with over a decade of experience spanning banking, logistics, telecommunications, and academia. He holds a PhD in artificial intelligence and is a registered professional engineer. He's best known for co-inventing the Ulumisana optimization algorithm, which is Africa's first AI algorithm inspired by Ubuntu. He has successfully led the development of several first-in-the-continent AI solutions, including Standard Bank's customer-facing deep learning-empowered anomaly detection and recommendation system, and he has served as technical lead for AI and machine learning at Vodacom. He also chairs the computing chapter of the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers. He holds advanced degrees in AI and economics from the University of Johannesburg and Waseda University in Tokyo, and he's currently a counselor at ICASA. Then to the far right, Adalberto Kawaya is the head of legal and litigation from the Angolan Competition Authority. He holds a law degree from Agostinho Neto University in Luanda and is a lawyer with a forensic practice in both the public and private sectors. And he has worked in the areas of constitutional law, civil, administrative, criminal, labor, and corporate law. So the way we'll run the panel is that I'm going to ask each of the panelists to make some opening remarks. We'll then do a round of follow-up questions, and then you can start working on your questions in the interim. We'll take some questions from the floor to close. So DG, I'd like to start with you. So Kenya is one of the leading digital economies on the continent, and it goes by the nickname the Silicon Savannah. Can you tell us how, as a regulator in that environment, you've managed to approach regulating digital markets and strike that balance between ensuring that innovation is nurtured, but that the markets still remain contestable?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Before I tackle your question, allow me to recognize the organizers of this conference beginning today, the Competition Commission of South Africa, and also to recognize the invitation that I received as the Director General for Competition Authority of Kenya. We are grateful to participate because such a forum gives us as competition agencies a platform to consider emerging issues in competition. Thank you very much. Going to your question, allow me to tackle that question in two parts. The first part being what we have done before, and the second one, what we intend to do going forward. What we have done before to help with the digital, regulating digital sector is that we have embarked on market inquiries that have helped us to understand the digital markets and what is happening in terms of competition issues. We were able to actually carry out a market study for the USSD market in Kenya and also for food delivery in Kenya. And we were able to isolate several constitutional issues, and we came up with policy interventions that were adopted in Kenya to the benefit of consumers. Secondly, we are very active in market surveillance in the sense that we do a lot of investigations in the digital markets to ensure that players that have market power are not abusing the same to the detriment of small-scale enterprises and to the disadvantage of consumers. So that's part of what we have done in the past, but going forward, we have actually come up with new regulation that is aimed at helping and boosting the ability of CAK to regulate the digital market. We've come up with amendments, several amendments to our current act, because we realize that our current act doesn't give CAK the legal mandate to regulate the digital sector. It has gone through the different stages, including subjecting it to stakeholder engagement to ensure that we actually incorporate the views of the different stakeholders, the industry, the lawyers who work with us, the government, and every people involved in the policy of competition in Kenya. Now, those amendments are now in Parliament. It has been approved by Executive Office of the President, and now our Attorney General has now sent those amendments to be considered in Parliament. What will these amendments help us in regulating the digital market and balancing it with the need to have innovation in the sector? Number one is that we have redefined, because the digital market is substantially different from the traditional market that we know, we have actually defined what digital market to us is. We have also extended the definition of consumer and separating it between a normal consumer and business consumer in this time round because of the digital aspects of that market. We have also included aspects to do with what we expect from the owners of the platforms, what we expect from the players in this digital market, and how we define a digital market compared to the traditional definition of a market when we are doing investigations. What we have also done is that we've gone ahead to invest in having forensic lab that will help us also to investigate, gather evidence, and also analyze the same once we get, so that we can make decisions going forward. What we have also started doing is to train our staff, investigators, economists, lawyers, in actually regulating digital markets. Just last week, we had a training conducted by Japan Fair Trade Commission in this aspect of using forensic tools to collect and gather data, and then finally analyzing the data to get to know whether the players are actually in breach of the competition law or not. So those are the aspects that we have done, and those are the things we look into going forward as such. Also in this area, we know that every regulatory agency is grappling with this new phenomenon of digital markets. We look into partnership and collaboration with other agencies so that together we can share best practices and share information and collaborate going forward. We know that we have our regional regulatory agencies. We had COMESA here. We had ECOWAS in the previous panel. Those are the agencies we would also want to work with, in addition with our own East African Competition Authority, and also the protocol that AFCFTA has on competition, so that together we can work to ensure that we regulate digital markets to the satisfaction of the stakeholders and the players in that market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. A lot of interesting work happening. Well, when we come back, I think it would be interesting for us to hear a bit more about whether you face some resistance, perhaps, to these new regulations, given that it is such an innovative market. How you explain the need for the regulation to the legislature, and also how adoption of these forensic tools, how you facilitated that within the agency. So we'll definitely come back to those questions in the next round. Safira, so you work quite closely with us. I did say to you that you're a friend of the Commission, so we take any criticism in a very good spirit. But you've particularly worked well with us on the digital platforms market inquiry. What are your views on market inquiries as a tool for regulation in these new and digital markets? And how can regulators and the investment community work together to address, the barriers that might exist for small firms and private capital in these innovative new markets?
Yeah, so from our private capital markets, I think market inquiries for us are essential for the ecosystem because they're proactive. And as opposed to traditional enforcement, you're able to fully understand the market dynamics and the nuances in the market, especially with digital markets where the concentration or the nuances sit in the data control, the network officer, which is not always visible when you're just doing straight enforcement. So the market inquiry really helped us to get to the essence of what online intermediation was and what it meant for the market and how different players could interact and work together. I think it also allows us to address the barriers to entry through a market inquiry better than through enforcement. And we're also able to address public interest matters, which is also key to the Competition Commission in that one can look at different aspects of the digital markets, SMMEs, how they affect different elements of it. I think it is important, however, to note that we can't have broad, sort of unfocused inquiries because then the outcomes are not very feasible and you're not able to actually come up with any determinable or measurable outcomes that can be then enforced. So we would definitely look for focused market inquiries where outcomes are tangible. It's also important that when there's overlap of sector regulations, that's clarified because sometimes when there's sector overlaps, sometimes, particularly in the healthcare sector, then it basically pulls the private sector back because of the uncertainty it creates with the different level of overlap. So definitely supportive of market inquiries that are focused, determinable, but also sector-specific, and then also clarification on the market overlaps. I think in terms of the regulators working with private sector, for us it's key. And I think they can come in at different stages. What would be obviously the most beneficial would be when the policies or regulations are being developed or looked at. We then brought in at that stage, the VC or private capital markets are brought in to give the relevant inputs at that stage, as opposed to legislation being passed and then having the input and then having to go back or having to put regulations in place to cater for it. So I definitely think collaboration is important. Also, the different data collection points and sharing of information between the regulators and private sector is key in ensuring a workable solution, because creating an enabling environment for private capital is essential for the economy as a whole. I think the nuances of private capital also needs to be understood by the regulators in order to understand the value that it adds to the economy, the job creation it can bring to the economy, as well as the overall growth that the country needs. And I think working together with the regulator in that regard will be beneficial both for the economy as well for private sector. And international research has shown when you have policies with good, ascertainable, certain merger regulations, you are able to facilitate a better inflow of funds and digital markets are able to flourish. And I think that regulatory certainty is important in working with the private sector and creating that certainty, because the moment you have the uncertainty creep in, for example, we've engaged in the public interest issues with that level of uncertainty, you had the investors pull back quite heavily on not knowing where it is. So creating that level of certainty definitely assists in the market.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to come back, I think, to that conversation around merger activity. Of course, that's my wheelhouse. But it's interesting, I think, that you've also found market inquiries as kind of useful sites of learning for the private sector, and that the collaborative approach has worked so well. It's been very positive, I think, the outcomes that we've managed to achieve through the online intermediation markets, market inquiry, even the fresh produce market inquiry, where we see private firms really coming to the party, engaging with the Commission on recommendations that would be beneficial, while at the same time recognizing, the concerns that the Commission has identified. So that collaboration, I think, for me initially was quite surprising. I'm not sure if it comes from the fact that recommendations are binding, from the inquiry process, but it's really been, I think, a breath of fresh air to see that approach. We'll come back to the merger regulation. I did say I'll take your comments with grace, so we'll come back to that conversation. Dr. Maumela, now we are going to draw on your wealth of experience on a topic that I know very little about, which is the issue of AI and how it's shaping markets. So can you talk to us a bit around pricing systems, how these have changed for individual consumers, what you're exposed to in kind of surveillance pricing, how personalized pricing can affect competition, and what the impacts of those will be on customers. And then also from a business-to-business kind of perspective, how do regulators look at anti-competitive behavior in online bidding markets? And what can we do in that space?
All right. No, thank you very much. So if we look at what has been happening within the online market, I think we can look at the pricing models from pretty much two categories, where we're looking at the business to business and also the business to consumers. How these systems then work is that they work on something which we then call real-time bidding systems. So the real-time bidding system, the platform owner will then delegate the job of finding the bid of who gets what space at what particular time, especially if, I think the best way to try to imagine this is within the space of advertising. So you give them a budget to say, this is how much I have to budget, and then they say this is how much time they have, and also the amount of people that will be within the traffic that they have in their platform at that particular time. So on the business-to-business side, so what then happens is that they bid with each other, these agents bid with each other to try to find the time which is optimal and the amount from that particular business. But now, if we were to go think about it, so that is one area when you're looking at the advertisement. But I think the one which is a very big concern as well in the South African context is the ones that are selling goods. Like when you talk about there were 60/60s, the Woolworths Dash, the Take a Lot, and the likes, right? So what usually happens is that in the past, what we used to have was you go on an auction for shelf space. And then here's a small business that is, they produce this drink, they go on an auction for the shelf space, and then the ones that are at the eyesight, then they get given a different price. So those prices were deterministic. They were given there, and they were certain that this is the price that they'll be paying for the next duration of the time. However, now with the online, in the online business world, they cannot, from a computational perspective, give you a list of 20 products whenever you search for water. If you're going to search for water, it will go on and select the most popular ones or the ones that it figures out as being relevant. But now, the platform owners will then start realizing that if I'm giving these based on the probability of that this is what a person is most likely to buy, then it means that I can go to Bonekwa now and say, pay me a bit more, then your products will appear at the top. And this is the kind of bidding system that you find is then start to happen within the e-commerce space, and all of it being powered by AI. So now you must ask yourself a question to say, if that happens, how do you then have a small business to go on top there? Because it will be taken out by there'll be a new kind of market deterrence by the big companies. And this kind of market deterrence is not the kind that we have studied before in the other strategies. So now we need to be aware of what these other strategies are. And this is now where we then start realizing that there needs to be an almost overlap between the different skills, which is then the economists, the AI specialists, and more importantly, the actuary scientists. Can we bring those people, the people with those skills? We have these days you have machine learning engineers who come from actuary science background. You have machine learning engineers who come from economics background. Bring those guys in the same room, then they'll be able to understand and help us with the pricing. But now when it comes to the customer one, this is where now it gets a whole lot more concerning. There's something then which we then call surveillance pricing. So surveillance pricing is basically that they collect all the data about me as a person, where I'm from. I think in South Africa, people have complained about you getting a different price because you're using your African name, you come from your home address, the address that's indicated as a home is an address in a Kasi area. So, and what then happens as well is that here I am, I'm a kid who comes from Khayelitsha. I just got a phone, an iPhone phone because I had to scramble money. But because the signals in those models have indicated that an iPhone is an indicator of a luxurious product, now it starts charging me a whole lot of money. So in a way, this surveillance pricing is then leading towards the digitally excluded people to be disadvantaged and being biased against. And this is now where the part of, on the side of the regulator, we need to think and say, how do we come up with the regulatory processes and regulatory tools that can help us to mitigate these kind of risks that are coming up from AI within the digital space, with the, in the e-commerce markets. And one thing as well that happens as well is, again, if we are bidding for something, for a certain service, and I'm in an area which is in a remote area, and I will also have a problem of latency, which means that if I have latency issues, the person who stays next to a place where there's lots of data centers then has an advantage over me. So the question becomes, how do we as the regulators come together to say, how do we address these particular problems? How can we make sure that we have policies and tools in place to tackle such matters? Thank you.
Yeah, I think what's really useful from your remarks is taking the lesson that regulators also need to be subject matter experts. So you know which questions to ask, and then the regulatory response can follow. So when we come back for the second round, I think it would be very interesting to get some solutions from your perspective. So how do we maybe tip the scales so that it's not only the person with the deepest pocket who gets that eye-level positioning, or the equivalent really on a Google search page, and also on the pricing mechanisms, how do we take that forward to ensure that that surplus value extraction is not exploitative really. So we'll come back and talk about solutions, but also about the building blocks to all of this, which, like you say, is around latency and access to high-speed internet. So how do we solve that problem as well before we even get to the issues that plague us in digital markets? Adalberto, I'm coming to you now. Let's talk continentally. The AfCFTA's digital trade protocol, it does seem to have followed the European Union's Digital Markets Act kind of approach. So there is some criticism, of course, that regulations such as the DMA stifle innovation, but I think there are some benefits as well. So you have one approach that mitigates then the costs of divergent approaches amongst various countries, and also the risks that can come from fragmentation where different remedies are imposed in different markets, and the regulatory costs associated with that on firms. So what would your view be on this approach? Are we following in the right footsteps? And also from an Angolan perspective, what are your experiences in these new and digital markets?
Thanks, Tamara. I'd like to begin thanking to the Competition Commission and Competition Tribunal for the kind invitation. My congratulations also go to the BRICS partner for the following day's important event. It's a great honor to be here with moderate and distinguished panelists. I look forward to rich and engaging discussion as in the morning we saw. My contribution comes from our earliest days in law school, where we were taught that the foundation principle, ubi societas ibi jus, where there is society, there is law. This timeless idea reminds us that the law is not an abstract concept, but a necessary structure born from human interaction, even in the digital era. Later, through the lens of economic history and lessons from the successive crises, we encountered another transformative thinker, John Maynard Keynes. In contrast to classical liberalism, Keynes showed us that markets do not always self-correct. They often demand deliberate and strategic government intervention. Today, I bring these two ideas, separated by discipline and by time, into this warm conversation. Law and economics, though distinct, share a common trait: the need for principled regulation. As we navigate evolving terrain of digital markets, we must apply the same principles, just as traditional business required legal and economic oversight. So, to master our digital ecosystems, both national and continental, be guided by twofold governance. For member states, the Digital Markets Act can serve as a model for shaping national-level interventions. We are already witnessing developments across other African jurisdictions where decisive actions is being taken, including the 220 million fine imposed on Meta for violation of data protection and competition laws by decisions upheld by Nigeria's Competition and Consumer Protection Tribunal in April 2025, original ruled by Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. It is an understandable position that regulations can be potentially stifle innovation, especially if we prioritize this concern above all other principles in democratic society. However, the real question is, will we allow this use of innovation to justify a lack of transparency, the emergence of dominant market positions, and the price coordination among big tech companies? And will we tolerate these risks at the expense of other vital public interests, such as privacy and personal data protection, corporate tax obligations, and fair competition rules? From our perspective, the FECTA's digital trade protocol represents a vital continental stance on the complex phenomenon we call the digital markets, a space that must be subject to the same regulatory principles as traditional markets. This is particularly important in the African context, where countries are distinct stages of social, economic, and technological development. The protocol underscores the need for synergy among member states to collectively address the challenges posed by digital markets, especially in defense of disadvantaged population and pursuits of the continent's sustainable development aligned with the vision of a common market. Innovation will always find ways to emerge for any society to function properly. There must be effective checks and balances. The claim that regulation stifles innovation cannot serve as a blanket justification for practices such as big tech companies exploiting personal data without restraint. Regulation is its rightful and necessary place to not hinder progress, but to ensure that innovation develops in a way that respects rights, protects citizens, and sustains fair competition. We have been taking our first steps in addressing digital market matters since the establishment of the Angolan Competition Authority. This challenge was not a matter of choice, but rather a duty imposed by the realities of our economic landscapes, particularly in alignment with government initiatives such as modernizations of public administration and the elimination of unnecessary barriers to the business creation. In September of 2020, the Competition Authority issued a recommendation to the National Central Bank advocating, among other things, for the interoperability of the payment systems and the reduction of financial burdens on fintech companies. These recommendations were subsequently incorporated in the Payment Systems Act, enacted in December of the same year. Even after this regulatory process was completed, we continue to observe that development has not progressed as rapidly in other African countries, such as Kenya. This is a deeply concerning situation as we view mobile payments as a key instrument for financial inclusion and promotion of trade, offering a solution that bypasses the costs and logistical challenges associated with the circulation of the physical currency. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing us back to the key points also around data and the importance of kind of collecting, holding, and using that strategically. I think we'll come back to that in the second round as well. But you have actually brought us back to you, DG. You heard that there was some praise as well for Kenya in the mobile payment space from our colleague from Angola. So it is an economy where these developments, as I said, are kind of intrinsic, like they've become part of the Kenyan DNA. Did you face any resistance in trying to implement this new legislation around digital markets? How did you deal with that? How did you explain the importance of competition? And how did you kind of get some excitement going within the authority around the implementation of these new tools to facilitate the adoption and use thereof?
Thank you very much for the second question. To start off, every new legislation, every new aspect receives some measure of resistance. So the introduction of these amendments to actually regulate the digital markets received a fair share of resistance. And especially if you are in a Kenyan environment where our law gives room for all stakeholders to take any step at that. But I think what has worked for Competition Authority of Kenya is actually the tradition and the culture of involving stakeholders from the beginning to the end of the process. I think also our explanations as to the benefits of the new regulations and the new amendments worked to our advantage in the sense that we were able to show that the regulations and amendments that we are going for is a win-win for consumers, a win-win for the business. In terms of also convincing the policymakers, again, we were able to draw on our interventions that I gave earlier in the online taxi sector, in the online food delivery sector, on the online payment system by telcos in our market. We were able to show that our interventions led, first of all, to lower barriers to enter into those industries, led to investments in those particular industries, and led to lower prices for consumers in those particular industries that I mentioned. Going with the banner of the benefits of regulation in the different markets and the interventions of the authority is one of the aspects that we actually used to have the regulations accepted. Again, the fact that in every step that we have taken as the authority, we've been involving the stakeholders in every step. I think that's something also that worked for us. And then also the fact that our government actually put a blue economy and digital economy as one of the pillars in the economic transformation. We were also able to ride on that huge policy pillar from the government that was actually giving emphasis to blue economy and the digital economy. Again, we were doing what the government is putting emphasis, and again, that helped us get acceptance in proposing these aspects. I think also one of the issues that helped us again to move and to have the amendments accepted and the adoption of digital tools is the closer collaboration that we have with our regional competition agencies, as I mentioned earlier, East African Competition Authority, COMESA, which has been here, and the fact that we are involved in the negotiations for the regulations that are being adopted for the competition policy by AFCFTA. Something also that has helped us to weather the resistance is the fact that we were able also to build alliances with our regulators in the different sectors. Though ours, the regulation is for the entire country, we still have sector regulators that still are responsible. Like we have the regulator for telecommunication industry, we have the regulator for data and privacy, and so many. Even in the energy sector, we were able to build alliances with those regulators and present a case for a regulation in the digital sector. Having adopted those strategies, we're still on the journey because I said now the amendments are in Parliament. We are still engaging the stakeholders. We still have even the stakeholders who have come to us, even if the regulations have reached our Parliament, and we are still encouraging them to engage Parliament as the process gets on. We have left our door open to engage until we have the new amendments enacted into law. Thank you very much.
Okay, so an inclusive approach, collaboration with other regulators, and alignment with government policy have been pivotal. Okay.
Right.
Safira, so on to you. I did say I'm going to come back to this issue around merger control, but more as a tool, I suppose, to talk about what venture capital needs to thrive. So yes, we've faced some criticism, I suppose, around consistency and whether or not mergers are approved expeditiously. But I think the broader issue really is around how competition policy can support early stage investments in high growth sectors. Do you have any pointers for us?
So obviously I can speak about this for a long time, but I'll try to be brief. I think it's important to understand the nuances of venture capital, high-tech startups and growth industries. They obviously need capital to start, and then they need continuous capital to grow. And once they reach scale, you've got to exit. And that's the key fundamental of venture capital and private equity, is that there needs to be an exit. If there's no exit, you can't raise more money to do more transactions, to fund more startups, to fund more digital innovation. And that's the cycle that I think is nuanced and very specific to private equity and VC. And the regulators sometimes miss that. And I think key for the VC industry is to creating an exit mechanism. And whilst we are in support of transformation and the transformation objectives of the Competition Commission, I think it needs to be balanced and used in a predictable manner and an investment-friendly manner. So in order for us to create scale for startups in South Africa, they need offshore funding in addition to the funding that's available in South Africa. So we're unable to get the scale that we need if we don't attract offshore funding. And we do that by creating an enabling environment. So with the current inconsistencies or concerns that investors have, the money is not flowing as much as we'd like it to flow in order to enable the startups and the venture capital industry to grow at a rate that we'd like it to grow at. So I think from that point of view is creating an enabling environment with the current legislative framework. So avoiding blanket requirements of mandatory set out like an ESOP, ownership, rather creating nuanced, tailored remedies for specific transactions that work with the stakeholders and creating something that's more feasible. But in the same light, also trying to create more of a predictable and nuanced approach to venture capital, to digital markets, to startups in order to enable them and to facilitate them to exit, but then also to grow. And unfortunately, where we stand now is the nuance is sometimes missed in the regulation. And what the DG said earlier about stakeholder engagement from the onset, I think that's key. And the more education we provide to the regulators on the digital markets, on venture capital, on private equity, the better understanding we have on the markets and the better the regulations can then be adapted and applied to these markets and to enable the growth. And I think also the collection of data and showing and engaging with the regulators on an ongoing, regular basis to engage on the data, to indicate where we are and what we can do to create these pockets of excellence. But also what we're trying to do with other regulators is do sandboxes. And maybe that's something that the competition authorities can also look at specifically for venture capital and startups in the competition authority, where you take a specific set of legislation and you trial it, or a specific set of guidelines and you trial it for that environment and then see how it works before you then, take it out to the market. So that will also help guide the market a bit better as opposed to just wholesale changing things. I think the level of predictability, so when there's mass changes in legislation or we retract something very quickly, the market then stifles and steps back and then stops. So I think also that needs to be looked at when guidelines or regulations are brought into place. But I think it's also important to understand that what the digital market, startups, venture capital can do for the South African economy as a whole in terms of growth. And then trying to work with them to facilitate this growth, because growth, as the Minister said, is key for South Africa. And to look at the current legislation and see where is it stifling the growth and how can we create pockets to allow for the growth to grow without in any way disadvantaging the legislation or, removing the idea of why the legislation was put into place. So I think there is a lot of work that we can still do, and I think regular engagement, especially stakeholder engagement with the sector, will be beneficial for the regulators to look at.
Yeah, see, I like the fact that you started from the point of departure of saying transformation is important, because I think we are aligned there as well, right? So we haven't seen enough transformation, participation by Black South Africans and HDPs, and I think we are aligned there. So there is a need to take proactive steps, and that's always going to cause a bit of a ruction, it's always going to be difficult. I often have this challenge, I think, in thinking about guidelines. Is it that we need more certainty, or do people just not like the guidance we've given? So maybe there is a need to have that regular engagement. Where I am with you, for sure, is about trying something. If it doesn't work, then we try again, we change, we adapt, etc. And I like this idea of a kind of regulatory sandbox. So that is, I think, it is a positive step. Keep the conversation going, adapt where you need to. As long as I think we all recognize that we are coming from the same point of departure, that for this economy to grow, it obviously must be transformed, and more firms must have the ability to enter, try, fail, succeed, etc. Yeah. So I think there's more that binds us, I think, than divides us. All right, Dr. Maumela, now you, I did say that I was going to also press you a bit about the basic building blocks. So you spoke to us a lot about AI, the future of these markets, the challenges, etc. But we are still facing a big challenge around what you call latency and also the issue of affordable internet. Can you talk to us a bit about those building blocks and ICASA's role in driving high-speed internet at competitive prices before we get to these issues of kind of the growing markets and these kinds of AI tools that we need to be prepared for regulating in future?
Thank you very much. So at first, when you even asked the question on how do we tip the scale, right? So that there were three things that came to my mind. One of them was the issue around skills. As I indicated as well earlier, that if we need to be able to get to the point where we get to that regulator of the future, the skills, especially in the space that we're talking about, you're going to need. There's a gentleman. He's I think now I think he's actually working at Deloitte, but he also supervises students in pretty much UJ and VETS. Dr. Tsakan Mongwe. He specializes in combining the pricing models from actuary science with machine learning. So that's some of the things, some of the kind of field of where people are, where we can have to capacitate and get the skills that we really require to have that regulator of the future. Then the second one was around the regulations. So I'm pretty much new in ICASA. I think I'm like 2 months. This is my third month, and because of my characteristics of someone I would like to call myself a maverick, I've been able in the past 2 months go on and forge relationships. We've talked with James, and we also met with the guys from the FSCA. So we are making sure that we do a lot of collaborative work, because what we're finding in this space is that when you don't just talk. You no longer just talk about MNOs, you no longer just talk about online, you no longer just talk about banking. So all these things are now overlapping. So we need to rethink as to what exactly do these things mean. And in there, we also start realizing that we also have the acts that are old, that are no longer fit for purpose. For example, in South Africa, if you talk about the CPA Act, if it talks about, we're talking about real-time bidding. The CPA Act talks as if you still have an auctioneer who's holding that wouldn't think that they have to bid every time and say it's sold to whosoever. But today we realize that that is not the case. that auctioneer is the platform itself and whoever owns the platform, and the Act does not communicate towards that. So how do we get it to come in to communicate towards that, right? And then the part which now comes in the shoulders on my side now is being at ICASA, the issue of connectivity. It is a big issue because now when you need, as you indicated, that the lack of latency, because latency can be, the factor for you not having good latency could be due to connectivity, or could be due to the distance that you are from where the data centers are, where those exchange points are happening. So if we look at what has happened in the past years, I can say, safely say that maybe the past 5 years at the current moment is we have seen that there's been a growth of like the MVNEs. I think the study which was done by ICASA back in 2019 showed that there was only 1.5 market share in terms of the MVNOs. And right now, we are starting to see a whole lot of the MVNOs starting to come up, and then they are offering competitive prices. And it's good for us to know that even in the new spectrum licenses that were issued in 2022, it was stipulated that the MNOs need to give need to enable a lot of MVNOs. So we can see that if I think at the moment, I think we're sitting about 36 different MVNOs. So, and the prices are going down a lot. You can see they're starting to compete a lot against each other in terms of the pricings. So that will help us in terms of the pricings. But then that will not address the latency issue on their own, which again, when you look at what is happening is that almost every day, whenever you look at news, the news articles, especially on the tech side, you're going to hear that there's a data center that has been opened. So now, maybe then now another thing that we need to also sit down and strategize on is how do we ensure that these data centers are not concentrated in one area, as that will most probably going to end up being the case. So how do we make sure that they end up in different geographical spaces? Because it is then that even the person who's in, there's a village that politicians like using in Eastern Cape, forgot the name of it, but if a person is from that deep village, can they still have connectivity because the city that is closer to them has a data center as well? And that data center is not just a data center. So the data is the data center with the internet exchange points and the like. So those are some of the things that we need to also see. Can we move towards that as a nation and different regulatory bodies working together through our collaborative efforts?
So yeah, you're going to add another title soon. It's an engineer of competition. Because you're talking our language. And I think it's very encouraging to see that as regulators, we are sitting thinking about these things and working collaboratively, as DG has said, you've done in Kenya as well. Adalberto, I'm going to flip the script a bit now, because we have been talking a lot about digital markets. But there are other new markets. So we can talk about renewable energy, we can talk about EVs, we can talk about battery storage, etc. And I saw when I was preparing for the panel, I saw that Angola has said by 2027, which is not too far off, we're 2 years away, Angola will source 73% of its electricity from green sources. So how has the competition authority how does it ensure that such a process that is happening rapidly and obviously has important implications for firms and consumers, how do you ensure that that process is inclusive, competitive, and that consumers see the benefits in terms of prices?
Thanks, Tamara. Tough questions. Our agency was established in 2018. But our framework is not entirely new because it was shaped by the influence of other jurisdictions. So the activity of Angola Competition Authority also reflects our economic development. So if you know a little bit about Angola economy, you will see that it's based on oil and gas sector. So our assessment in mergers and acquisitions also reflects that. The first is oil and gas sector, alongside with financial sector. So most of our decisions are in these sectors. Also, we made a study in 2023 about electrical sector. It's because it's one of the most important economic policies of Angolan government. Looking ahead, we have a notable example in a merger between Sonangol, a state-owned oil company, and Total Energy in 2019, involving the petroleum and the gas derivatives distributions markets, in which solar energy production was identified as one of the relevant markets. These sectors may also come under scrutiny when competition concerns arise. In such cases, remedies must be applied with careful consideration of innovation and sustainability. These principles already are in our competition law and regulatory frameworks, even when emergence acquisitions potentially raises a competition concerns. So it's not different the way we see these new markets as we see in traditional markets. We are leading by the constitutional and the principles in the law to assess these markets.
Yeah, so don't be intimidated. New or old, principles remain. I think we're out of time. Okay, I was going to ask for questions and then closing remarks. No? Okay, that's fine. So we'll do closing remarks. DG, I'm not sure if you'd like to kick us off, and then we'll move down the line.
Right, thank you very much again for this opportunity. I think for me, closing remarks, I think we stand a lot of chance to actually carry out competition regulation if we can fine-tune our collaboration and our partnership. First of all, with national authorities, with our regional authorities, and growing up until we reach the AU-led AFCFTA. I think we stand a great chance. And this we can achieve through the following, for me. One is we have a mechanism where we can exchange, we can collaborate, we can exchange ideas, we can exchange best practices for us to carry out this. And number two, if we can also, in the same vein, be able to have our interventions to be agile, because the environment that we are regulating, especially the digital market, requires resilience and requires a lot of agility in response to that. In addition to that, again, I think in my perspective, our agencies should be actually agencies that promote growth and innovation so that our economies can benefit. Again, if we can design our interventions and our policies to be pro-innovation and at the same time growth in our economies, then we'll serve our countries and our continent better. Thank you very much.
I think I'm going to close by saying, obviously, competition policy can be a powerful enabler for early stage investment as well as private equity and venture capital. I think it needs to be aligned with innovation and transformation goals. It needs to be predictable and ascertainable and create the confidence that investors need in order for us to grow and sustain this market as a whole. And I think a collaborative approach with the regulator is key for us in ensuring that we achieve these goals, and also education for the regulators would also be key.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think what I'll close by is, I think alluding to what she mentioned earlier in the other rounds, to say the regulatory sandboxes. And I think that is also coming in from what he was just talking about as well, about energy. I think most of the times we talk about digital stuff, we forget that they're energy hungry. And you find that we end up having regulatory principles in market, and then we also have ones for connectivity, and we neglect the guys from energy, and then at the end of the day, we end up with the regulations that are not harmonized. So I think, so what I noted here for myself was that I think what we need to focus on is the regulatory harmonization, the regulatory collaboration, and more importantly, have these regulatory sandboxes, because it is through those that we can come up with new policies and guidelines as to what needs to be done towards to be the regulator of the future for all the different regulators.
Thank you. Adalberto?
Okay, thank you. I have 3 ideas to left here. One is that agencies need to orient its activity from the principles of the law and the fair markets. So sometimes people need to think about the technology and not as a tool to achieve some marks. So we need to lead by the principles. Another thing is the cooperation. If we face new things as digital markets or even energy sectors, we need to cooperate with agencies and also other stakeholders. This is the key for successful regulation. Another thing is, and last one, investing in Africa also means that big companies need to act with compliance. Coming to undeveloped countries, it's not an excuse to comply and to act according to the law. So that is my remarks for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So unfortunately, that will be the end. I was hoping to have some engagement, but I have a very strict MC. So what remains is really just for me to thank my panel. I just want to thank you for traveling, for making the time, for sharing experiences. We really do appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing you again next year. Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Tamara and her panel members. We'll ask the panel and facilitator for plenary 4 to start making their way up, just as they take a picture quickly. Thank you.
In these times where there are these structural shocks and changes to supplier bases and supply chains. So the boundaries between competition policy and industrial policy are blurring. It's getting messier. We need to recognize as competition authorities that there might be other criteria that outweigh the imperatives of economic efficiency or economic growth, where traditional consumer welfare logic is no longer sufficient, right? It has to be more than just consumer welfare. And I think, none of you are, this is not news to anyone here, but the South African competition authorities have always had other objectives that were beyond just consumer welfare. But what I'm saying here is, especially in these turbulent times where you have all these structural shocks, you've got to think even further away from the traditional consumer welfare standard, if you like. Not that it's not important, of course it's important, but in order to have responses that work, you might need to think beyond that. So what is it that competition authorities are increasingly facing? They're increasingly facing questions of issues around sustainability, around inequality, around increased participation, of course, and how to deal with issues like the climate crisis. And what is the appropriate economic welfare framework in which they should operate in? So going back to my point at the beginning, I think it has to do with interventions that help to fix supply-side issues. So move away from the consumer surplus, consumer welfare demand-side issues, and think about how you can fix supply-side constraints. How can you make the economy more inclusive? How do you reduce reliance on one or two firms for your inputs and diversify your supply base? So as these shocks happen and there's increasing need to kind of for industrial policy to work with competition policy and vice versa, the question should really be around how these market shaping policies can be complemented by the work of the competition authorities. So what I've got here, and I think this is quite important, and it goes back to what the Deputy Minister said this morning, the focus should be of both industrial policy and competition policy as a tool is to ensure that the economy has capabilities to continue to innovate, create new products, use new innovations to produce higher value products. So interventions of the competition authority should be tailored to ensure that that happens, to remove bottlenecks that prevent that from happening. This links back to Trudy's point around lowering our costs so that we can be more competitive. That doesn't mean we have to have large scale. That's not the only way to lower costs. Innovation can lower costs of production. And how do you spur innovation? You create a dynamic economy where there are more players that even a small player can produce at a lower cost because of innovative ways of production. So this idea that it's all about scale, I must say that's not necessarily correct. It's all about dynamism in the economy and what can the competition authorities do to create that dynamism. And when I talk about dynamism, I'm not limiting it to South Africa from a national perspective. Capabilities can be created in the region. Developing regional value chains where another country might have the kind of right environment to produce one part of the value chain should be encouraged in terms of creating regional value chains. It doesn't mean that South Africa has to produce everything. So this concept of building capabilities on the supply side very much brings in the rest of the continent in terms of sustainable and kind of resilient value chains. And then perhaps just to add before I hand back to the moderator, in many respects, the South African authorities have been ahead of the curve. Many other countries are now just thinking about how to deal with these complex and often wicked problems of inequality, SMME inclusion, participation of previously disadvantaged persons, etc. But in South Africa, this has been part of our act since inception. And I think there's been quite a lot of flexibility in the way the tools have been used. If you think about market inquiries, which precisely ventilate these issues around participation, what's blocking SMMEs from building their capabilities. Those kind of tools help to ventilate these issues. If you think about what happened during COVID, there was enough agility and flexibility to react to some of the unique COVID constraints that we faced. And more recently, and what we've been speaking about this morning, around how the authorities have now are in the process of granting exemptions for export-oriented industries that are affected by the U.S. tariffs, where or for example, in the fruit sector and in other export-oriented industries where there is some consideration to allow for collaboration in terms of shared infrastructure, diversifying markets, etc. So all of this shows flexibility and agility to situations that really throw us a curveball. We don't know they're coming, and they come. And I think the competition authorities have done very well to be responsive to that. And that takes us back to my basic point, and I'm sorry if I repeat this: build supplier-side capabilities. That's what's going to make us more competitive, unlock the barriers to entry for businesses so that they can play fairly and reduce their own costs of production. It can look very messy. It might look like overreach. Some might argue the Commission is stepping into other areas that it shouldn't be. But that's the nature of this game. If you want to create this kind of supply-side capabilities, it can be messy before it gets better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. A lot in the arena. Before I jump in, in a sense, baiting me. I think, Mr. Mfukeng, you represent a lot of what we mean by the supply side, in the sense that we're talking about firms, we're talking about production being manufactured, exports, etc., that happen on factory floors, right? I think we do sometimes in these debates idealize this kind of concept of an SMME, but actually, if you think about a dynamic, innovative, medium-sized firm, that's where innovation comes from typically, and you're talking about firms of actually relatively significant size, right? So it's not a small thing we're talking about. Prof. Rina talks about this kind of invigorating and intervening on the supply side. Now, most recently in South Africa, we've been also seeing quite a bit of what you might call close interaction and collaboration between business and the state to solve some of these types of supply side constraints at the ports, Transnet, et cetera, I imagine you've been keenly watching these developments, and I don't know if you want to just share perspective from a kind of business grouping on those types of interactions. What are we doing right as you see it now, but also what should we be doing that we aren't on the supply side?
No, thank you very much, moderator, and let me firstly acknowledge the leadership of the Competition Commission as well as the Competition Tribunal. And once again, thank you for the invitation. Before I answer your question, moderator, I'm going to abuse you a little bit because earlier I had to walk out when the previous panel was talking about issues of access to finance. And I think Madam Safira Mayet was talking about the issues of SAVCA and so on, and access to finance. And I think from the Black Business Council, we are very clear. The opportunities that flow out of the major conditions, are such that if you don't have money, you are not going to participate in them. Let's be clear. If you don't have money, you are not going to participate in those opportunities. As a consequence, what we have now witnessed, especially with two particular transactions, the first being the Afrimet Lafarge measure, and the second being the Heineken Distell measure, is that the merging parties then dictate who gets those transactions, who benefits from those transactions. And in real business, when somebody has given you an opportunity and they have vendor financed you, let me tell you, you don't have power. You don't have power, okay? So when you think from the conditions that have been set by the Commission and the Tribunal, that in fact you are dealing with issues of concentration and all of those things, in reality, because I have been made a favor, when I get that call and they say, you are not going to supply so-and-so, or this is your price for so-and-so, I will have to comply because I'm talking to my sponsor. So let's be clear. Okay? So what we need here, we need a very strong instrument where we can have a fund, a specialized fund that can provide both debt and equity to black players that must benefit from all of these conditions that are flowing. Because if you don't get funding independently, you are not dealing with the very same issue of concentration that you wanted to address initially with the conditions that you are putting as a commission and tribunal. So I think from SAFCA's perspective, we need to have a chat, Madam Mayet, as to how we can put up a fund that can fund our people. We are prepared to walk this path with you. We can talk to other fund managers. Let's do something about it. All right? But the current situation, it must be clear, the current situation is that there are no funds out there that are earmarked at ensuring that black players can benefit from these benefits that are flowing out of major conditions. Now, to your question, moderator, we are not only keen observers as far as the partnership between government and business is concerned, we are actively involved in them. Now, two areas which I think are relevant for this platform is on the energy side, and the other one is on the logistics side. On the energy side, I think you've seen a lot of investments going into renewables. The sad reality there is that if you then have to look at the intersection between that, industrial activity, as well as the idea of saying how do we reindustrialize our economy, the sad reality is that 250 billion rands has been invested in the REAP program, and yet we are not even able to manufacture solar panels in this country. So that's the sad reality. Right? And we need to correct that going forward. So our engagements with government at the moment, of course, you are aware that there's a transmission IPP coming through. It's about 14,000 kilometers. An investment of about 450 billion rands over 10 years is been earmarked by government. And we're already having discussions with the Minister of Energy, for instance, around how do we then industrialize some of those inputs, pylons and so on, steel and so on. And so we need to have these conversations well before the program starts, because if you have them later on, you might not be able to compete with the guys that are bringing the stuff in from China, as an example. And this was evident with the solar panels. In fact, the sad reality is that even our DFIs had invested in some of the companies that were meant to manufacture solar panels, but they were just not competitive enough. All right, so we've got white elephants. That investment is investment down the drain. So we need to make sure that we've got a coordinated plan. When we are saying we are going to build transmission lines, what are the inputs? What are we going to manufacture locally? Localize that and make sure that we stop opportunistic players from importing those inputs cheaply. Because we need to build industries. And people must understand that we've got to make that sacrifice in order to build the industries. So we are looking at the transmission program, and we are saying that we need to see meaningful localization there, because once again, we'll be asking our DFIs in particular to invest in on the supply side, and we do not want to see those investments lying fallow. We want to see those companies being empowered to supply. Now, that is on the energy side. Now, if you look at on the logistics side, most of you will have seen that the reform that has been spoken about so much as far as our rail sector is concerned is starting to take shape. 11 TOCs were announced as private sector players. As far as the Transnet infrastructure is concerned, we're looking at two aspects there. The first one is that we're looking at rolling stock investment, which is estimated at around 100 billion rands at the moment. We'll see how that happens. The negotiations with all these TOCs is starting now with TRIM as well as the department. We will obviously be participating in those and making sure that localization is part and parcel of those negotiations. We want to see the rolling stock being manufactured in our country. So we must minimize importation so that at the end of the day we can see the benefit, as a country. Transnet itself has set aside over the next 5 years, an infrastructure investment program of about 130 billion rands. Again, improving their rail infrastructure and so on. And we need to see the benefits flow into the local manufacturing sector. All right. So if you look at those two areas that I've mentioned under energy and as well as logistics, we then look at obviously the industrial policy programs that are in place. Firstly, looking at the Black Industrialist Program that is already there. Some of the investments has already been done. Some of the players already have got factory space. They do have the capacity to manufacture. What they are now waiting for are purchase orders. so that they can start supplying. We're also looking at the National Industrial Participation Program, the NIP. Again, NIP is meant to benefit the local economy so that those players, both global players as well as local players, that are going to be given tenders in these programs must then be able to support local SMEs and integrate them into the value chains. So that's where we see the intersection. All right, and so again, we want to see, competition policy supporting that, so that even when there are issues of measures and so on, we want to see a competition commission that will come in, take this into consideration, and see to what extent do we protect local players and ensure that they are able to play and grow without them being subjected to unfair competition, especially from international players. So that's where we see the intersection.
Mr. Mfuke, maybe I can come straight back to you. Just on your last point. What do things look like on the ground? You mentioned this issue of the fairness of competition, right? What is the current state of play and what's been the experiences on this, right? Because in a sense, we are talking to the audience that might have the powers to intervene in some of these issues. You've mentioned finance earlier. But when you say fair competition, I think you're alluding to unfairness you might have seen in the market. What kinds of things are we talking about?
Well, the honest truth is that if you look at our economy across many sectors, there are a few players that dominate, right? And the reality is that we are fighting to ensure that black players can at least form part and parcel of the value chain, right? And the sad reality is that you'll find that they are systemically excluded from participating, right? So, for instance, if I want to, to supply certain components to a manufacturing company, I'll be told that no, the quality is not good, or your pricing structure is not, at the right level, and as a consequence, we cannot support you. So these are some of the, the realities that our members are facing, and that's why. In response to that, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to shift the procurement, even of those components, to the ultimate clients, in this instance, your SOEs. So we are saying to the likes of Transnet, the likes of Eskom, go and procure directly, right? In the past, the issue has always been, well, the procurement legislation doesn't support that, right? We can't do set-asides, as an example. So if you look at it critically, you've got a black industrialist program where we are saying you can have component manufacturers. Those component manufacturers in the past will have had to supply, a company that will supply PRASA with the trains, right? Now we're saying PRASA intervene directly, procure directly, all right? Ring fence, because these are the companies that we have invested in as a country. Yes, they are black-owned, they are youth-owned, they are women-owned. But PRASA did not have the lever previously to directly intervene in the market and procure directly. But with the Public Procurement Act, which is now awaiting regulations, we are trying to cure that, so that PRASA and Transnet are empowered to go directly into the market and say, we are going to ring-fence these opportunities for you, because on the one side, the IDCs, the NEFs of this world have invested in these entities, so we must enable those entities to be able to play and supply the likes of PRASA directly. And then PRASA can then do a free issue to the guys that are supplying them with the trains and other mechanical equipment. So this is some of the interventions that we are trying to put in place so that we can then try to go around some of the structural impediments that are there for black players to participate meaningfully in the economy.
Sure. I think that helps, because then we can kind of work around those facts, if you will, for the discussion. Mr. Messina, online, in a sense, I think Mr. Mfukeng is talking also about the kind of corresponding policy environment and regulatory environment. And I think you sit in a position where you get to observe also the kind of all the agencies, if you will, that work within this broader kind of DTIC trade and industry cluster, but I think in a sense the wider kind of economic cluster in the economy. And so your advantage point, I think, is really important here, vantage point. A big part of what was an important part of the story in the East Asian Tigers, etc., is also the agility of institutions, corresponding institutions that were able to act in parallel with competition regulators, with policy ministries of DTI, of industrial development, etc., to seize opportunities in the market as they open, right? And And I think maybe you can just guide us a bit here. What do you see as the pathway forward in terms of building these types of agile institutions to respond, as they say, in this time of uncertainty?
No, thank you very much. We really welcome this conversation, and let me thank members of the panel and the leadership of the Competition Commission. I think in our view as the Portfolio Committee, the good industrial policy should be an overarching policy framework that integrates both the trade and competition policy, amongst others, in order to propel economic growth in the country. I think the argument that is being raised by Mr. Mfukeng here does have credence in a number of observations that has been made by the committee. For instance, I would allay some of the fears that he's raising about, the vendor financing and the observation that he has made on mergers and acquisition and how we have sought to intervene as the Portfolio Committee in recent times. And I'm sure that if you can follow the discussion, you will know that we are looking at a mechanism to ensure that we stop this thing of buyers and sellers coming together, having a transformative partner that they fund, because I think we have observed that is quite problematic. But the second thing that I wanted to raise is that for the industrial policy to work broadly, it must provide the necessary tool to ensure access to factors of production, such as competitive price inputs, skilled labor, as well as the reliable energy, as well as water resources and other logistics network, as he has alluded to, such as transport, ICT, and financial services. And this issue of finance, I think, is a major issue that we are really trying to deal with. As you would know, that we recently met with all the banks in South Africa to really make our observation, and we'll be making some recommendations to Parliament in terms of how best we can deal with these issues. We have made this observation as the Joint Portfolio Committee of Finance, as well as Trade and Industry, that in our view, it's very easy in South Africa to get credit for consumption, but very difficult to get credit for business. So this is one of the major areas that we fighting as government, using various legislation to ensure that we do not have the problems of access to finance, which is a major barrier that is affecting our people. In the changing global environments, such as the recent United States sudden imposition of additional tariffs, the effects of geopolitical tension, and the introduction of climate mitigation policies are also some of the critical issues that we are looking at in ensuring that we can have proper safeguards for the country to support our local industries, thereby ensuring that we build institutions of industrial development to become more agile and to ensure that the conditions for production of export change is rapid in our country. So we also are looking at issues of the lengthy time frame to process the application for industrial financing, tariff adjustment, mergers and acquisition, amongst others, that are impeding South Africa's ability to adapt its trade strategy, thus affecting the retention of production level and investment. So these are some of the issues that we are dealing with, and I'm quite convinced that there is a need to allow sufficient time to enable institutions to perform their required due diligence to ensure that national priorities, including economic transformation and job creation, are not compromised, including issues of good governance. As you know, that we have had a lot of issues that we've raised, especially with issues with the state-owned enterprises, amongst others. So we really are looking at ensuring that as an oversight body, we build an industrial policy that is going to be capable of ensuring that it supports the trade as well as the competition policy in the country, so that we're able to make impact in this place. As an oversight body, through the Portfolio Committee of Trade and Industry, we oversee these institutions of industrial development, including the competition authorities. So all of them, we have said that we really need to find a way in which they can work in a seamless way, but also they have to talk to each other as institutions so that we can ensure that whatever support mechanism that is given to entrepreneurs is such that it can support our businesses across the board. Having engaged with the relevant institution, the committee is of the view that the policy coherent across the industrial, trade and competition and macroeconomic policies is critical to ensure that ensure investor certainty amongst many other things. So that's why we're happy that we're at a far advanced stage at the level of the DTIC, as explained by the Deputy Minister Godlimbi, that the industrial policy is about to be concluded and processed through Cabinet. And we do encourage all other role players to ensure that they make their input so that we can streamline all these policies. And some of the effective amendments that we are going to make to ensure that even our competition policies does talk to issues of transformation in a manner that is comprehensive. I think that's the view that we want to deposit in this meeting.
Sure. I mean, maybe I can ask you before you go off screen. I mean, assessing where we are now, and this is in the context where, for instance, the competition regulators, there are the critiques, I suppose, that we're simply not fast enough, in a sense, in certainly the work that we do, to process transactions and enable investment, etc. And I think it's fair. I think there's always ways in which you can fast track some of these processes. You get to see this across a range of different institutions as well. Is your take currently then that are we agile enough today, or are you talking about reshaping institutions towards having that type of agility and responsiveness that you're describing?
Look, we've got to reform these institutions because we cannot expect the same results, different results, if we continue the same way we've been going for the past 8 years. That's why some of the major reforms that we're proposing are almost causing discomfort in some of the officials, but we're determined that we are pushing the policy position of our respective parties, which are going to bring about the required transformation and change in the area. You will know that, for instance, for time immemorial, some of the transactions, we made an example about some of the transactions that are being mentioned here without repeating them back, that, basically, a vendor finance entrepreneur is much more weaker in terms of pushing issues of transformation. And in many of the transactions, they get bought out as soon as the transaction is concluded. So if we don't tighten in as far as those that are concerned, we will not ensure the agility of our institution. Therefore, reforms are necessary, and we are, working hard as the Portfolio Committee of Trade, Industry and Competition to make sure that we bring those necessary changes, not just across the entities that we oversee, but across government, because some of the issues are cross-cutting, including issues of network industries. We also are looking very closely so that we also do not privatize the state completely, as there has been calls for private sector investment in some of the areas. These are some of the things that we are looking at, but the reforms are necessary to ensure that further changes are taking place in the country.
Sure, thank you for that. All right, so let's zoom out a little, because it shouldn't surprise us, but many countries are dealing with some of these kind of emerging complexities in the continent in particular, right? And so it certainly doesn't help to have a South African discussion about some of these, when in fact collaboration and working across the continent might in fact hold some of the clues for how we deal with even our own issues here. So the African Competition Forum kind of sits at an interesting position, because you get to work with a lot of authorities that are dealing with these types of issues, where you've got these kind of pressing development and industrial policy type objectives, including in your own country, Mauritius, Mr. Hamid, but also seeking to enforce competition law and open up markets, right? I think if you could wear both those hats, if that's okay, and of course, heading up enforcement, you know precisely the types of issues of concentration that you deal with in an economy such as yours, right? Some of which have parallels here as well. But also, I suppose from the ACF hat, how are other authorities thinking about these issues as you've seen it? And what are some of the innovations that you've seen that are trying to address these types of challenges to us? I think there
there is a call, at least from Mr. Messina, to say we do have to think differently about some of these things as well. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So before I address your questions, let me thank the Competition Commission of South Africa and the Competition Tribunal for hosting such a nice workshop and for having invited the ACF and Mauritius. As you may already know, one of the driving forces behind the success of the ACF has been the CCSA. So it is only now that Mauritius is taking the chairmanship of ACF. So for the benefit of those who do not know what ACF is, not to be confused with AFCFTA, so ACF is the African Competition Forum, which was launched in the year 2011. So it is a network of competition authorities within Africa. Currently it has 32 members consisting of competition agencies in Africa. So coming to your question, so as you would know, Africa, we have different countries with different background, having different stage of development, different GDP, and different size of market. And even the competition policy and the competition agencies have different level of growth. So they are at a different stage of their path, if I can say. And thus the challenges are very different for different countries. So I remember, for example, recently we were discussing within the ACF what can be an ideal merger notification threshold for AFCFTA. So it was very difficult to arrive at a sort of consensus on what would be an ideal threshold. So just imagine Mauritius as compared to South Africa. So South Africa is 25 to 30 times larger than Mauritius in terms of GDP. So what would be a small company for South Africa may be a very important company for Mauritius. So a company with a small turnover and a small threshold for South Africa may be very important for Mauritius. So I guess our complexities, our nature of market varies differently. So obviously the challenges would vary. And indeed, this is one of the reasons, one of the purpose of the ACF. So we create an opportunities for African countries to come together and to have various discussion and brainstorming. We also conduct common research at the level of ACF, whereby we can come with common policy recommendation. Be it as it may, I believe that competition authorities in Africa are indeed contributing to our industrial policy. So I guess it's not only realigning competition policy towards industrial line policy, but it's also to consider how we can support and guide government in their industrial policy. Obviously, competition authorities can directly, for me, contribute in implementation of industrial policies, as Rina was saying previously. So if we want to develop a particular industry, we must make sure that all related industries to this one, they are working in a competitive manner in terms of the supply chain, being in the input market or the output market or auxiliary markets concerning, for example, supply of equipment and so on. So for example, in Mauritius, we have what we call a detection mechanism whereby we try to identify restrictive business practice on our own. And this detection mechanism is guided by what we call a prioritization framework. That framework itself has been designed taking into consideration the government strategic plan. So the government has already laid out what is its vision for the coming years, which sectors it wants to develop. And this is one of the considerations for us in coming up with sectors that we want to really focus on, being in terms of detection for enforcement or even for market studies. So this really guides us in our enforcement action and also in our market studies. I guess it's also important for competition authorities to assist in implementation of industrial policy by removing barriers. Coming back to Mauritius once more, so we are an island which is surrounded by the sea, so we are quite distant from nearly all other ports. And Mauritius, we do not have many natural resources, so we rely on import for our local industry. So recently we realized that for us to be effective in our own market, local market, we have to make sure that the importation sector is working well. So in particular, the port industry. which is quite concentrated, and it is controlled to an appreciable extent by the government. So we conducted a market study recently on the port sector, whereby we have come up with very interesting proposition to the government. It ranges from policy advice to even up to the point to consider the structure of the sector, including its ownership structure, where the government need to continue to own key ports in Mauritius. So this has also been quite a successful, I must say, intervention by the Commission in Mauritius. And I think it's also important when we are conducting a market study, we are advising government. The way we market that product to the government is really important. So it's not only coming and say, okay, we believe that from a competition perspective, this must be done or that must be done. I guess we must be able to market that product from the start. So the government must be involved in whatever we are doing in terms of market studies as a partner. And obviously, the direct benefit to the country must be obvious through whatever report we are producing. At the level of the ACF also, we have been very active in research and market studies. So we have been conducting various researches and market studies in construction, pharmaceutical, airline, whereby different countries, different agencies come together, we brainstorm and conduct a common research. And all of this research comes with practical recommendation for the government, which can be used by the government as a guide in their own industrialization policy. We have even conducted a joint research with the World Bank Group on how barriers can be eliminated or reduced in Africa. And thirdly, I also believe that it is important for industrial policies. The manner in which it is shaped is also important. It's not only which sector we are developing, but how. And I believe competition authorities have an important role in that to ensure that whatever industrialization policy is being put in place, it is optimal. Optimal for the benefit of the players, for entry, and for consumers. So obviously this can be done, has to be done in a sort of a partnership with the government. So we have to work together to come up with those policies. And once they are in place, we have to ensure that we are able to apply the competition law. We do understand that competition law may not always be the priority of the government. But I guess if we have enough flexible framework for competition law, we can cater for broader economic policies and objectives. Excuse me. For example, in Mauritius, we do have our assessment are mainly effect-based. Even for cartel, we do have provision for considering effects. So this really allows us to factor in benefits that otherwise restrictive business practices could have on the market and to counterweight it before we really impose any direction or remedy. And more recently, I guess given this recent uncertainty on the market, so the government in Mauritius is giving us more powers, and the expectation on us is rising for our intervention on market to protect market and also to protect consumers. So, for example, recently the Competition Act has been amended to empower us to conduct market inquiries. Before we were just conducting market studies. Now we can conduct market inquiries, and we anticipate that soon the law will be amended to bring further changes concerning merger provisions, monopoly, and also cartel provision to further reinforce the law. As you said, Mauritius is a very small country. So our market size is very small, and nearly all markets are concentrated in Mauritius. So where in other countries you can afford to have several players, given the concentrated nature of our market, we can just afford few. So it's very important for us to ensure that competition really works for the benefit of consumers. So that's it.
All right. I think that helps, and you've covered both the kind of Mauritian experience in a sense, but also more broadly. And I think an important takeaway is also that the competition authorities play quite an important role in the information revelation. I think I say this every year at this conference. And I think it's an important function not to be understated. The ability to understand and analyze markets at the level of firms, at a kind of microeconomic level, and then reveal information about how things truly work, which then actually enables better policy making, right? In the world that kind of Mr. Messina describes, where you've got agencies working together in an agile manner to solve problems, right? So I think what's important, and I want to turn to the audience for questions, but just, Rina, I'll bring you in quickly on this while we wait for hands to go up. Part of the issue was raised around the kind of regional dimension of this, right? And that there's this kind of asymmetry in terms of the size of economies in the continent, obviously, right? That does mean that the win-wins may not be so easy to find, right? So South Africa might have very particular strategies in the region, but they might be in direct conflict with those of some of the regional partners. How should we be thinking about that at a regional kind of competition level? While we wait for questions.
Thanks. And I think this is obviously a real challenge, and the work that we've been doing in regional value chains have precisely highlighted this challenge. So I think a lot of industrial policy is obviously very nationally focused. It's hard enough getting national consensus on kind of which industries to support and what are the emerging industries to look out for, never mind getting regional consensus on that. So I'm not advocating for a regional industrial policy here, so please just let's be clear about that. But just to, if we are to take this concept or this proposition of building supplier capabilities, we have to appreciate that suppliers don't necessarily have to be within our borders. Suppliers that have the capabilities might be our neighbors. Why? Because they might have the right climatic conditions to grow a particular crop. They might have the right water availability, which we don't have. So if we think of our supplier base as broader than just South Africa, you have to think about the region. And then the question is, of course, the challenge that Thando has raised here is, how does this become a win-win situation? So if you want to develop a resilient supply or value chain in one particular commodity or product, that might necessarily mean that another country loses in terms of producing an input at that level, and vice versa. So there's no easy answer, but there just has to be a bit of a give and take. And that challenges us because we've got to think about industrial policy not just for South Africa, but for the region, if we're thinking about it in more long term. So this is where, back to your kind of micro studies about who can produce what best where, and how can that feed into a value chain, and how does that benefit building supply capabilities in the long term comes in. I think if I had the answer of what should we concede on and what should another country produce, I think I'd be a very, very rich consultant. But alas, I'm a humble university employee.
Thanks, Rita. I hear you on that. I think there's a question on that side. Bumi. And then I think there might be others. Otherwise, I'll go back to the panel. Thanks.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
No, we can't.
1, 2. Okay, hi everyone. Mpumi Chabalala, Competition Commission. My question is actually for Mr. Mofokeng of the BBC. I am so glad that you opened your address with reference to the potential that merger conditions have for small businesses. But what was unexpected for me was you mentioned the subsection that I didn't think you were going to mention. You mentioned the subsection about ownership, but you didn't mention the subsection 12A3C, which has to do with small to medium enterprises, historically disadvantaged firms, and their ability to participate, enter, and expand in markets. And in particular, those merger conditions that we have imposed, or that have been imposed in the past, no longer at the tribunal, that have been imposed in the past around ensuring procurement supply conditions. I'm curious about what is your experience on the ground about the efficacy of these conditions, and should we be doing more with that subsection to be able to push reindustrialization or industrialization, just to start with?
Sure.
Well, thank you very much for that question, Mpumi. Yes, I think we need to be much more clinical in terms of monitoring, right, how these conditions are implemented. Our worry is that these conditions are put out there, and in terms of monitoring, we are concerned about the capacity of the Commission to actually monitor that these things happen. Okay, and that's why, from the BBC perspective, this transformation or public interest element does not end at ownership only. All right, and that's why we are concerned that if the new owners of these businesses are not empowered, they don't in turn open the value chain, because our position is clear. Empowerment does not end with you as the owner. You need to open up the rest of the value chain. And so if you don't have the power to do so, and you are still dictated to, but that so-and-so will supply you this input and that input because those are our networks, then it means that we are not going to have this broader beneficiary base that we are looking for. And by the way, that's the reason why Triple B is under attack at the moment, to say that it only benefits the few that are politically connected. We've got our own views on that, okay? We've got our own views on that. But at the end of the day, we want to see a broader beneficiary base. And that's why, Commissioner, we must come and talk about how do we partner with you to ensure that there's effective monitoring. Because our people are on the ground. We can give you people who are in that sector who will tell you what is happening in that sector so that your monitoring can be effective. We look forward to one day having those major parties being called in to say you have not complied with 1, 2, 3, 4. Why not? And let's look at sanctions as far as that is concerned. That is the only way we can get everybody to play by the rules. So we like that provision, but let's make sure that it is properly monitored.
That lays down the challenge. And I'll come back in the wrap-up on that. James?
Thank you. Thank you. Probably a similar question to Mpumi, but with a slightly different angle. I mean, we have public interest that looks at transformation, but a lot of public interest actually looks at international competitiveness and ability to respond. And yet that seems grossly underutilized. And I wouldn't mind just the perspectives of the panel on why that is the case. It may mean that scale doesn't in fact translate into international competitiveness, so you don't use it in merger control. But it's a tool we seem to be missing in this debate at the moment around industrial policy.
Sure. I do want to use that question to, in a sense, also get the final responses from panel members. Maybe Mr. Messina, I don't know if you want to have a first go at that. James is asking us why we're not using the other provisions to do, for instance, with the international competitiveness of domestic firms in our competition law, and I guess in other spaces as well.
No, thank you very much. I think that's a fair question. That's why, for instance, there has been an emphasis on our side that domestically, the industrial and trade policy should create a platform for business to manufacture goods comparatively and to protect manufacturers of finished goods from cheaper imports goods, while internationally, trade policy should lower the cost of imports by securing preferential access to markets and resolve the non-tariff barriers that are faced by our exporters. I think these are the issues that we are confronted with. I believe that we just have to introduce some reforms, as I said, which reforms are going to assist us to really understand the public interest and ensure that we really look into the entire value chain of the public interest, and we then make provisions so that the issues that are being raised by the BBC and so on are actually attended to, because these are real issues that are confronting the situation as it is. So the trade policy should actually provide tools to enable business to be agile and to empower them to access more market comparatively. And we believe that it is one important instrument that must not be undermined, the competition policy. It must not be undermined, and we must make sure that we use it effectively, given the best international best practice that we have at our disposal. So I am quite convinced that we will really have to do much more work and consult broadly all the stakeholders so that they can participate in the final forms that are being proposed as we look into this specific area of work.
Sure.
Thank you.
Rina, do you want to have a go at that? Why aren't we using the other provisions?
I'm not sure why we're not using the other provisions. We should, I think. And I think maybe, James, your point was also similar to what I had tried to say, but I think you've probably articulated it better, is around it's not necessarily just an issue of scale to achieve this kind of competitiveness, even at the international market, but it's introducing that dynamism that brings in innovation that allows you to compete at an international scale, even if you're a small player. It's innovative, different business models as well. So I think, yeah, in terms of, I can't speak to why the competition authorities are not using the other provisions as much, but I think just going back to my point again about what helps with competitiveness in international markets is not necessarily just limited to size.
Sure. I mean, if I might comment, there is an aspect of this that I think we've been having discussions about, which is also the evidence base to start to show the efficacy of the different types of remedies that we put on especially in the public interest issues. As it stands, I think we simply do not know whether a intervention that is to provide funding or market access for an SMME is more powerful in terms of its multiplied effect than an alternative intervention, right? I think such an evidence base might then start to make the case for whether the authorities start to think about a different type of emphasis or balance between the use of the different provisions. What we need in a time of crisis is remedies that achieve the most benefit and as quickly as possible for the wider economy, right? But we're not clear, I think, in terms of the kind of empirical evidence base, which ones of those remedies there are. There are the obvious wins in terms of employment protection, but I think James raised an important point about whether there's more wins to be had, especially around the supply development and competitiveness provisions. Mr. Mfokeng, your final thoughts on this, and generally, and then I'll go to Mr. Ramir and we can close.
Thank you very much. No, I think, James makes a very important point, and I think, it's one thing that we need to look at closely, but what I can tell you in reality is that we are now, as business, confronted with a very interesting nexus where you've got to look at, competition policy, industrial policy on the other side, and trade policy on the other side. Tomorrow, for instance, as the Business Council, we're meeting with the DTIC to get an update on the negotiations with the US on trade. So we've got to now look at all of these things holistically. And so, our international competitiveness also comes into the play there. Okay, so I think it's something that we need to look at carefully to say when there are major conditions being considered, to what extent do those then, result in our entities, in our companies, in our initial champions being more, globally competitive as well. But we are confronted with interesting times as business at the moment. That we need to look at all of these levers and then make a determination. What does it mean for our economy? What does it mean for our companies? What does it mean for employment? Okay, so the stance that the US has taken, for instance, immediately resulted in businesses getting into distress, jobs being displaced, and we had to respond as government to say, how do we then support those companies to make sure that at least in the short term we can maintain employment, right? But then we are still uncertain as to which way are we going, and that's why it's important for us to align with government to say, what are we going to do as business? What is the response from the US to the package of conditions, of trade conditions that we've put on the table? So this element is important, but it has got to be considered in that global context. Yeah? And I think you set up as then move to my closing remarks.
Oh, I thought those are the...
No.
No, go for it.
I still have closing remarks.
Briefly, please.
No, I think two very important areas, I think, for us. The first being that, we are quite excited about the report that we received on the instrument and regulations as far as the FTA is concerned. I think, as business, we want to trade more with our counterparts on the continent. As we sit here today, you do know that there's an inter-African trade fair taking place in Algeria. There are numerous trade missions that are happening, continentally, and those instruments are going to be very important. We've been waiting for that. So those instruments are going to be very important so that we can start trading with each other on the continent. So we are quite excited about that. I think on the monitoring, I did allude to the fact that Commissioner will be coming to seek a partnership with the Commission as to how we can better monitor the conditions so that we can see the impact on the ground. At the moment, we don't see the impact. So let's work together to ensure that those conditions are in fact impactful on the ground. And I think going forward again, we need to see where the opportunities lie for us to be able to come up with instruments and levers that will then bring these conditions to life. Like I said, issues of funding are very important. We want to have that partnership so that we can make funding accessible and available for beneficiaries, then to be meaningful participants in this whole thing. So we are quite excited about that. And we look forward to a much more closer working relationship with the Competition Commission on these issues. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you very much. Salish?
Yeah, so from perspective of Mauritius, so the Competition Act in Mauritius is mainly concerned with effects of mergers and anti-competitive conducts on Mauritius and markets within Mauritius. This is one. But we have a clause that provides that we can consider the extent to which any conduct or merger is contributing toward technological and economic progress, and the extent to which that is being shared with other stakeholders, consumers and other economic players. So if in such a case, that party can demonstrate that it will bring economic progress, and that will be shared with other stakeholders, I believe then obviously we can consider that. It's not as if it's a no, we cannot consider. There are rooms, but the onus would be on the parties. Yeah. It's not only the party benefiting, but the country.
I think that's a nice note to end it on. Thanks, colleagues. I think there's a clear line of march here. Supply-side intervention, corresponding industrial policy action, building this agility in our institutions, but doing so aggressively in terms of the reforms that were mentioned, but also thinking seriously about monitoring the efficacy of what we have doing so we can do better going forward. In these kind of uncertain times, as the theme goes of the conference. Colleagues, if you'll join me to thank my panel, we need to get off stage so that we can allow others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tando and fellow panelists. Sorry? So we are going to take a very quick comfort break. I'm expecting for us to come back at 16:35. It's just going to be 10 minutes, then we can come back quickly so we can wrap up the last plenary of the day. So I am begging you to please come back at 16:35. Otherwise, we're not going to have time to engage the panel again. We're just going to be listening to them preach to us. So please, I'm begging you, for all our benefit, let us please come back quickly. Thanks. The pictures? Yes, they'll be shared. Yeah. Sorry, Amma. Askis. Can I start? I can start. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are now going to commence our last plenary for the day. I have been very generous. We were supposed to start at 16:35. So I know some of the colleagues are still outside, but we are going to start anyways. They'll join us when they get back. So this session will be chaired by the Chief Legal Counsel of the Competition Commission, Mr. Bakema Jenge. The session is on competition policy in fostering greater access to credit or loans. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yeah, I see that we have lost some some delegates, but we must remember that the funeral of Karl Marx was only attended by 8 people. 8. But his ideas became very influential in years to come. So we have assembled a panel, a very diverse panel, to help us in making sense of what the challenges are in terms of unlocking this issue of funding constraints to SMMEs. We have Amina Khan, who is a senior engagement manager at SEFRI. She's sitting on my immediate left. Then we have Maurice Nzuki, who is the manager of legal services at the Competition Authority of Kenya. And we have Dr. Moliko, who is a development economist based at the Stellenbosch Business School. She's also a chair of the National Empowerment Fund. So don't think that because she is based at the Stellenbosch Business School, she is part of the Stellenbosch Mafia. And then we have Magdalene Tidiela, who is the head of credit at Capitec. So let me perhaps start with some maybe 2 or 3 observations before we do a deep dive into the issues. The first observation is that there are relatively modest levels of SMME participation in the South African economy compared to other emerging markets. So when one looks, for instance, at the contribution of SMMEs to the GDP. The second observation is that South Africa has a relatively large financial sector with an asset to GDP ratio which is above some emerging markets. Obviously, this is also a function of the financialization of the economy that we have seen. The last observation is that there is a very serious funding gap for SMMEs, and there are various estimates which try to estimate the size of the funding gap. So having set the scene, the first question then is, and I'll start with Magdalene. What then are the constraints and challenges to SMME funding in South Africa, both structural as well as regulatory constraints? Magdalene?
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yes, perfect, thank you. Thank you for the question, and again, thank you for the invitation. So I greet you all. My name is Magdalene Tidiela, as mentioned, and I'm the head of credit products at Capitec, looking at both the multiple income earners credit proposition as well as providing funding to SMEs. I'm going to break down some of the key challenges that we as an organization are finding ourselves exposed to in providing and ensuring that we partner with the public sector in ensuring that we unlock the potential of our SMEs in terms of providing access to funding. Our ability to assess a business's ability or willingness to repay a loan determines how far we are able to stretch our funds. We spoke earlier on in the previous panel around the multiplier effect. So one of the first constraints that we find ourselves exposed to is that of data. The willingness and our ability to accurately predict with a high degree of accuracy, again, a client's or business's ability to repay debt determines how far we can stretch it. So some of the constraints that we are finding in terms of data is specifically when it comes to bureau information. So bureau information is quite prominent and readily available for more salaried clients. However, we're finding constraints in terms of the availability in assessing a business client's credit profile. So we know that there's a lot of work that different regulatory bodies are embarking on in terms of creating an infrastructure for data sharing for certain businesses. The second one pertains to sole proprietors. The current act says that sole proprietors that earn a turnover of less than, or have assets or turnover of less than R1 million are reported under the regulation, so they get that protection. What we are finding is we are seeing a lot of growth in the SME space. However, those are not protected under the ambit of the NCA. And so the requirement is to look at stretching and including different segments of medium-sized enterprises under the ambit of the NCA. The third one pertains to an emerging trend that we're seeing in terms of different types of credit products that are starting to grow in the market. We use examples of the buy now, pay later solution. We use the example of certain cash advances that we're seeing. Those are not currently reported under any regulation. And what it means is then it distorts our ability to determine with accuracy the ability or the willingness of a business to be able to service their debt. And so the incorporation of those clients under the NCR is definitely one that we deem quite necessary, as it obscures our ability to, in essence, score a lot of these clients. The second framework or area at which we are seeing that's providing challenges to us in providing access to funding for the SMEs pertains specifically with regards to the cost of funding. The South African Reserve Bank obviously determines the capital requirements that we have to hold for every debt that we provide. We know for sure that providing unsecured debt is way more expensive than providing debt to clients that have collateral. And so the issue of communal land, the inability of some of these emerging SMEs that we're seeing and them not having access to collateral means that they're exposed to us offering them unsecured loans. And unsecured loans are generally more expensive. And so those capital requirements do in essence impose a restraint on our side and restrict our ability to scale within that respect. The third one speaks specifically with regards to different productivity elements that we are quite passionate about partnering with the public sector to ensure that we can grow and provide access to the SMEs. And this includes investments into the infrastructure and skills development. We know that majority of clients that in essence start out, majority of them end up closing their businesses within 12 to 18 months. And so we are quite proactive in saying, how do we lend to these clients, but ensure that we journey with the government in providing education in terms of cash flow management to a lot of these businesses. Decashing the economy. We are proactively trying to look at how we are gathering data from a bureau perspective, data where it currently does not exist, with the example of partnering with a lot of our payment systems. So we have, for example, gone into a market and disrupted the point of sale machines. And the ability of that is really with longer term intentions to say, how do we regulate and get electronic, or how do we make getting electronic payments a lot cheaper for our merchants so that we can get the data, so that we can score the merchant and provide them with credit. Having the ability and access to data that shows us how many transactions, the volume of transactions, the value of transactions that these merchants get. So that's us saying we are tapping into alternative data sources to try and score these clients in the absence of a credit bureau. I think, Baki, I'm going to keep it there just in the interest of time.
Yeah, thank you, Magdalene. Dr. Muliko.
I want to paint a picture. I think my mic is not on, but I think people can hear me. Yeah, okay. Very good afternoon to the graveyard shifters, and thanks for still being with us. And we don't have 3 people to talk to in the heart of the afternoon, where we're talking about one of the most serious issues, really, in the economic system, which is the financial sector, and it's how it's an impediment or it's an enabler to economic development. Mine is to paint a picture. And I think I want to paint this picture because the inputs I'll make will be around the picture that I want to paint. And we know that South Africa is not only the most sophisticated economy in terms of the financial ecosystem, but also one of the largest in the emerging world. If you look at the size of assets under management, it's estimated by the IMF at around 22 trillion. And of that, commercial banks have just over 32%, and you have pension funds, insurance, and other sectors at just under 13 trillion. Of that, the PIC has 12 trillion, 2,693 billion, just under 3 trillion. Now, the banking assets composition of that entirety is quite significant at 44%. And why this is important is at the time when we started to see South Africa falling literally off an economic cliff, when COVID happened, we saw, for an example, when we had a complete lockdown and we were told that we cannot move, industry couldn't operate, manufacturing production lines had to shut down. This led to a complete economic, I'd say, suicide for us as a country, where we saw 2.2 million jobs lost in 1 quarter, year on year. We didn't recover from this. Unemployment rose to 42%. If you look at what the annual labor force survey results are quarter on quarter, we're still seeing that 42% expanded definition. Very difficult for us to come out of that conundrum. We saw economic activity shut down by more than 50%. Depending on the sector, mining production went up to 70% decline, I'm talking. Whether it's platinum, whether it's iron ore or gold, it was more than 70%. In the trade side, you saw massive declines of around 67% across the board. This was a hemorrhaging of the economy. We also saw tax revenue decline quite substantially. If any of you follow the budget speech annually that the Minister of Finance gives, and the tax revenue that the commissioner from SARS is supposed to collect, we again saw a plummeting of revenue of 300 billion in 1 year. And we saw that plunging to VAT revenue, excise, and also the trade issues that exports declined by around 55% in that period, imports as well. What did this then result in? The government then says, hey, let's come together. We have fallen off the cliff. We are not even at the precipice of a cliff. We have fallen off. We're losing jobs. We're hemorrhaging in terms of productivity. We're not seeing economic activity. They say, let's come on board with 500 billion. What is this 500 billion? Composes of 200 billion credit loan guarantee scheme that the banks are supposed to support, and the balance of that is other state schemes in terms of driving the other socioeconomic imperatives. How much of that, in the context of the economic precipice that I've just painted, a harrowing situation that you find South Africa in, of the 200 billion, 18.16 billion reported by BASA, which is Banking Association South Africa, together with the Portfolio Committee or the Budget Office in Parliament. 18 billion was used, which is less than 10%, by the financial sector to access credit and loan capital in a time of economic, I would say, hemorrhaging of the country that we have never seen before. The banks actually enforced stricter credit criteria, screened more tightly. The banks actually, in the findings of some of the analysis, favored probably corporate lenders at the expense of the smaller enterprises and SMMEs. They remained not just risk averse, but it seemed that the risk aversion heightened. We also saw in the context of the worst economic shutdown, this term that is used, that you must put skin in the game, coming to the fore, that if you want access to finance, you must also, we are seeing now no liquidity in the economy, you must put skin in the game. Quite an interesting phenomena that we are seeing. So basically we're seeing the financial system and the financial intermediaries sticking to their guns. In contrast to the globe. So what McKinsey reported that the first world economies are doing, and that being the UK, the French, the Spanish economies, I think the Germans as well, their fiscal response was 80 or up to 95% loan guarantee schemes. That is how they pushed liquidity in their markets and in their economies. The Germans, for an example, had the highest fiscal response at around 1.1 trillion euros. I'm not talking about rands here. Euros. The smallest being the Spanish at around, if I remember the number, 116 billion euros. Of that, they range between 68 and 95% loan guarantee support to pump liquidity into the market. Why? They understood that without liquidity in the market, recovery would be limited, rebound, and also encouraging economic activity would actually not happen without liquidity. And so what you're finding in South Africa is a conundrum in that our banking and financial sector did the complete opposite of what everyone else in the globe did to try to recover. And you've got to ask your question, why is that? And the second question you've got to ask is, why did no one do anything about this adverse response in a time of economic hemorrhaging as a country? And I think it speaks to the issue of the oligopolistic nature of our banks, but also the issue of the need for reform of non-banking facilities and financial intermediaries into the sector, because simply put, we cannot rely only on the existing oligopolies for access to credit. So I think, a program director, for me, the concentration in banks and in the banking sector is an actual inhibitor to growth, and it also the inability of our regulation and also the collaboration between our different intermediaries within the subsector do not hold well and augur well for economic growth, but also for pumping liquidity into the financial space for SMMEs. We have got to liberalize our financial ecosystem to allow non-banking entrants into this ecosystem so that you can widen payment systems and also widen access to loan finance and capital, and the under-provision of equity and also other type of financial instruments to our SMMEs. I think what I'm showing you here, there's a graph that you might not be able to see, but I want you to see the cost of capital is one of the other issues. South Africa against some of the emerging markets, the interest rates, South Africa is on the top on the right there with the growth there that is very small, barely visible at around 0.7 over the last 2 to 3 years. But what you're seeing is that we have to also look at the cost of capital as an economy. If we compare our cost of capital to other emerging, and I haven't even included here first world countries, the cost of capital to South Africa, estimated in the years under review, sit at almost 12%. In comparison to Indonesia's 5, 8 and 8.5, and to the Russian and other interest rate, I think that we have to review and look at ourselves to say, if we have a growth strategy that we want to underpin with a financial system that is supportive, we've got to look at the actual cost of capital that we offer to our financial intermediaries and whether this speaks to a development agenda and a development trajectory that we want. And therefore, what must we do to try and have cheaper capital? Of course, there are regulations around how the Reserve Bank and Monetary Policy Committees set prices. There are other instruments that can be looked at, whether it's DFIs, and within the banking system itself, that could help us to leverage off existing capital, but actually make the cost of capital a lot cheaper so that we can have more liquidity in the economy. Because the result is this, 0.4% growth. We still have almost 12.5 million people unemployed. We are now on the precipice of a social issue in this country, I believe. And if we don't do something differently, and capital is at the helm of it, any country that has reformed its growth strategy had to relook how they use their financial system for development. And I think we really haven't even begun 30 years in as a country.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Muleko, for those I did say that she's not part of the Stellenbosch Mafia. And, many of you thought it's a joke. Yeah, let's get perspectives from Kenya. Of course, Kenya has a very robust SMME sector. If you can give us your reflections then, Maurice, in terms of what the constraints and challenges are from a Kenyan perspective, and what is it that you are doing right?
Thank you so much. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like first to thank the invite from the Commission and also the Competition Tribunal of South Africa. I'd like to pick up the cue from the lady seated to my left, but I'd like to speak about oligopoly, not from banks, but differently from mobile money. When you look at Kenya, we have mobile lending services. This is commonly known as M-Pesa, which is a very huge success story, not just in Kenya, East Africa, or even globally. But we find that there is some market dominance that creates inherent competition challenges. Firstly is that you find that in terms of mobile money, there is high transaction costs. The cost of moving money between the banks and also what you call mobile wallets and vice versa can be a significant burden to the SMEs, which have very thin margins of operation. Secondly, on mobile oligopoly is that we have bundling of services. The integration of M-Pesa with other telco services, we have the examples of a service called Fuliza, whereby you can get very minimal mobile loan, M-Shwari, or maybe KCB M-Pesa as well. KCB is a Kenya commercial bank. We create powerful ecosystems that can be difficult for standalone fintechs that we have or banks to compete against, potentially limiting consumer choices. Secondly is that we have collateral constraints. My colleague picked it up very well. It's the same challenge in Kenya as what she picked from the South African perspective, that SMEs lack traditional title deeds. This is due to historical complexities in the land registry. But however, these SMEs or owners of these SMEs have what we can call livestock. They have machineries, they have inventories. But in this particular market, we find that using this as collateral is underdeveloped and underutilized. With all this, you still cannot be able to access credit because every other lending facility is looking for either your logbook or your title deed and all this. And we also lack what you call a centralized movable assets registry that these lenders can be able to access so that they can be able to offer these loans efficiently. Thirdly, we find that Kenya as a country is data rich, but then again, very credit poor. What do I mean? Kenyan SMEs generate a very vast digital footprint. You find that all these have M-Pesa transactions, they have utility payments, they are all active on social media, but we find that this particular data is siloed within large incumbents. We are talking about all the big telcos out there, I don't want to mention them. All the large banks have all this information, yet this prevents an emergence of new lenders in the market because the big telcos, the big banks are the ones which are holding this particular information of lenders. So we find that you can use alternative data to build innovative credit scoring models, like the ones I've spoken about above. Another challenge we find in Kenya is very high interest rates and fees to access to loans. Credit costs are often prohibitive for micro and small businesses. Another key issue we find in Kenya currently are delayed payments. You find that there is late settlement by government and large corporates, which strains working capital. Actually, we now have a very common term in Kenya, which is called pending bills. You find that you offer your goods and services, but there is a delay in payment, especially by the government, the national government, and the county governments as well. Some of these delayed payments lead to months, and some even to maybe a few years without being paid. We remember that by the time this particular SME is offering this particular goods or services, they had acquired a credit facility from either a bank or from microfinance and all this. So you find, sadly and very sadly, that some of these SMEs are finding themselves being auctioned off, or rather their properties being auctioned off just because they are unable to pay or repay their loans because they have not been paid for the services that they offered or the goods that they delivered to a particular entity. I'd like to end it there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Maurice, for those observations. I mean, the issue of information and data has been raised as one of the critical issues. So how can we leverage data to enable access to funding?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I don't know if I should be saying good evening at this point. It seems so late in the day. I think my panel members on the left have really outlined some of the key issues. So when you introduced me, you mentioned that I'm from Senfree. Senfree is a not-for-profit development consultancy. So we essentially have worked across the developing work and quite closely with SMEs and issues related to SMEs. I think it was about a month or 2 months ago that there was the Global SME ministerial convening occurring, I think it was in Sandton, where I was in attendance. And I think every single country really highlighted how critical and important MSMEs are to employment and economic activity in their continent, in their country. So not just the Kenyan and South African perspective, but really at a global level. So I think from our perspective as Senfree, our focus is really on financial inclusion. And something that's really frustrating is that, despite the fact that MSMEs are so critical, they still struggle to access affordable and appropriate financial services. And I think I want to stress on the 3 things. So access, affordability, and appropriateness of financial services. And I think the 3 panelists have already gone into quite a bit of lens around, the fact that collateral is an issue for MSMEs. I think from the Kenyan perspective, it's quite interesting around the fact that MSMEs have alternative kind of collateral. We heard the same thing in Zambia, where an MSME basically mentioned, I have 200 cows, in my backyard, but I have no way to register this, and I have no way to actually offer this as proof or evidence of collateral at this point. Another issue we tend to see is around sort of thin file customers when it comes to data. So data around MSMEs tend to be quite fragmented. So it's not necessarily what we're seeing is that there isn't data, because I think, again, from the Kenyan experience, when you look at mobile money and how it has proliferated across the continent, increasingly we are seeing vast amounts of data that actually is available for MSMEs. So if you think of their day-to-day operations, if I'm an MSME, I can make payments via mobile money to my suppliers. I can receive money via mobile money. I can pay my employees. And what all of this does is really starts to build kind of a portfolio or a transaction history for an MSME that really proves credibility. It improves affordability. And I think the issue with how kind of data works currently, and it goes back maybe to the point on the oligopoly of banking and MMOs, is that it's currently very much siloed within those larger institutions. So we've done basically studies across 4 countries so far around open finance and accessing data within those larger institutions. We've worked in Rwanda, Zambia, recently concluded a study with South Africa, and just recently actually kickstarted with Kenya a month ago. And I think what's quite clear to us is that these large institutions, so whether they're a bank or an MMO, are basically understand very well how data can be used and how important it is. However, it's currently very much restricted or locked within their siloed sort of ecosystems. So if I'm a large bank, I will partner with 1 or 2 fintechs, based on strategic reasons, commercial reasons. So as a consumer, as an MSME, I don't really have a choice. So I'm sort of limited to who my bank or my mobile money provider decides to partner with. So I don't really have control over my data currently. I cannot use it as a resource to actually gain access to better financial services for myself. And I think that's, for me at least, one of the key issues is that data is currently very much an asset, but it's an asset that an MSME cannot necessarily access at this point without some sort of intervention.
Yeah, thanks, Amina. Now, going back to you, Magdalene, of course, you have identified a panoply of challenges acting as an impediment to SMME funding. But then what are the solutions?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of my panel members, they spoke quite strongly against some of the banks, but yeah, I shall not respond to that. Let's see. But I think I'm not going to hop on the point of using alternative data sources. I think Amina spoke quite profoundly around how there is ample data for us to assess a client's creditworthiness. I think it is fragmented. We can, with a very high degree of confidence, use our internal data sources, to your point, partnering with some fintechs around how we can use some of those data, scraping cell phones, looking at how we can partner with third parties in terms of using some of their loyalty program and some of the data, and providing a stronger ability for us to score those clients. So I think alternative data sources is definitely quite a key one. But I think the more impactful one is our ability to be a lot more flexible in how we expect repayments from these SMEs. So a lot of the products that exist in the market today across all financial institutions require I'm going to call it a business entity to have a 31-day sort of cash flow cycle. And if you actually understand the patterns of certain businesses, a 31-day cash flow cycle is not practical. And so, some of the bigger banks start shying away from the agricultural sector as an example, because a lot of our products would expect them to repay us on a monthly basis. And so we're really embarking on a journey to look at how we can tailor our products to empower us to go into certain industries, disrupt them, and make sure that we don't set up a lot of these entities for failure in terms of expecting them to repay us on a monthly basis. And so I think that is something that we definitely need to be, intentional about a lot more. And I think that's the one way, with the exception of alternative data sources, that's going to allow us to empower a lot of these businesses to unlock some of the potential that exists within that sphere. I could talk to things like robotics, artificial intelligence. I mean, those are well-known components, but I think just that repayment and really taking enough time to understand a business's cash flow cycle. I think we really, really take that for granted. We speak about a lot of businesses failing within the first 12 to 18 months. I spoke earlier on around skills development. And so we're looking at how we can use a lot of our digital channels to empower a lot of the businesses that bank with us to have access to understanding their cash flow cycle. You know, understanding that you might have debit orders, if I'm speaking specifically to the smaller entities, the micro entities. You might have debt that is expected to be repaid on a monthly basis. But if I look at the time at which you go and buy stock relative to the time at which your turnover starts to peak, it's not a 31-day cycle. And that's why you get a lot of businesses going to excess positions. So it's almost that vicious cycle where I go into excess, it deteriorates my score, you can't give me credit. Versus if you accepted the fact that I'm not going to repay you monthly, I'm probably going to repay you every 45 to 60 days. And so our products need to become a lot more flexible to understand those businesses and how the cash flow cycles actually work. But creating that transparency for those businesses is an absolute priority on our side.
Yeah, thanks, Magdalene. Dr. Moliko, I'm worried about this 12 to 18 months case for SMMEs, because that seems to be presenting itself as one of the biggest constraints to funding SMMEs. So what can be done by way of solutions?
Thank you for that. I think if you're going to start with the issue of the cycle of SMMEs, the biggest issue is who is owing SMEs and who's not able to enable them to actually have liquidity so that they can meet their debt obligations. A lot of the time, whether it's the state or even retailers and different sectors, there's very complex agreements that they are forced into, whatever the product that they are selling, and therefore these type of agreements and arrangements don't enable them to have liquidity to meet sometimes their debt obligations. And therefore you need to actually enhance liquidity by making sure that the matching of cash cycles from whether it's those whom they access capital to from or access opportunities from, market access, and particularly government. If you are procuring from the state, I mean, there is that 30-day framework that is said in paper, in theory, right? There's always that target annually we hear about. We're going to pay you in 30 days. And if you will talk to SMMEs, they will lament and tell you this does not happen in reality. So when you're talking about the working capital that they need just to operate and to service their debt, it means that they're unable, by the very state that is talking about growth deliverables. So let me hit on the state for a little bit and come off the banks. But the state itself, whether it's municipalities or it's SOEs and sometimes big departments, are the very ones who are responsible for failing SMMEs. So I think a solution will be just pay people on time. If they've provided you with a service, make sure that your supply officers and officials don't want a cut to pay the SMMEs. Fire those guys, trap them, I don't know what, entrapment, do whatever you need to do to clean up our procurement units within our departments, because that is where the hindrance is. SMMEs, if you talk to Black Business Council, they're crying because there's an extra cost, to just getting paid, because someone somewhere in the value chain must be given an envelope so that you can have your payment released. That impedes businesses from being profitable and actually just doing business and doing what they're best at. And I think that you mess up the entire system and value chain. So that reform is needed both in the private sector but also in the public sector. I think in terms of reform, I think what you can do, the Competition Commission and Tribunal, because this is at least the audience we have here, have explicit powers, I believe, to pursue developmental objectives that the country has in terms of public interest and in terms of dealing with exclusion. There was a report that this very entity released on retail banking a few years ago. Where are the recommendations? How far have the Reserve Bank, FSCA now, that was formerly, I think, FSB, who else is responsible? The Prudential Authority. In terms of access to non-banking intermediaries to some of these tools to have access into the market. Many of those recommendations have not been implemented. You don't need a new study, a new market inquiry. Go and follow up on some of those recommendations that to date haven't been implemented. And that requires simply political will and an effort in terms of those who drive those instruments and can harmonize those. I think that the entry of the new the fintech and the alternatives to the existing banking structure, I think Capitec is a new entrant. A lot of research has been done in terms of, some of the pros, particularly in the unsecured lending space, and allowing entry into your low-income categories. They have been innovators. And I think that you need to have new entrants who have new products and new ways of doing banking. And fintech is one of those. Why are there still gatekeepers within this? And I think that is where I'd say, collaboration between the different authorities and regulators, because this space is highly regulated. The reason why the Kenyans were able to do M-Pesa successfully is because they probably were less regulated than the South African environment, where an M-Pesa would have been stifled within day one. It would never have survived. And so what you need to do is to try to get the regulators to come together and allow fintech and alternative service providers who provide solutions to the excluded. So the micro enterprises, the people that are on the street, the informal entrepreneurs, the people that are not necessarily documented and have collateral, and you have data for MSMEs, not all of them have a banking track record that enables them to get any access to equity and capital from some of these financial intermediaries. I think the other thing that you can do from a regulatory perspective, let's have corporates disclosing how much allocation is made to SMEs, how much credit lending is done to SMEs, what sectors are these, what are the terms and conditions against SMEs and corporates? Are we finding that there's more favorable terms and conditions for big corporates against, they're not offered the same terms and conditions to your small and medium enterprises? And this is something that therefore needs a reaction. So it's one thing to have disclosures and companies and entities saying, we haven't met our targets. The question is then, so what? They don't meet their targets, and then what happens in terms of them not meeting their scorecard targets or their allocation in terms of credit? Because as a country, we're sitting in, I'd say, at a point where something has to give. And I think that the opportunity is there in time of crises, but if the opportunities don't allow for us to come up with something different, we are going to remain with the major problems. I think something that will also help us in terms of greater access, and we're seeing some traction on this, is capitalization of DFIs, in particular the National Empowerment Fund with the Transformation Fund. We know that the structural constraints remain in the economy. We know that black business doesn't have collateral, doesn't have the history, and we know that there is this issue of what is the appropriate instrument. So with the credit loan guarantee scheme, it's a good idea, but we need the National Treasury to offer acceptable terms and conditions to the banking sector so that it has an appetite for this. The DFIs can also come on board with this instrument, and I think that this can be done if carefully structured so that the risk-taking is done by Treasury and first loss provision, and there's a lot of talks around this, but you need to implement it at scale. We need about, let's say, if our nominal GDP is around 7.3 trillion in South Africa, if we're saying we just want to increase GDP by 1%, we're at 0.4. Ladies and gentlemen, just if we can try for 1%, that means that we need to generate additional economic activity and output from at least 100,000 SMMEs, and we give them 1 million in terms of capital, or 100,000 in terms of capital, my numbers, if I'm calculating correctly. That means that you need to have approximately 10 billion, and you can maximize that and multiply that depending on what impact you want in terms of the overall economy. But you've got to measure. So if you want to increase GDP by a percentage point, and you're saying that a percentage must come from SMEs, how much capital must therefore be allocated from banks, DFIs, and the entire ecosystem to SMEs if we are serious about development? Have we ever seen those numbers? Do we even know how many SMEs we want to grow? Forget the sectors. It doesn't even have to be about the number, but it can also be about the nominal value in terms of the size and the market impact of those SMEs in terms of growth. So we've got to start targeting and having a vision. If we say, and we come out of this conference and we say, from competition policy, some of the EEs or the equity equivalents, we want to target across the spectrum, 100,000 SMEs must be supported. How is NEF going to come on board? How many do we support? Over its life, NEF hasn't given more, I think per annum around 2,000 firms can be supported. But if we're talking as a country, 100,000 firms per annum, who's going to contribute capital to 100,000 firms? Which banks? That means you need to have credit allocation targets that are mandatory based on the capital size and the market size of that bank. That means that the DFIs, whether it's the CFAs, the NEFs, and the IDCs, they must also make a contribution depending on their market size. If you look at even the PIC, the unlisteds, how are they coming on board? And then you must have the oversight committees in Parliament and all the other committees checking, did you meet your targets? If you were given 20,000 of the 100,000, how many firms did you support? If you were given 1,000, depending on the size. I know that the NEF is not funded. So unfortunately, we're the poor cousin, the poorest cousin, but we're still trying to do what we can because the problem is very big. So let's set reasonable targets that will move the GDP forward by a 1 percentage point. I know that's very low, but we're coming from a very low base.
Yeah, Maurice, within the Kenyan context, you have talked about mobile money, high transaction costs, collateral constraints, and so on. But then what are the solutions from your perspective? Where are you seeing the opportunities for reform?
Thank you for that question. First of all, I'd like to delve into the level of participation of SMEs in the Kenyan economy. Let's just punch in the numbers, as Daktari did here. Daktari means doctor in Swahili. So we have the SMEs in Kenya accounting for about 80 to 90% of all the businesses in Kenya itself. By this, they are employing just under 15 million Kenyans, and this is according to the KNBS Economic Survey of 2023. By this, they roughly provide between 80 to 90% of jobs in the private sector, and especially in the informal micro enterprises. This contributing to about 30 to 40% of Kenya's GDP. So the solutions that we have as a country, that is Kenya, is that we can support vulnerable groups such as youth and women, entrepreneurs. We can come up with programs like the Youth Enterprise Development Fund or the Women Enterprise Fund, so that you can target these particular vulnerable groups. Either you target the women or the youth, because as you can see, mostly the SME businesses, especially in Kenya, are dominated by adult male. We also have industrial and trade development, because SMEs are highly involved in trade, that is trade, retail, manufacturing, construction, agriculture, and services. You can get this and train this particular, especially youth, on how to integrate themselves or their businesses into companies, so that they can be formal in such a way that they can be able to access credits from credit lending facilities. We can also encourage these particular SMEs to be innovative, and especially adopting digital adoption. For example, we have digital platforms which they can access even locally from Kenya, and also have some form of e-commerce. Thank you.
Amina, as the Commission, the Competition Commission, we have allowed the creation of a centralized business credit database so that the data vacuum, for instance, that Magdalene talked about, so that we plug that gap, and banks and other lenders are not lending in an information vacuum. Other than that, where do you see other opportunities in terms of leveraging data in order to unlock access?
Yeah, good question. I think in terms of the particular initiative that you're talking about, I think it's a definite first step in order to make more data available, especially for credit usage purposes. But I think beyond that, something that you may have already heard of before, it's called different things, so open banking or open finance in different contexts, is really something that needs to be looked at. So in simple terms, it really just involves the sharing of personal financial data between a financial service provider. So let's say that is your primary bank with a third-party provider, which could be, for example, a fintech, and it's usually done with consumer permission. So, it's not the relationship or the ownership of that data really still rests with a consumer rather than with a financial service provider or an incumbent financial services provider. And I think the concept of open finance and open banking is not something that's new. There are about 95 countries now globally that are pursuing open finance in some shape, way, or form. And what's interesting about that is that it's no longer a sort of theoretical concept. There are now tangible results that we are seeing and kind of tangible impact that it's had on MSMEs, or this data sharing environment has had on MSMEs. So if I give you some examples from Brazil, because of this open finance or data sharing framework, there have been about 200 new financial institutions that have come into the market. And the reason for that is essentially they now have access. So there's no longer that data asymmetry which they would have experienced, prior to an open finance or a data sharing framework within the financial sector. Looking at credit in Brazil, there's been about 18% growth in volume of credit to MSMEs. I think this is from the period like 2021 up until 2023. There's also been a significant drop in the approval times for credit to SMEs, so going from 15 days to 5 days, which is incredible, especially when you think about how important and how cash-strapped MSMEs tend to be. So that difference of 10 days really could be the difference between being able to continue running your business versus having to shut down. And there's been a general reduction in interest rates of about an average of 2 percentage points over the period that open finance has been implemented. So I think for me, the question, and bringing back to kind of the theme of the panel, is just why is this a competition issue, or why would open finance kind of link to competition? So open finance or data sharing in itself is not an initiative or an objective in itself. It really is something that builds on current existing priorities. And in many of these countries that have implemented a data sharing framework within the financial sector, irrespective of what they call it, it really tends to come from a conduct perspective. So of the a competition perspective. So of the 95 countries that are pursuing open finance, roughly 40 or above 40 are actually doing so from the perspective of competition. So increasing the number of participants in the market and looking to kind of encourage innovation within the market, because I think some of the panelists have already alluded to it. I think relying on the incumbents and solely on incumbents to solve the problems of MSMEs is really not going to solve anything, is what we've seen. It really is important to bring in those other players. And the reason really is quite simple. If you think of an MSME, we use that blanket term, but they're not blanket institutions. They're not homogeneous institutions. It really does require tailored products and tailored financial services. And that level of tailoring is really not necessarily super appropriate when you look at larger institutions. It might not make financial sense for them. You know, they might be subject to very, very strict regulations that makes them kind of risk averse. So it is critical to bring in those fintechs and those other players. And one tool in which to do that is really an open finance and, or data sharing regime within the financial sector. I think the critical thing, though, that I would want to emphasize in a data sharing regime and where kind of competition comes to play is that if you ask the largest data holders about open finance and sharing data, I think the first response we usually get is, we're already doing that. You know, like, what is the need for this? But that tends to mask a couple of things. And the first is the fact that they tend to still be gatekeepers. So again, they get to choose who they partner with in terms of sharing financial data. They get to choose what use cases. They get to choose what type of data is shared. So again, from a fintech perspective, limits their participation. It limits what they can do with that data, how they can use it, what data they're actually getting. And then the second is it really limits, or it hides the fact that consumers have no choice in this entire process. So I think there is very much, from a policy perspective, a need for a sort of mandatory element whenever it comes to data sharing. We've had some interesting conversations with CIS Kenya in the last week as well, where they, you know, similar to the initiative that you're talking about here in SA, they've also tried a sort of data sharing, and without that mandatory element, so mandating those large data holders to participate in these frameworks, yeah, I think there's limited traction to how far they can actually achieve any impact.
I've been alerted to the remaining time available in a very big font. Probably because I'm wearing glasses. Yeah, I think we can take, in the remaining time, one or two questions.
Hi, Thando Vilazi, for this purpose, University of Johannesburg. I wonder if I could ask, so we've done a bit of work on the finance and SME financing space as well in South Africa, and I think the issues resonate. And I thought I could ask maybe Magdalene and Dr. Moleko on this, right? Part of the issues that we'd identified at the time also have to do with the regulatory structure that we have. In that, in a sense, you've got a model of self-regulation. The rules are set by your large banks through BASA, the Banking Association of South Africa, etc. And so there's really vested interest in the outcomes that we see, as opposed to a different world in terms of our banking landscape, and we've been quite critical about that. I think there's a world in which, and we've written quite a bit about Capitec, there's a world in which, for instance, I think in the early 2000s, something like ShopRite couldn't get anywhere near a banking license, which seemed crazy to us at the time. And even Capitec's own story actually has to do with the fact that it had the PSG links, I think it was, to be able to get in. So it's hard to get in and have the kind of dynamism that Amin is referring to. I wanted to then get your comments on this, on the regulatory environment. So we've spoken about the state, we've spoken about business's role in terms of the banks, but I think part of the issue might lie in the regulatory environment. And as you say, Dr. Moleko, this was in the 2008 banking inquiry recommendations, and we're kind of still in the same world. Thoughts on that? What would we do there if we were to kind of unlock the market from a regulation perspective? Because I think that's a big part of it.
Oh, there is another hand, James. I think I should have been a strict sardine in terms of how questions are framed.
I'll be very brief. We often focus on the retail level, but I just wanted to ask the panel, to what extent is the wholesale market for finance the problem, which is raising the cost even to the retail lenders?
Yeah, Magdalene.
Okay.
Maybe just to try and respond to the first question, Thabisang, I think I'll leave it to you in terms of entrance into the banking industry. I think Thabisang spoke quite profoundly around how some policy changes and recommendations have been made already. Capitec has written so many papers to the minister, so many recommendations around the rigidity that exists within some of the regulation that sits in terms of, if you look at the expense calculations, right, where we said the minimum living expenses were around 800 Rand, and that was ascertained about, a couple of years ago. And the recommendation has been we need the agility to constantly inform some of the policy changes that are there. And I think you mentioned it quite nicely to say we measure in essence speed to market. How long does it take from ideation stage to get a product into the hands of the client? And so my good question is to say there are a lot of recommendations that the banks have put forward to different regulatory bodies around what we need to, in essence, unlock the opportunities that exist within the SME space. And that agility in terms of going in and implementing these changes at scale, testing, learning, reskilling, reshaping, and changing the policies. A lot of the times we find that a lot of the regulation exists and sits and is not changed within a 10 to 15-year span. And I mean, some of those recommendations are still not implemented to date. And so I think to your point to say a lot of the banking industry might be self-regulated, I think it's also with good intention that the banks have put forward recommendations that have still not been implemented by different regulatory bodies. Yes, through BASA, there are recommendations that we do put forward, but I don't think it's necessarily not to say it's not within the best interest of the client that some of these reforms are being considered.
I think my additional contribution would be I think the political will is needed to enforce cooperation. This is, for me, the underpinning issue here. You've got, in the regulatory space, and in my head I have a picture, you've got National Treasury, which is the macroeconomic policy driver. They set the vision for the country. In 2019, they developed that, what they call the economic strategy. By the way, strategy to develop 1 million jobs in 10 years when you have people entering the labor force per annum 1 million. So we have to restructure even the thinking of our targets, but the vision that we have as a country for the economic strategy in itself is held by Treasury. Now, Treasury is, I would say, the shareholder in various economic instruments, including, though the Reserve Bank is independent, of all of these, and it has its own ability to set inflation and to deal with all these other very strategic issues on the financial ecosystem. My belief is that the National Treasury should be working in parallel with the Reserve Bank, not in contradiction, but parallel and in cooperation. Underpinning all of these are the DTIC, the DED, or the Department of Economic Development, and all the different ministries that should all be aligning to the big vision that the National Treasury sets for the country. Now, if you have juxtaposed regulations, so for instance, we are saying on all these layers here, whether the sectors or the size and the scale, we are saying we want new entrants in, there was a mention of renewable, new sectors. We want to localize. The Black Business Council is saying we don't even have the capability, through Greg, who was saying, Mr. Mofokeng, that there's a challenge in terms of redeploying even capabilities for localization of, solar panels. We are importing everything. That's a fact. So here is and if we do anything here, we're just assembling. We're putting together what's been developed in China and we're putting it together. What, therefore, must the instruments be for capital to flow into South Africa from the side of, I'd say, equity and also bonds and all the required instruments? And let's just look beyond access to credit. That is something that can be determined by National Treasury. That is something that National Treasury can have an engagement and cooperation with the Reserve Bank. The competition policy cannot trump the economic strategy and industrial policy of the country. It cannot be a fit for all and fix every problem in terms of the plugging of economic issues that are not solved at a collaboration level by the very entities that are supposed to drive these entities. I showed you a graph here of the cost of capital. There's another graph that I didn't focus on, but the second one that shows you the cost of financing. If any of you have a bond, in the last 5 years, the cost of servicing the same bond that you could afford probably 5, 10 years ago, it was unaffordable 3, 4 years ago. Some people were actually defaulting on things that they could afford. Why? Because of the rate of increase of the repo rate and the rate at which it increased. And what it meant was the affordability index for most households and even businesses in terms of just repaying capital became instrumental, and they couldn't afford it. And so people went either into liquidation or into debt defaulting, or their houses were repossessed. And so the question is, how do these entities now work together in cooperation to try to enable the country's growth trajectory to go to where it's going? What I see, and what I think many of us in this room have seen, is that the silo issue, it's not only just contradictory. Yes, this is the graph. So if you have a bond and you are paying anything from 2022, that blue line tells you the cumulative inflation. This is, by the way, from your own report. The cumulative increase on your payments, and up to the point where it went almost to 35% at the peak. Because the repo rates have subsided, but not substantially, you're able to see that trickle-down effect to where we are now. But the year-on-year inflation from 4 years ago to date is still over 25%. You're paying 25% more on just the cost of capital. And so the question is, have we had a discussion as a country as to what should be the appropriate cost of capital for business? If we want to grow, do we want to grow? Let's ask that question. Yes, we need to. If we want to grow, have we asked Treasury Reserve Bank, can you guys meet and talk to each other about what, therefore, are the necessary macroeconomic fundamentals that need to be put in place? The second question, what, therefore, must the Financial Services FSCA, which was formerly easier, FSB was easier to call, now I'm mixing the abbreviation, the Prudential Authority. What must all these regulators come together to do and agree on so that we can grow? We are now talking individually everywhere, but actually, and one of the things I've actually proposed as a solution, program director, is an economic council of sort. If you don't have the president and someone at the helm driving like he did the COVID council, where, because it's a crisis, right? You get the premiers, the industry, the unions, the NEDLACs, everyone in one room to drive what? The decline in what that time was COVID. Now there's a crisis of no growth, lack of jobs, unemployment. We can add lack of access to credit for SMEs as a crisis. I believe it's a crisis. And so all of these issues, you need to get the top players and the decision makers in the room, including the Competition Tribunal, including the Competition Commission, the commissioners, the deputy commissioners, the legal minds, the economists there to try and say what must therefore we all do where there is juxtaposed legal provisions. It doesn't mean to say we need new legal provisions for everything. Maybe we stay, and I think the Deputy Minister tried to allude to this earlier. He said something around, do we stay? It's not enough to focus only on competition policy. You actually need to look at the macro fundamentals. Interest rate, cost of capital, is actually more severely impacting the whole economy, households, business, everyone, if you don't deal with the cost of capital. But how do you get National Treasury on board on first loss provision, and to do that with urgency? It's like we are on a snail's pace, and yet you need to just, we need to wake up because the urgency, it's so bad. Situation is so bad, but we're going at a laissez-faire approach. We're here chatting nicely at this conference, eating lunch. I'm not saying don't eat, but I'm saying if we would but I say a council of sort, get everyone there. Let's see where we're not agreeing. And I think the comment that James is asking on the wholesale financing, they've tried wholesale financing for some of these entities. And a lot of them, the private sector hasn't tried to be involved because of the structuring. Again, if they're not structured adequately for appetite for the private sector, why don't we get the bankers in the room with the DFIs, with the Treasury, and create something that speaks to everyone so that they can be appetite, instead of just saying, well, we're not interested, we're not going to be involved because the risk aversion is too high, this is not structured correctly, or we don't trust government. Because you can't simply say you're closing the door. If that is the case, then I think you need to enforce as government mandatory allocations for SMEs, for credit allocation, because the country needs to move forward without access to finance, and the balance sheet of the state cannot fund sufficiently alone. No country has done it without the financial sector coming on board. Then you need to discipline capital, unfortunately, but it's better to do it in a cooperation than being forced. So those would be my answers to those two questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Moliko, and to the rest of the panel. Unfortunately, we are hopelessly out of time. I see my handler is looking at me with a side eye. But in many ways, this panel is a testament to the intellectual brain power of women. So let's give a round of applause to all our panelists. And of course, men too, because we had one gentleman. But thank you very much. We have now come to the end of this session.
Thank you so much, Baki, and to the panel. If you could just give them another round of applause. Thank you. Whilst they are setting up for the last item on the program, just a quick announcement. So for tomorrow, for administrative purposes, those who have registered today, there's no need to re-register tomorrow. So please just ensure that you have both of your lanyards with you tomorrow and on Thursday. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I trust I'm not alone when I say that today's sessions have been thought-provoking and insightful. And earlier, I had the privilege of introducing my current employer, Ms. Mondo Mazwai, and now I have the honor of introducing my former employer, Ms. Doris Tsepe, the Commissioner of the Competition Commission. Thank you very much, Doris.
I'm delaying a little bit. I have asked for the employees of the current employees of the Competition Commission to be called into the room because the room is looking a little empty. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor to be here. I hope you can all hear me. They did say, Baki, that this was a graveyard session, but I suppose a session on funding on SMEs with Dr. Muleko on it as well can never be a graveyard session. So it was as exciting. So thank you, Baki. I firstly want to acknowledge in his absence the Deputy Minister, Mr. Zuko Godlimpi, the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, the Chairperson also of the Portfolio Committee of Trade, Industry and Competition, Honorable Mzwandile Masina. In his absence, the Chairperson of the Competition Tribunal, Ms. Mondo Mazwai, employees of both the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal, colleagues from across the globe, panelists, and all our guests. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We have now come to the end of the 19th Annual Competition Law, Economics and Policy Conference. It is an absolute honor for me to close off what has been a thought-provoking conference indeed. I agree with that sentiment. In this short time, we have journeyed through a landscape of global and domestic challenges, guided by the central theme of competition law in uncertain times. These are indeed uncertain and challenging times, particularly for competition policy, whose relevance is frequently being questioned at both national levels and at global levels. At national levels, it's being questioned as whether it does support global competitiveness, and where there is retaliatory measures, we've heard this morning, that are used at an international level when there is enforcement action against global companies from various jurisdictions. As Deputy Minister Godlimpi wisely advised us, in these times, it is important to listen to different perspectives in preparing how we respond. Dr. Mwemba also recommended listening carefully to legitimate concerns of those that we seek to regulate and market participants. At the Commission and other competition authorities, we do believe it is important to listen if we are to ensure that our work remains relevant. The Tribunal Chair, Ms. Mazwai, noted that as authorities, we have shown that we have tools to deal with uncertain times. And the question is rather, how do we respond in these times? We have responded by putting in place a strategy to ensure that our work supports immediate national objectives and address the challenges posed to our work globally. The cornerstone of that strategy has been, first, we need to coordinate more closely across the DTIC, that is our government department group, the government more broadly, to continuously ensure that we are pulling in the same direction and bringing the various tools that are available to government to solve the impediment to inclusive growth. We have numerous projects across the department and government departments and across all agencies to try and deal with some of these immediate priorities. Second, we need to allow more positive cooperation among market participants through block exemptions that support improvement in our national competitiveness, either by building scale and efficiencies to diversify and expand our country exports, or to overcome some of the infrastructural impediments to competitiveness, in, for example, in energy and logistics, as has already been said. Third, we need to, through our enforcement work, market inquiries, and other tools, to dismantle barriers to entry and expansion in markets, to encourage new investment and job creation, and to promote domestic rivalry that increases productivity and innovation, which improves competitiveness and decreases prices. This includes the imperative of addressing barriers faced by SMEs, including, Deputy Minister, in your absence, access to finance in particular. We are more targeted in our approach and aim to support those sectors identified as core to our national growth strategy, including agriculture and digital markets. Fourth, we have taken on the criticism of delayed decision-making to heart. We need to speed up the work that we're doing, but I think bearing in mind the warning that Deputy Minister Godlimpi has raised of less haste but more speed. The Minister has announced following proposals that we have made through his budget speech, a proposal to raise measure threshold for notification. And I think with this proposal, we will use less resources on measure assessment that do not raise issues and look more carefully and allocate more resources on complex measures to ensure that we have quicker, good decisions in measure assessment. Fifth, we have responded to cost of living crisis, but by not only understanding the sources of these issues, but through our latest report, we're also looking at exploitative behavior in essential products and malfunctioning administrative markets and pricing. Last but not least, we will continue to drive economic transformation given its legislative and moral mandate. And this is despite the criticism that it comes with. We have, however, been willing to respond to legitimate concerns over uncertainty in our application and efficacy of our tools. We have issued public interest guidelines into the market, and we will be updating those. And I know that the Mergers and Acquisition Division, together with the Legal Services Division, have been engaging with the market to try and understand and get feedback on these guidelines. We are also researching the efficacy of these tools to ensure the design is impactful, and we're pleased that the tribunal is also supportive of this research on efficacy of remedies. In terms of the global challenges, we remain at the forefront of building cooperation and alliances of the willing to support and strengthen multilateralism and build a continental African bloc. We've been at the forefront in driving reforms at the International Competition Network to improve governance and work products that are more responsive to the needs of developing countries and addressing global inequalities. We have worked closely with other African Competition Forum members to drive the Continental Competition Protocol and appropriate regulation that will operationalize the competition protocol and build resilience to the current global challenges that are facing everyone. I think for me, the annual conference is an important part of ensuring that the competition authorities can respond to current circumstances. It is an opportunity to listen to and to debate a path forward, listening to all our stakeholders. This year's conference has fulfilled this promise with fantastic panels on most challenging issues of the day. I have little doubt that many of the ideas that you have voiced through the panels and through some of the questions will find their way into how we as competition authorities operate, making us more responsive and relevant to the current challenges. Finally, let me extend my deepest gratitude to the employees of the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal who has made this conference such a success. To our panelists, your insights and expertise are always invaluable. To the organizing committee, your tireless efforts behind the scenes have assured a seamless and memorable event. And to each of you attendees, thank you for your active participation and for bringing your passion for competition law and policy and economics to the fore so that we can continue to do this work. So let us leave here today with a renewed sense of commitment. Let us continue to work together across borders and sectors to ensure that competition policy remains a beacon of fairness, a driver of prosperity, and a solution for the uncertain times that lie ahead. Thank you. Have a very good evening, and we hope to see you tomorrow at the 9th BRICS International Competition Conference here at the same venue. Thank you.